I think I've closed the window. Hello, I'm Nigel Barden and welcome to the 2023 Virtual Cheese Awards. And I can't believe this is already our 4th year. I'm just going to turn down here before we come out of that. Okay, backlight. Sorry about that, team. I was just getting a little bit of stuff in my earpiece. There you go. I'm Nigel Barden and welcome to the 2023 Virtual Cheese Awards. I can't believe that this is already our 4th year. It's amazing, but something that came out of a desire to keep the cheese community engaged during lockdown and to create much needed sales. Well, it's developed into a well-established event. It's proved there's a genuine interest in watching talented judges at work in the tasting process, chosen from great cheese makers, cheesemongers, food and drink journalists and retailers. We have co-founder Nigel Pooley to thank for this, as I, for one, didn't think it would sustain people's interest over a day, but how wrong I have been proved to be. Throw in some informative and entertaining interviews, and we have a great day in prospect. At 11:30ish, I'll be interviewing Roger Longman of White Lake, talented man that he is, a bit of a Gandalf of the cheese world, touched by cheese-making genius. I'm going to be sampling a couple of his new cheeses as well. Just after 1 o'clock, we'll be finding out how to sell more cheeses with Sarah Minnis of Waitrose, Bronwyn Percival of Neal's Yard Dairy, and 2-time winners of the VCAs, Marcus Ferguson and Penny Nagel of Felton's Farm. And at 4 p.m, last year's winner, Keen's Cheddar, in the fine form of George Keen. So to tell us more is the co-founder of the Virtual Cheese Awards, and it's someone who's spent 25 years in the dairy industry. I know she started on day release from school at only 15. The last 15 of the years that were spent with the dairy crew at Asda. It is, of course, very special, the very talented, and the very here. Sarah DeWitt.
Thank you very much, Nigel, and good morning to you. So today we're going to be judging 7 different categories, from which we will find the category and country winners from Scotland, Wales, England and Northern Ireland. So also alongside our special accolades, we will be celebrating the cheese hero, a new cheesemaker, a young cheesemaker, and handing over our sustainability trophy. And also this year we have a new trophy, which will be the highest scoring cheese with Salsa Plus Cheese accreditation. So it'll be interesting to see who that is. So to get all this on the road, we are calling upon the services of our 11 judges and 2 fine moderators. So we have Cara Bowen, who's a member of the VCA team, and Jonathan Piercy, aka the Crafty Cheese Man. They will keep the proceedings on the straight and narrow. So from our 2 previous days of judging, we have chosen from our 250 entries, we have a short list of 41 British cheeses. Those came from entries from 85 dairies. So it's an amazingly big thank you to all of our judges, moderators, and including Gautam Krishna. The VCA team, and all being well, will be announcing the Supreme Champion at 5 p.m. So pace yourselves out there. We've got a marvellous day in prospect.
Thank you, Sarah. Let's get underway with our first category, Enhanced Cheese. Best Enhanced Cheese, sponsored by the Speciality and Fine Food Fair. That's going to be on Monday and Tuesday, 11th and 12th of September at Kensington Olympia. This category combines the classes of cheese enhanced with sweet and savoury additives, those coated in wax and smoked cheese. Delighted to welcome the first of our moderators, Jonathan Piercy, aka the Crafty, a former cheesemaker and a retailer with booze. Jonathan is based in Lancashire, sells top quality British cheese, hospitality and retail with a huge focus on service and support. Greetings, Jonathan, and thanks for helping us out. Please
no problem at all.
Tell us a little bit about how proceedings are going to go today.
So we've got obviously the 2 wonderful judges below us. We'll let them introduce themselves. we'll go with Hero first.
Hi there, I'm Hero Hirsch from Paxton and Whitfield. I'm their head of retail. I've been at Paxton and Whitfield for 14 years, and this is my second time judging the Virtual Cheese Awards.
And over to Russell.
Yeah, hi, I'm Russell Haggerty. I'm a category technical manager at Morrison's. Been in the cheese and dairy industry for just coming up to 30 years now. Cheese is my passion, and I can't wait to try some of these beauties.
So these two lovely judges will be using a point system to score the cheeses under 4 different categories. And then basically the winner will be the one with the highest score at the end of this process. So we'll let the two wonderful judges get underway with cheese D21128.
Okay. I realised it's got plastic on it, but
I've already opened mine.
okay.
If we show it up to the camera so that the people can see what we're looking at.
So this is obviously a sweet cheese. It's got lots and lots of different types of fruit in there.
Yep.
It's absolutely jam-packed.
Colours there, sort of flecked with some orange fruit and some cranberries, I think.
Okay.
Jonathan, could you organise scratch and sniff computers for in the future? Because
Yes,
that's probably the way. I could just show as Russell held it up there. I went, oh yes, I was leaning in to try and smell. Pathetic, I know. But maybe that we're not that far away from it. Sorry,
I think it's something we should definitely work on, though. Definitely work on it.
It's a few quid, I tell you.
I think it looks really good. I think it looks really appealing to the member of the public. It's on my shelf. People are going to be going, wow, there's lots of nice additives in there.
Yeah, it's a nice distribution of the fruit, isn't it? Nice and even.
Yeah.
And so from an appearance point of view, we'll be scoring out of 10. So what do you guys think looking at it and how you feel it looks from, like you say, like what you've talked about?
It looks really, really good. I'm going to be really critical on it a little bit as on the nose. I've just got a little tiny bit missing. So not maximum
it's not
marks.
entirely holding its shape, is it? What are you thinking there? Like a 7, 8?
7, 8. Let's go split it in the middle, 7.5.
Sure.
Okay, perfect.
How does your nose look, Hero? On the cheese, that is.
Mine's also a little bit crumbles.
Yeah.
Okay, so on to aroma.
Oh, it's a very fruity aroma, isn't it? It's
Fruity,
almost like a cookie dough kind of aroma, like quite vanilla-ish.
I'm getting quite a bit of vanilla and the milky, stereotypical cheese, a mild cheddar, Wensleydale sort of aroma. You know, that nice dairy, clean smell.
Something milky. There's definitely something a bit tropical in the fruit there as well. I'm wondering if that's what that is.
Mango.
Yeah, perhaps.
It's
aroma.
not,
Where are you
it's
thinking out of 10, Russell?
I'm thinking 8. It delivers what it says on the tin. It's a sweet cheese.
Sure, I'm happy with that.
Okay, and then we move on to texture.
Texture is quite soft. It's a little bit has quite a sort of pasty texture. It's almost spreadable in parts, not entirely even.
It's very pliable.
Yeah, very.
And then it's it's almost a little bit dry as well at the same time.
And what's the texture? What we're thinking? What's mouth feel like with regard to the texture?
Yeah, the paste is very smooth and has that spreadable consistency. I'm finding it a little bit soft, if I'm honest, texture-wise.
And you were saying before, Russell, about it seeming quite dry when you had it in your hands. Is that reflected in the mouthfeel?
Not at all. Not at all. As Hero said, he went quite soft in the mouth.
And so how do you feel score-wise about it?
There's a little bit of bite on the fruit.
Yeah.
It dissolved quite quickly. It didn't take much chewing. In fact, it was really soft. So I'd probably go a 7 there.
I think a 7, yeah.
Okay, lovely. And then we're on to the flavour score, which is again out of 10, but weighted ever so slightly because obviously taste is the big the big boy of the category.
I mean, it's very fruit forward, this. So there's a lot of fruit flavor, which makes it harder to assess the cheese in some ways. It has a nice sweet savory balance.
Okay.
Can you tell what the fruits are from the flavour? I can't.
I can identify cranberry.
Yeah, and what else?
Is it orange? It's something quite orange. It's quite. I think it might be
citrusy
orange.
note.
Or some sort of citrus. I mean, looking at it, it looks like a bit of citrus.
I think it's a good balance between sweet and savoury.
Yeah.
You are getting a lot of fruits sweetness through. It's not overly sweet. They haven't put a load of sugar or dextrose in it, which is always nice. So you're getting that nice balance. So I'll probably go 8 on the flavour, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm thinking the fact that it has this citrus, it's bringing a little bit of bitterness, which whilst you wouldn't necessarily seek out in a cheese, it is kind of bringing balance to it. I'm more inclined towards a 7 on flavour.
Are you happy to meet in the middle, maybe?
Split it again, another 7.5.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, lovely. So then we are on to our next wonderful cheese, which will be D31042. I'll tell you what, Nigel, I don't know how you feel, but sitting here watching people eating cheese.
You know, Jonathan, I felt so bad about that last time, but I thought it's never going to happen again. So I'm really sorry about that.
I'm completely underprepared.
Yeah, I know. And this is actually some White Lake cheeses. I'm going to be interviewing Roger later on. So these are new cheese on the block. And actually, I'm sorry, Russell's just showing, that looks pretty familiar. I'm not saying too much, but what's very distinctive.
Yeah, we've got a very nice looking bit of cheese here.
So what from a point of view of the appearance, what are we looking at, guys? Or what do we think we're looking at?
I mean, I think it looks great, this. It's very even. The rind's like nice and thin and coated in some sort of leaves, perhaps nettle.
It's got a nice little bit of mould on there, which is your penicillin camembert. It looks amazing. On the shelf, the customer's going to look at it and go, yeah, I'm having a bit of that. It's nice. It's a really good example.
I would go pretty high for appearance here.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that, Russell? Maybe go to a 9?
I think we're pushing 9 on that because it just looks great. Absolutely great. I mean, the only comment why it's probably not a 10 is, I don't know if you can just see, I've got a bit of a nibble
on the
nose there.
Yeah, but was that you, Russell?
It's not a clean cut. Unfortunately not, no. And then on the back end here, I've got a little bit of nettle missing.
Right. Okay.
If it is nettle, that is.
Okay, cool. So we're on to aroma now. How's it smelling?
It's not a very strong smell.
Yeah.
It's quite subtle.
I think it's quite clean, isn't it? There's no off aromas whatsoever. There's no acid or...
There's no aroma that's concerning there, but it is very subtle, so it's sort of hard to assess in that respect.
So where does that sit you score-wise, do you think?
I'll probably...
sorry.
I'll probably go 7 or 8 on this. It's typical of what it is. It's clean, it's fresh.
Yeah, I would struggle to deduct marks, I guess. So I'll be happy with an 8, but there isn't a huge amount there to assess. So
got you. Okay, cool.
Yeah. On that, yeah. So on to texture.
Yep.
Hero, I think you've actually just highlighted something there, but sometimes, like all of us, we start with the top and think, I've got an optimistic judge, so it's like, what can you knock down? But it obviously with 8, it ticks lots of boxes. It's really good. It's just not got that wow factor of like, maybe a few more layers of flavour. But it's obviously a well-made cheese, but it to take it to 9 or 10, it just needs a little bit more complexity, maybe, or oomph, or whatever.
Yeah, quite.
So this is nowhere near as pliable as the previous one.
Yeah, this has got a much more sort of firm structure. It sort of holds its shape, doesn't it, under a bit of pressure. I think it has a really pleasant texture.
Yeah.
A little bit of fudginess.
It's close, tight, it's creamy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd go fairly high for texture. Also, I've had a bit of the rind. That's
She's run off. She's disappeared.
The rind obviously has a very immediate effect. Sorry.
I'm so sorry. My screen's gone to sleep.
Oh. we
can see you.
Yeah.
Nice. So, yeah.
I thought my battery had cut out, but no, my screen just went to sleep. Apologies.
Naughty screen. How dare you?
I think it's quite high on the texture. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I think it's probably 8.5, to be fair.
What do you think, Hero?
I would agree with that.
Lovely. And just out of interest, how do you feel those extra marks that it's down? Just out of interest, where do you think they could improve it potentially?
I just think when you I'll show you when we're doing the old squeeze test.
Yeah.
Some of it's just not quite pulling together as I'd expect.
Right.
So it's
always
really
interesting to see for people watching, isn't it? Just to see where your thought processes are. So lovely. 8.5 we are. Lovely. And so we're on to flavour.
It's just great. It's creamy. It's a little bit lactic. It just tickles the back of your tonsils. You got flavours dancing around your mouth. It's just one of those that just has to sit on your cheese boards. The flavour is just amazing.
Love that.
It's got a nice salt balance, hasn't it? Nice and creamy, but it's not the most complex cheese. It's quite a sort of straightforward cheese in many ways.
But
I wouldn't want to come in with too much preconception about what I expect this cheese to taste like.
Yeah.
I just to sort of judge what's in front of me. I think it's delicious. I think it's well made. Is it the most complex or thing that I have ever tried? Probably not. And I'm not sure how it would achieve that, because I think age-wise, this is absolutely perfect as it is. Like texture, appearance, it was really high on that scale. But
so where would you see it score-wise?
I think for what it is, it's a really good example of what good looks like. Whether it's the most flavoursome cheese on the market, it's not, and it's not designed to be. I'd probably score it an 8 or a 9. I think it's a good example of what good looks like from the manufacturer.
Yeah, certainly, and I think as well in this category of enhanced cheese, it really is. It's pretty highly for me. So yeah, an 8.5 and 9, I'd be quite happy with for flavour.
Should we go? Where would you like to go then, guys? 8.5 or 9? What we're thinking?
I'm thinking 8.5.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. I think also it's a really good point you brought up before, Hero, about the salt element. I think it's from a flavour point of view, it's always good to notice how well cheeses are seasoned.
Yeah, no, that was beautiful.
Good thing to talk about, isn't it? Okay, so next cheese we are D31087.
Okay. You can see quite bright orange, a little bit of a natural rind, and some flecks of green through that, possibly chive.
Yeah, so it's a slight orangey colour, flecks of seasoning throughout it. It's a nice wedge. As Hero said, it's a natural rind on it, so it's been
natural rind. It looks like it may have been in cloth as well, just from the imprint on that rind.
Yeah. definitely smells like it, that's for sure. So from a visual point of view,
What are we thinking?
I think that's quite good for me. I think maybe a 8.
Yeah.
I think it's good. The nose is good.
And so, what sort of score do you think, Russell?
I'm probably going 8.5 on it. It looks amazing, but the only probably down part of it is on this side, I've got a really, really clean face.
Right. Okay.
And then on this here, I don't know if camera can pick it up. It's got some lines on it.
Right. Okay. So we think an 8. An 8's a fair score for this one.
I think so.
Lovely. So aroma, how's it smelling?
Quite chivy.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of allium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My skin's good. The rind, you can definitely tell it's
been cloth bound.
Absolutely. It's just got that lovely cheese maturation whole smell that you can just smell down the corridor.
That is kind of the place where it smells of cheese the most. The inside is really quite sort of the additive, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, that's all we're getting is chive and maybe a bit of onion in there or something.
Yeah.
So what sort of score are we thinking?
I'd be inclined for like a 7.5.
Okay.
I think so. I'm just not getting much cheese smell at all. I'm just apart from the rind, I'm just getting the additives.
So you're happy with 7.5, Russell?
Yeah.
Lovely. And so we move on to the texture.
I think the texture's quite nice, actually. It's got a nice crumble to it, a little bit of chew.
Yeah, so this is very different from the previous two. So this has got a much lower moisture content in it.
Right.
So with a lower moisture content, it doesn't ball as easy.
Okay.
So it's not as pliable.
You can see it as you're doing that. It's crumbling off slightly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So then on the mouth, always
mouth feels good. It's got a good body. I'd probably go for an 8 on texture. What do you think, Russell?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it at all. Why it's not a 10?
Would you go higher?
You know what? It's probably to be hypercritical, maybe a little bit dry. For it could do with a tiny little bit more moisture in it, just so it doesn't totally crumble. But absolutely fantastic. So yeah, I'll go with 8.
Yep. Lovely. And then we're on to flavour.
It's quite meaty at first, and then the additive, which I'm pretty sure is chive, is actually more subtle than I expected from the aroma.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right. Do you know what? On the taste, I really expected it to have a heavy oniony chive.
Yeah.
As soon as you went in, but actually, do you know what? It's not. It's a nice acidic, salty flavour coming, and then the chive onion comes in afterwards.
Yeah, and it's a well integrated additive, isn't it? It's not too overpowering. It's sort of just nicely kind of sits quite nicely with the cheese flavours. I would say at the end it's quite tart. There's quite a lot of acidity right at the end of this cheese.
Right.
It's not bitter though.
Bitterness, but generally speaking, I think it's quite well balanced with the additive.
I think that's a high score with that. I'm thinking of about a 9 on that.
I was thinking more like an 8, just because of that acidity at the end, but maybe meet in the middle.
Yeah, 8.5, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Lovely. This is nice, and you guys seem to be agreeing very nicely. I'm enjoying this. Next cheese we are on with is D41014.
Okay, quite interesting looking. I mean, this is packed with something.
Haven't got this one out yet.
So appearance-wise, there's quite a lot of sort of shadow just underneath the rind. where the cheese is meeting the rind. It does get quite dark towards the edge there. Just
Okay.
as an observation, the colour's not particularly even. There is a lot of the additive in this cheese. I'm not quite sure what it is yet, but
Yeah, you could see the additive through the rind as well, which
yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
Appearance-wise, that sort of discoloration, that change in colour between the centre of the paste and the rind, I'm not sure about. I'd probably be going for maybe a 7 there. What are your thoughts, Russell?
You haven't got it's not quite as pronounced in yours, is it, Russell, or is it?
No, yeah, it's mine's quite good, to be fair. It's just that just over here is probably not. It's quite evenly distributed here.
Yeah.
But it is a tiny amount. I think it looks a great cheese. I think if it was on my shelf, it would draw attention for someone to go and have further inspection of it. It is loaded with whatever additive it is.
Where do we sit score-wise then,
I've
guys?
got a nice clean shape.
Yeah.
The rind does look pretty awesome. So I'd probably go 8 again.
I think you've got
What do you
different
think,
truckles, haven't you? I think they're cut from different cheeses, so they're
Yeah.
a bit different.
So for me, it's all about consistency. So that's where actually, do you know what? I can't have inconsistencies. I need to be consistent all the time. So because Hero's got something that's perhaps not as good as mine, then I'll drop down to a 7 purely on consistency. I need consistency in my store.
Yeah. That's fair. What do you think, Hero?
Yeah, I was sitting around a 7 for the piece that's in front of me, so that's
Lovely. And so we're on to aroma.
more subtle than I expected, considering the amount of additive in there. I expected a bit more hit from that.
It's very underwhelming, actually, as exactly what Hero said. Is it's when you see something like this, you're expecting a massive flavour hit, and actually you're really chasing the flavour.
So from that point of view, what do you think score-wise on the aroma?
There's nothing I'm concerned about in the aroma necessarily.
No, there's not off taints or over. I suppose it's a preconception that you think it's going to be a massive flavour hit, and perhaps I was a little bit disappointed with it. So again,
so a 7.5, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. 7.5, 8.
Nice.
I'm really intrigued to know what the bloody hell it is, I have to say.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
And I think it's really interesting you were saying, like, you expected it to smell quite strong because of the amount of additive that's visually there, but then it's not. So I think I'm really interested about the taste side of things as well now.
yeah.
So texture, how are we looking?
Texture-wise, as I mentioned, there was quite a lot of variation between the centre and the rind. It's really quite firm at the rind, and then really quite sort of squidgy in the centre. So quite a bit of variation. I'm just going to...
It is very pliable. It is almost plasticky.
Right.
It's a bit sticky in the mouth.
I'm still not sure what that is entirely. It could be... It's got a sort of almost spinachy flavour. I wonder if it's nettle or something, or seaweed.
So the texture side of things...
Sorry.
No,
Yeah.
you're fine. No, you're fine.
I was talking the texture and getting carried away.
I'm interested in the taste as well, so I'm like... So what do we think texture-wise, guys? Scores?
I mean, I'm struggling to find anything really negative on it. It's soft, but it's a little bit plasticky, probably a slight negative on there. And as Hero said, as you go towards the rind, as you'd expect, it does dry out and go a bit firmer.
Right.
You can't get away from that.
Yeah.
Mine is quite firm by the rind, actually. It's quite sort of tough to get through, actually, just by the rind.
Okay, so mine's not that tough.
So what we're thinking then?
Maybe
so
a 7 texture-wise? Again?
I think so. So it's this a case of consistency again.
Consistency, like you mentioned before. So okay, cool. So we'll go with 7 then. Lovely. And flavour.
I think we can see now why there is so much of this additive in the cheese, because it's quite a subtle flavour that it's bringing to it. And it's just kind of adding like a nice sort of vegetal kind of note to it, to something which is a cheese which is, you know, relatively straightforward, a little bit sweet, a little bit savoury. And then it does have this nice kind of vegetal kind of like a sort of vegetable soup kind of almost.
It's a little bit salty as well. The most concerning thing for me is I can't actually put my finger on what actually it is.
Right. Okay.
I suspect this is nettle, but that's obviously not something that is eaten a
huge in flavour,
to make it very identifiable.
You said seaweed as well, and this is with the salty bits and saline, and I don't know. It just I'm really keen to know what it is.
Yeah. So where are we thinking score-wise with the flavour then?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. There's no off flavors. There's no sour milk flavors. It's subtle. It delivers. My mouth's still tingling from it, in fairness.
Okay.
So I'll probably go 8. You know, and the reason why I'm not going higher is I don't actually know what it is.
Right. Okay. And what are we thinking here, right?
Yeah, I'd be very happy with an 8.
Okay.
Yeah, 8.
Lovely. Fantastic. So we are then on to D1 1203.
Jonathan, how many more do we have? Just from interest.
3 more.
Okay, I'm just slightly conscious of time. I know we did a preamble beforehand, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
how are we thinking appearance on this one, guys?
It's quite an interesting appearance, actually. It's got a little sort of
rooftop. It almost looks like a little bit a loaf of bread.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, really interesting.
Looks really appetizing, really funky. It's got a real good covering on the outside of smokiness.
Yeah. Very even. Looks well made. Maybe an 8, 8.5.
I'm happy with an 8. Okay. The reason why I'm not going higher is I've got a really dark side of smokiness and then quite a light side of smokiness, so I haven't got consistency all the way around it.
Yeah, it does look like it's been smoked from one side, but I guess that's...
So with aroma, how are we feeling? How's it smelling?
Well, as soon as you open the pack, it hits you like a sack of potatoes. It's really strong. It's a sweet smoke.
Yeah, it's almost like kipper, isn't it? In a good way.
I love kippers. Yeah, I was going to say.
Okay, so aroma, I'd go relatively high for that. Maybe an 8.5.
8.5. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Lovely. And so then on to texture, guys.
Quite an interesting texture. It's quite sort of crumbly. There's quite a bit of like moisture through it as well.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when you snap it, you get nice fractures that show the cheese is nicely matured.
Yeah, it's quite like almost brittle, isn't it? In a way.
And so with that into taking into account, what do we think score-wise?
Texture? Maybe an 8.5 for me.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Lovely. You guys are making this very easy. I'm enjoying it. So flavour-wise, what are we thinking? How's it coming across?
The smoke is very pronounced.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to work my way past that to
So obviously with the smokiness like this, the closer to the outside you get, the stronger the smoke. The more inside you get. So for instance, if I've eaten a piece from here, it's really, really smoky. If I take that piece out,
okay,
this will be a lot less smoky.
Yeah.
in fact, just
So the
Yeah.
cheese in the center, it's quite acidic, quite tart. But I
Okay.
think that's actually quite refreshing when you have it, the balance of the rind and the center
Yeah.
there.
So how do we feel score-wise then?
I think
think-
this delivers for me.
I think when you have a smoked one, it's really difficult to get smokiness all the way through.
Yeah.
And there's no off taints or odors. You know, it's a nice smoke. It's not overpowering. It's slightly sweet. So I'd probably go 8.5 on this.
Yeah, I'd be very happy to see it with 8.5.
Lovely. Okay. So we are then on to D1 1049, guys.
So quite a yellow bit of cheese, if that's not a silly
Okay.
thing to say.
Paprika on the end.
Yeah,
Okay.
one side which is sort of coated with a little orange dusting.
So would you,
Doesn't
looking
look
at
as exciting as some of the cheese we've had.
previous
Where it
one.
looks sort of very, very even, doesn't it?
It's very consistent. I've got a nice nose on it. It's well presented. But like you say, it's not exciting like the other appearances that we've seen, you know, with funky
Yeah.
bits of additives and the nice crusty rind on it or the good finish. So
Yeah.
I'll probably go a 7.5
7.
on it.
Oh, I was going to say 7, but yeah, 7.5 is
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lovely. And then we're on to aroma.
Much. This is sorry. I know we're not comparing one to the other. It's the smoke is subtle.
It's
Right.
really subtle. Really
Yeah.
subtle.
You just get quite a lot of almost like smoky bacon. Come
Right.
on the
Okay.
nose. But you have to get
That's
quite
it.
close to detect it. So yeah, a subtle.
Where do we think score-wise?
I think it's a smoked cheese. It's really, really subtle and we shouldn't compare it to the last one, but as a smoked cheese, I think it's a little bit light.
Okay. So what are we thinking?
7.
Yeah, 7.
Okay. And then we're on to texture.
Texture's very, very even, almost spreadable, quite squishy.
Right.
It's almost like this has been reformed.
Hmm
It's almost like it's
That
come
wouldn't
through an
surprise.
extruder.
Maybe a 7.
Yeah.
I think so. It's not. It's been reformed.
Yeah.
Okay. And then flavor. How are we feeling?
The smoke is very subtle.
In fairness, the smoke is all the way through it, whereas the other one, a typical smoked, is just mainly on the outside and struggle to get it on the inside. Where this smoke is all the way through it.
All the way through it. Okay.
It's probably a bit more consistent that way. So I'll probably go a little bit higher here. I'll probably go 8.5.
What do you think, Hero?
The smoke is more consistently through it because it's been reformed.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it, Hero? What do you think score-wise?
I wish I'd tried this one before the last one.
Yeah.
Just because I'm finding the smoke so subtle. I'm less keen on this one, I think, overall. I'm probably around a 7 for flavor. I just don't think it's delivering much complexity. It's very much a sort of one-trick pony.
So I think it's quite complex. I think it's there. You're looking for it. It's a balance of the cheese.
What score were you saying, Russell?
I'd go 8.5.
Would you be happy to meet in the middle at 7.5 then? If Hero's on 7, you're sort of 8.5. Would you be happy to meet in 7.5?
Yeah, let's go for it. Yeah, let's do it.
Lovely. Perfect. And then we're on to the last, but definitely not least of the cheeses, is D1 1224.
Wow.
Hey, got a soft cheese here. I don't know if you can see there. Mine's got quite a bit of like spots of some sort of I don't know if it's part of the smoking process. There's some little sort of bits of carbon or charcoal or something on mine.
Right. Okay.
Mine's really nicely mature. It's starting to run around the kitchen.
Okay, so what we thinking score-wise on the appearance side of things?
I mean, it's difficult because I think mine suffered maybe in transit. It's definitely the cheese has escaped the rind on a couple of occasions and kind of dried on the outside, and it's got these spots on it which are, not intentional.
Yeah.
I think this looking on a cheese board would look amazing. It just looks really artisan, really rustic. It's really ripe and ready to go. I'm concerned over Hero's spots on it. I haven't got any.
So how do we feel about the appearance? What score are we thinking?
So if it was just me on this, I'd probably score it a 9. But as Hero's got bits on it and it's all about consistency for me, I'll probably drop down to a 7.
What do you think, Hero?
I would be going for a 7 for the piece that's in front of me. I think just cutting it open, I'm slightly concerned in some ways about how evenly that's ripening. It's coming away from the rind quite a lot. It's quite liquid inside, and there's a lot of pull away from the rind. So yeah, a 7 probably for appearance.
And how's it smelling?
I'm desperate to stick my thumb into Russell's there as he held it. I was going like that, come on, let's get it in there. But anyway, it does.
Very mushroomy. Like a sort of uncooked mushroom, quite mushroomy on the rind.
So for a brie or a stroke camembert, it's exactly the smell I'd expect for something that's really ripe and ready to eat. It's supposed to be smoked. I'm not getting much smoke through this.
I'm not getting much smoked either. I'm worried that maybe I'd had the strong smoky cheese first, and now it's making it harder to detect.
Right.
It just smells amazing. I mean, I'm getting to a stage where I can't pick this up.
So what do we think score-wise on the aroma, guys?
Considering it's a smoked brie, for the brie, I'd give it a 9.
Okay, what do you think, Hero?
Brie,
I was thinking around an 8, maybe an 8.5.
I was going to go a bit harsh in that. I'm not getting much smoked aroma at all, if any. So I'll probably go a 7. If it was just the brie on its own, it smells amazing, but there's no smoke. So I'd say a 7.
Do you want to go 7.5 then? If Hero said 8, are you happy with that, Russell?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Lovely. And then we are on to the texture, guys.
Texture. The right, I mean, it's quite liquid.
Russell's enjoyed the texture.
Sea lion impersonation there, Hero. And he's about having a beard. He's wearing quite a lot of this cheese. Look at that. Gosh.
The rind is quite thick, actually. The texture of the rind is a little bit on the chewy side, which may be unavoidable if you're smoking a cheese of this style.
Yeah. What do you think, Russell?
But it's just absolutely flipping delicious in terms of the texture. It just melts. It's this gooey, ripened brie. It's a 9 all day long for me.
Texture-wise, what do you think, Hero?
I think with texture-wise, I think that the ripening's a little bit uneven on mine, and the rind is quite sort of chewy. I'd be going around an 8 probably.
Should we do our meat in the middle?
Yeah, we'll go 8.5.
Lovely.
You know what? It's a nice runny one. You are going to get a chewy rind with a brie like this. You can't get away from it.
And so flavour-wise, how are we feeling?
The what, sorry?
The flavour, sorry.
I'm not getting any smoke, really. I can't detect a smoke at all. How's yours, Russell?
No, I can't get any. It's a little bit like the aroma, to be fair. As a brie, I would score it really, really highly for flavour. As a smoked brie, I'm hardly getting any smoke whatsoever. It just tastes of a really nice ripened brie. So I'll probably go a 7 on the flavour.
Yeah, I'd go a 7 too.
Okay, lovely. And that is the end of those cheeses. And looking at the scores, the winning cheese was D31042.
Which one was that?
That was the first one you tried. No, the second one you tried, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it was the
the one that was
leaf
wrapped.
wrapped.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, the one wrapped in leaves. Yes.
We had no preconceptions.
Okay.
There's one thing I want to try with this.
I
I want
think
to try it on a Lottie's biscuit.
Now these biscuits from Lottie Shaw and some of Huddersfield's finest are great because they've actually been made specially where they're not too intrusive. They're supposed to support the cheese rather than dominate. So they're probably, she scaled down the seasoning, the salt, and what have you, particularly for these awards. With the blue cheese later on, we're going to have a Parkin.
Nice
biscuit. Yeah, one of hers. So thank you, Lottie.
I would like to say thank you to the two wonderful judges, and then also thank you to Butler's Farmhouse Cheeses for sponsoring these fantastic aprons. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Well done, a hero. We're loving your tiger plant pot behind you as well, and Russell for tickling our tonsils in one of those descriptions. Really great. You've really entered into it brilliantly, and it's a joy to spend time. And it does work on the screen, and a really good insight and a close-up of your thinking process. So thank you so very much. Much appreciated.
Welcome.
And we're going to move on to our next category, which is best speciality. Hurrah! Well done to that. This is a category that combines cheeses of varying textures, including white molded, soft cheese, washed rind, fresh cheese, organic, soft and hard. Thank you very much, Specialty and Fine Food Fair in September for sponsoring this. Really appreciated. Diverse range, and to orchestrate proceedings, our second moderator. Hurrah! It's Cara Bowen. Delighted, normally tracked down in London, somewhat in Hertfordshire. At the moment, Cara has a quarter of a century's experience in the food, hospitality and the event sector. Prior to the Virtual Cheese Awards, she created and managed the Specialty and Fine Food Fair. There's a good symmetry there, showcasing specialty food and drink from across the globe. This is someone with an ace, can-do attitude, combined with great commercial acumen. Well done. Now I've embarrassed you suitably, Cara. Who are your brace of fine judges you got with you?
Thanks, Nigel, and thanks for holding the day together for us. I'm joined by two brilliant judges. Firstly, we have the wonderful Rory Mellis from Mellis Cheese. I'm going to hand over to Rory, let him introduce himself quickly.
Hi guys, pleasure to be on. My name is Rory Mellis. I'm one of the directors of a family business called Mellis Cheese based up in Edinburgh. We specialise in farmhouse and speciality cheese. We mature, wholesale and sell to our lovely customers all around Scotland and the UK.
Fantastic. And then I'm going to try and hand you over to the very, very lovely Sarah Minnis from Waitrose, who is joining us for the first time this year. Sarah, good morning. Welcome. Do you want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your role?
I don't know if you can hear me. I'm having some technical issues, so I can't hear any of you at the moment.
Okay, we can hear you. You're sounding great.
I've just messaged, so hopefully somebody will help us. But if you want me to introduce myself, so I am Sarah Minnis, and I'm the speciality and ingredient cheese buyer at Waitrose.
Thank you very much, Sarah. We're going to jump straight in, guys. Just for the lovely viewers watching us, we use a panel system to judge each one of the cheese using 4 different attributes. The judges will look at the appearance of the cheese, the aroma of the cheese, the texture, and finally, and most importantly, the flavour. We're going to go with the first cheese. Hopefully, Sarah, can you hear us? Nope. Sarah can't hear us.
I will message her and see if you can see that.
Lovely. So the first cheese we're going to go with today is E11153.
Right here.
Lovely. Rory, if you wouldn't mind holding it up for the camera.
All right.
Yeah, brilliant. Sarah, hopefully you've got yours as
Oh,
well.
Sorry, I'm just going to come off camera a minute so I can work out what's going on.
Okay. In the meantime, Rory, if you could sort of hold that cheese up to the camera again and just give us a little bit of an insight into what you think about the appearance of that cheese.
Yeah, of course. So the appearance for me is obviously a mold ripened brie style cheese to some extent. The appearance is maybe slightly unusual for a brie. It's got a really dense, it's very heavy. So maybe unlike a brie where the curds are cut a bit thicker or bigger, it's got quite a dense kind of feel to it. It's got slight discoloration on the top, so maybe it could just be down to the way it is wrapped or wrapped too early and kept in a higher temperature. But it's got some slight discoloration, and it's breaking down around the rinds. But if you can kind of see the end kind of pulling away slightly as well. So perhaps, yeah, just it's got the kind of a chalky kind of center, but it is breaking down slightly around the rind as well.
Okay. And in terms of squidginess?
Not so much, unfortunately. Like I said, I think it's packed quite densely. Maybe the curds are cut a bit too fine instead of ladled in, because it's aging more like a hard cheese would than a mold ripened soft cheese. But yeah, not very squidgy, quite tacky actually on the top.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of appearance, what would you like to give it?
I think in terms of appearance, there's nothing like massively wrong with it. It's not what I would expect of a brie style cheese with a kind of penicillin candidium rind or fluffy exterior. So I would probably go for like a 7, just with all the discoloration. Yeah, 6.5, 7.
Okay, I am going to go back and get Sarah to give us her scores as well later, but we'll just keep going with this one for the moment.
Okay.
What about aroma?
Aroma is quite nice. It's quite like milky, and it's quite fresh and milky actually. Not too much kind of depth to it, but it's quite quite fresh. I quite like it. Quite nice lemony, quite fresh to it, to be honest.
Sorry, did you say lemony?
Yeah, quite lemony, quite fresh. It's very milky, it smells like a dairy, like when you walk into a dairy. No ammonia or kind of like unpleasant flavors or unpleasant smells, quite clean. So yes, you're not getting any kind of like ammonia or kind of breakdown smell that you would maybe get. So I'm quite like the smell, maybe like 7.5, 8. I'm not getting anything massive. It's not your usual like mushroomy smells from a brie, but it's not unpleasant at all.
Lovely, thank you. I suggest you have a quick slice, dive in there.
That's all good. So again, a bit firmer to cut through. It's almost kind of like cut through a little bit like a wash rind cheese would. So a little bit under ripe, still quite a dense cut. But again, it's holding together fairly good. So like in terms of structure and what you'd expect if you're cutting it in a shop, then it's holding itself quite nicely. Texture wise, I'm for a brie style cheese, it's maybe a couple of weeks off, if not 3 weeks off, being ripe. For retail, you could be probably quite good for selling, but if we're judging it like right now today, I would say that it's a couple of weeks off being ripe and ready to eat effectively. But yeah, like I said, it's not falling apart, which is a good thing. Sometimes if the cheese is falling apart, I would mark it down further than if it was just slightly underripe. But if we're judging it as of today, then I would say a couple of weeks it needs.
Okay. And what do you think to the flavour?
It's quite punchy. It's quite. It's really sharp. It's quite sharp and quite fresh. Textures. I mean, the texture basically that definitely adds to the flavour. It's quite mouth coating, quite dense. And get quite a little bit of bitterness from the rind, like towards the back a bit and at the rind. So you're getting a little bit of bitterness. I find the cheese quite salty as well. So a bit too high in salt, I would say. Aside from that, like it's quite different flavour. You get kind of like the breakdown is really nice and mushroomy. But obviously the kind of underripe section's a little bit fresher. So some nice flavors, definitely. I would maybe go for again a 7.
Super duper. Thanks very much, Rory.
No problem.
We will move on to the next one then, which is E21055. Ooh.
Yeah. There we go. So it's a bit different to the first one. It's,
Sorry, Cara, can you just repeat that number?
Yeah, sorry, Nigel. Echo 21055.
Okay. So thank you. I'm going to get these cheeses until Sarah comes back, and I can then taste them alongside Rory.
Amazing. Thanks, Nigel. We'll go with that. And the next one will be E31217, Nigel.
so appearance
Rory,
wise,
if you could just give us a little bit about the appearance.
yeah, I think the appearance is looks kind of like an Alpine style cheese, kind of bigger curds, a little bit more wash curd maybe. Appearance wise, it's really lovely and clean on the inside with an obvious kind of breakdown and maturing round the outside or the inside of the rind. The rind's got a little bit of discoloration on it, but I think that's just natural bacteria. Looks to me to be kind of in parts washed, maybe at the early stages of the maturing process. But appearance-wise, it's quite nice. It's a nice size, quite clean. I'd be pretty happy with like fairly high with that, maybe like an 8.5.
Okay, Nigel, do you have one yet?
No, not yet. Just here any second. I have just tasted the previous one. Oh, Sarah's with us.
Hey, Sarah, welcome.
Hello. I can hear everyone.
We're going to come back to that first one and you, but we've moved on to the second one, only just, which is E21055.
Perfect.
It's a rather sexy looking one.
Yeah.
Cool.
So sorry, Sarah. I just finished giving my opinion on the appearance, but I thought it was quite clean, like an Alpine style cheese. But
yeah, definitely looks like an Alpine. Definitely looks like an Alpine style, and really nice sort of even. I've had to change computers, so I don't know where the camera is on this one. There.
It's absolutely fine. You're doing brilliantly. That's it.
So really even finish on all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? It looks really nice. So what are we thinking on appearance? An 8, 8.5?
Yeah, I said about an 8.5, maybe even higher. 8.5 I would be happy with.
Yeah.
I was happy with 8.5.
Yeah. Nice and clean.
Yeah, because there's some sort of waviness with it. I don't know if you can see that.
Yes.
I think most of it was completely straight.
If we can go on to aroma next, please, chaps.
So,
not getting a huge aroma off of it. Not getting massive. It's quite floral, a little bit floral, I think, is what I'm getting off of it, but nothing.
Quite sweet. There's quite a sweet smell off the rind, actually, isn't there?
Yeah. Getting a bit more of a like musty rind, but that's natural rinding. In terms of the cheese, not a massive amount.
I'm just going to cut into it to see if it just releases a few more. It's really subtle. It's a nice. It smells quite milky, and it's got that sweet top note, but it's very subtle, isn't it? It's not in your face or anything, but it's nice. I don't mind. Sometimes the more subtle ones are nice, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't
What
mind
are we
it.
going to give it, guys, for aroma?
I was going to go with 7.5-ish.
Yeah, 7.5, 8. I don't mind it. I think it's sometimes you don't want them to be too strong, do you?
Yeah, I think I'd be happy with an 8 as well.
Yeah.
Just missing a couple of points just from any form of depth from it. But.
Yeah.
All right, then. Can we go for the texture?
Mm-hmm. Texture is quite nice, actually. It's got a nice a nice breakdown to it. It's not crumbling. It's not breaking down too quickly. It's not difficult. It's quite classic of an Alpine, I think, kind of nice and elastic.
Yeah, quite. It's got that sort of bounce to it, hasn't it? That's nice.
Mm-hmm. And texture in the mouth is also quite nice. I'd be pretty happy again with a nice 8. I kind of like that sort of texture.
So when you say it's nice mouthfeel, what does that mean?
Yeah. It's breaks down really nicely. It's a nice eatable cheese. It's a great table cheese. I think that's something that you can keep going back to as well. So I think the texture lends itself well to kind of lots of different things as well as just eating. But you could do a few things with it. I quite like that.
It's quite silky. It coats your mouth nicely.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, 8.
Yeah, 8. I'd agree.
Sounds like a solid 8 to me, guys. Okay, and then finally the flavour.
It's really subtle, but there's lots of flavours in there. There's again that sweet notes coming through, almost a bit fruity as well as floral.
Yeah, it's really floral. I was going to say it's got really kind of like nice herbaceous floral notes to it actually. And it's quite it doesn't die. I think it's pretty well salted as well.
Yeah.
You can taste the salt sometimes with these styles of cheeses. You can barely taste any form of salt, but it's quite balanced actually.
So would you say it's perfectly balanced, Rory?
Sorry.
I said, would you say it's perfectly balanced on the salt level?
Yeah. I would. Yeah, it's not too much, and it's going to be really difficult to get the salting right on these styles of cheese. So I think it's really well balanced.
I think it's a really lovely cheese. It just keeps giving you those flavors even after you've swallowed the first piece. I think it's really nice, although still subtle. It's quite complex, I think, and it's I really like it.
I'm on my third piece, so it's
I think it's got to be at least a 9. I think.
Yeah, for sure. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
A 9. I'm happy with that.
Really nice.
In there. Great. The next cheese we're going to go on to, guys, is E31217.
A different one again.
Oh. Can you show us the side as well, Rory? Thank you.
And see, it's quite a nice. It's just obviously a nice natural. It's a molding impression that's gone on the front, but it looks like a daisy or some sort of flower.
It looks like petals, doesn't it? I don't know. Don't know if they can see that there.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's quite a wet cheese.
Appearance-wise, I quite like it. Like if we're looking at,
I don't know if if you'd expect it to be more even, maybe. Mine's slightly.
Oh right, yeah. Mine's
But
actually.
then I don't. Equally, you don't always want it to be uniform, do you? So it's not completely off balance. I think it's.
I quite like it. Yeah, I would be happy with like a 7.5, 8. I like, as a fresh cheese, it's quite striking. I like the pattern on top.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not seeing any like discoloration or like molding or imperfections for a fresh cheese. So it's.
Should we go 8?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything wrong with it at all.
Lovely. What about aroma, guys? I know it's a fresh cheese, but
yeah, but for a fresh cheese, it's quite acidic. It's quite punchy actually. It's very milky and dairy-like.
Very milky.
It smells like a fat.
Almost yogurty. It's got a yogurty note to it.
Yeah, yeah. I think you definitely get, if not like more aroma, if not the same amount of aroma off this one than we did the last. So
yeah. So 8 or 8.5.
About an 8, I think I would be going. Yeah.
texture, guys. What's it like to cut?
It's firmer than I thought it was going to be, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But
quite nice to cut, actually. But yeah. I'm not too sure if it's gearing on a wash rinder or ricotta. If it was a ricotta style, then I'd be expecting a lot softer. So it's pretty firm in for a fresh cheese, I think.
Yes. But it's layered nicely. Like, I don't know if you can see that. Ooh, move across again.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, no, that's really good.
Texture of it. But yeah, it's firmer. But then I haven't seen a cheese like this before, so it might be I'm just not familiar with how it's supposed to be. But I think probably from a commercial or a customer point of view, I think they'd see it as a nice firm cheese. So maybe an 8.5 again. Yeah,
I'd be happy with an 8. I think the only things I'm not entirely sure what it, like if we're judging it on if it's a ricotta style cheese, then it's definitely way too hard. So
I think you have to judge it as you feel it. Don't think about it as a ricotta type. Just
right. I would mark it down slightly just because it's not as soft as, like, it's a nice curd cheese, but I wouldn't necessarily know what to do with it.
Sarah, one of the joys of you not being on screen for a bit is that I've actually managed to get hold of them to taste them all as well. And it is lucky me. And but that is it's really quite lemony, isn't it? And fresh and vibrant. I'm not sure whether to eat it or dab it behind my ears, but it's not that floral, but it's very enticing and certainly fresh and vibrant. Without trying to then say, is it a ricotta or whatever? But it's very pretty, isn't it? I mean, it's very pretty cheese.
Very pretty. It's quite zesty as well. It's got like those lemon and lime notes coming through.
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you think on texture then? Do you think 8, Rory?
Yeah, we can definitely go an 8. Yeah.
Okay, we're going 8 on texture.
Lovely. And then finally the flavour, guys.
I mean, it's got more depth than I thought it would have for a soft cheese.
Quite fresh.
It is fresh. You wouldn't expect it to last too long, but the flavour lasts longer than I thought it would. It's very citrusy, very tangy.
I don't know. I think it's nice. It's not over salted either. It's fairly balanced. I think in the fresh cheese, that's fairly impressive. It is really impressive. I quite like the flavour. In all honesty, it'd be good through salads and good for eating. And I think it really does a good. It's different. I think I quite like it. So I'd be happy with a good 8.
Yes. I agree. I mean, for the cheesemaker to get that much flavour into a fresh cheese is quite impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I think it would probably age okay as well, which is good. It's got a nice amount of texture and moisture that it would probably keep for a good length of period of time as well. So
Yeah.
I like that. Different.
Cool.
So are you sticking with the 8 or an 8.5 on that, guys?
Eight.
An 8, yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. Next cheese that we're going to go on to is E41013. So do you want to give us a little showing of it? Rory's done the appearance the first couple of times. So if you want to hold it up to the camera and then start us off, that would be brilliant.
So it's a nice white, bloomy white cheese. Very even, actually. See that? There's some marks, obviously, where it's been on the metal, I can't remember the name of them, on the metal grates to age. But yeah, very even. It's quite a solid cheese, actually, isn't it? For Brie, it's quite firm.
There's no discoloration or anything either. It's quite nice.
No.
Bloomy.
No, so appearance, I'd say for the cheese it is, it's probably a good 8.5, 9, because it is what it is.
Yeah, of course. I think I'd be more inclined to go like 8.5 or 8, just because there's no like natural ripples or molds over the top.
Yeah.
But again, that's probably just down to the paper, the way it's wrapped in. But yeah, probably, I'd be happy with 8.5.
Cool.
Lovely. Aroma, guys.
It's got that mushroom vegetal smell like you'd expect on the rind. Let me just open up the.
You smell the bacteria quite a lot. It's quite yeasty. Yeah, it's got quite a yeasty, fresh smell.
Yeah.
So inside.
Very lactic inside.
Yeah, the outside, sorry. Yeah, quite a lactic, like you said, Sarah, quite lactic inside as well. Not a massive, not the kind of, it's more like fresh or like uncooked mushrooms rather than like a depth that you would maybe get from.
And a bit of that sour cream note as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's broken down, it has broken down a bit around the edge.
A little bit, yeah.
Probably expect to see a bit more breakdown, I'd say.
Yes.
I don't know what your sample's like.
Pretty much the same. I think on aroma, what would you be happy with? Like a 7?
Yeah, 7, I think.
Yeah.
You just don't get that depth, do you? You just get those sort of quite one-dimensional notes.
Yeah, happy with 7.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you, guys. And what about the texture?
Not as soft as I would be happy with.
Yeah, I'd want to see it a bit more broken down. I mean, my kitchen is a bit cold, maybe. That might not help. But
I think in terms of like, again, it's probably going to be a great cheese in 3 weeks. But as it's judging right now, it's not ripe. So,
it's a bit young.
Yeah. So I think if we're looking at it right now and today, that it could have done with another 2-3 weeks to develop and ripen up at least.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty firm.
It is.
Like there's really not much going further with it.
No, and actually the mouthfeel is quite, you get a lot of chalk. It's quite dry still. I'm just going to try and get to the bit that is a bit more mature.
That's presumably because it needs to ripen some more.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. at least like usual, they'll be like between 5 and 6 weeks is when they should be ready. But this is probably at the 2 week, 3 week stage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you get that lactic note when you taste it, and that sweetness, bit of sour cream, and that mushroomy. So it's probably going to end up being quite a nice cheese at the moment. The flavors aren't all there.
Yeah, I'd probably say about 7.5. It's
Yeah,
well balanced though.
Yeah,
Like
it
you
is actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's well salted. It's gonna probably be really nice in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So probably 7 if you're happy with that.
Yes. Yeah, 7. Definitely.
Today.
So guys, can I just recap that whole cheese with you? So we have 8.5 for appearance, 7 for aroma, 7 for texture, and 7 for flavor.
Yes. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you. The next one we're going on to is E41198. Rory, do you want to hold yours up to the camera just so we can see it? And around the sides? Thank you. What do we think to appearance, guys?
So again, it's really heavy.
It's got quite a density. Appearance-wise, it looks good. There's like slight discoloration around the edge, just from it being wrapped in wax, really.
I don't know if you can see that. You can see that a bit, can't you, on mine?
Mm-hmm.
But there's some nice ripples.
Yeah. This one definitely feels less firm than the last brie, actually. You can feel it breaking down more inside. Mm-hmm. But I think, look-wise, there is a bit of... Oh, let me try and get the angle. It's a bit lumpy, bumpy in places. So probably 7.5, 8.
Yeah, I'd be more inclined with it. 8. What did we go for the last one? 8.
Yeah, what did we say for the last one, Carla?
8.5.
8.5.
Yeah, I'd say it's. I mean, I don't think there's any much difference. So I would probably be inclined to go about 8, 8.5, maybe 8 with discoloration.
Yeah, 8 maybe then.
Okay. Aroma.
Smells really. Smells almost like truffle.
Yeah.
Not to me, but a strong mushroom. I'm gonna kind.
Yeah, I mean it's a big hit inside actually.
Oh. Oh, wow! I wasn't expecting that. Yeah. Look at that.
Quite a nice hit actually. It's very mushroomy. You definitely get the mushroomy now when you've cut it open. You know, when you get it inside so much, but it's quite subtle.
The funny feeling we know what that internal bit is before you even taste it.
Yeah. It's just whether it dominates the cheese notes a bit, but
I guess we'll only know that. Can you smell the cheese through the truffle?
Not as much, but it's such a powerful ingredient, truffle.
Yeah.
Like, you've almost got no chance of cheese like this being able to smell. You can definitely smell the kind of like the yeasty kind of bacteria on the outside.
Yeah.
Plus, I think the characteristics of a brie and that are fairly mushroomy anyway, so I think it's just amplified it really.
Yeah.
But you can definitely smell truffle.
Yeah. So I think probably, I mean, it smells nice. It's just maybe you'd want to smell the cheese a bit more. So maybe it's about 7 on.
Yeah. I personally quite like the smell of truffle, so I'm probably.
Yeah.
I quite like it. Where is it?
7.5 then?
Yeah.
I think so.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Taste. Let's go into
texture. Sorry, Sarah.
Yeah, sorry.
What's it like to cut?
It's nice.
It's nice. It's broken down nicely, actually.
Yeah, it's really.
Yeah, it's what you.
Perfect. I would just go as far to say. I think the truffles, they've cut it open, and there's slight youngness within the kind of where they've cut it open and layered the truffle through it.
Yeah.
But like if you didn't, the breakdown's pretty perfect from the rind down.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so I think for texture, it's got to be a 9, isn't it? Because it is a perfect one. Yeah.
And you're not getting like slip rinds where it comes away from the rinds. It's actually quite even blue molding. It's really good, actually.
Great. And the flavour?
So the brie itself is really creamy, actually. You get a strong cream note coming through. I'm just going to taste a bit with the truffle. Ooh.
I quite like it, actually. You do get that. You do still taste some of the cheese. It's quite creamy.
What's the taste that's coming through? Is it just cream, or are there any other notes?
No, I mean, you definitely get the truffle. It's but it's not like super long lasting. It kind of you get the initial hit, but then you do taste some of the cheese after it. So I quite like the balance of that. Otherwise, it could be quite dominating.
Yeah, it's not. It's really balanced. The truffle isn't. I'm not particularly a great fan of truffle, but the truffle's not overpowering at all. It's really nice. I'd probably give it a 9 again, actually, for the balance and the flavors.
Yeah, I think even if you were to take that truffle completely out, I think
it would be nice. Yeah.
The texture of the cheese is really well made.
Yes.
So I think the truffle just adds a little, point of difference to it. But I think aside from that, the cheese is really well made, and it's got a nice depth of flavor to it, aside from the truffle.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 9?
9, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, guys. We're going on to E51016, please.
So this is a really nice looking piece of cheese again. Quite that sort of Alpine style.
Mm-hmm.
But with this plaster coat covering.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Quite
you can
clean.
see the salt in there as well, can't you?
Mm-hmm. Like, there's no bluing or discoloration around the rind. Even on the rind itself, it's been cleaned up really well.
Yeah.
Whereas sometimes you can see molding. It looks quite old, which is really nice to see that there's no like miting or breakdown.
No.
Sometimes you can get like really poor rinds off the back of such an old piece, but it's really clean.
I think it's got to be a 9, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can imagine obviously the full piece would be that size-ish, so it's quite a big cheese, I think.
Yeah.
So we're looking at aroma, guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite nutty.
Very sweet.
Very sweet, yeah.
Is that
but a bit meaty as
caramelly?
well. It's got like I want to say bovril note, but it's got that meatiness to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite complex. You're getting quite a lot of different.
There's one thing that smells like, and I can't really put my kind of finger on it. It's something. It is again. It's really kind of nice and sweet though, and nutty. A lot of depth though.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Meaty. Like again, a good 8.5. I think 9.
Yeah,
Yeah.
9 maybe. I mean, it's quite a lot going on, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Definitely the
Is that
strongest.
9 then, guys?
9, I think.
9? Yeah.
Texture?
Let me just get into it. So it
quite
breaks
nice.
really nicely.
Yeah.
And then it opens up and you get all that sort of salty liquid in there. So yeah, it's definitely been aged nicely.
It's got quite a nice clean cut as well. It's not like just crumbling everywhere. You can get a nice slice out of it.
So good for cheesemongers, really.
Yeah. You don't want it like breaking down all over the place or crumbling, or even just for people who are portioning up for parties. It's got a nice cut to it for sure.
Yeah.
Sounds like there wouldn't be much left of it anyway, guys.
No.
Yeah, I hope it tastes as good as it so far it's delivering.
Well, go on, dive on in there, and then we'll get the scores for texture and flavour straight after.
It's got quite like a cumin. Tastes like cumin, kind of like some sort of spice. It's definitely not spiced or flavored. It's just got a really caramel kind of like cuminy flavor to it. It's quite nice. Almost kind of like walnuts or kind of nuts.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's some sort, I don't know. You get that meatiness again.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also that, yeah, like you say, that sort of sweet caramel, maybe slightly burnt caramel. That might be where the nuttiness has come from. It's really nice.
I quite like the texture.
Yeah.
And the flavors. I quite like the flavor. I don't think I could eat a lot of it, but
What's the mouth
quite
feel
strong.
like?
quite wet.
Yeah.
It's not too. It definitely doesn't break down. I mean, it's pretty old. I'd say a good 18 to 20 months at least. But it's quite wet on the mouth, actually.
Yeah. You get that salt through as well, don't you?
Mhm.
What do you think then for texture?
I'd be happy with it, like 8.5. I think maybe the only slightly. Maybe not
Sarah?
a 9.
Yeah, 8.5. Sorry, I can't stop eating
Yeah.
it. That's probably a good sign.
Probably a very good sign. Do you want to give me a flavour score then?
A good 9.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9. Did you say? Yeah.
Yeah.
Out of interest, guys, what would make it a 10?
I'm not particularly keen on like aged stuff. I quite like a nice table cheese. So I think from a customer point of view, the goal is to trying to get them to buy bigger pieces, I think. And like it's got quite it's quite sweet. It's almost thickly, I think. So I think a little bit maybe less Helvetia cultures or less added like sweetness to it would make it a 10.
Thank you. That's great.
Really nice cheese though.
So almost on to our last cheese, E51229. Looks like an interesting rind there, guys.
Yeah, so it's got grass or hay on it.
Yeah, I think it's hay or grass. Yeah, like you said, it's not a herb of any sort. It just seems to be bounded or maybe wrapped in grass to age.
Yeah.
Quite unusual. It's nice
Really
and clean.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really
There's
lovely.
No blue molding. There's no unusual like discoloration on the rind. It's quite clean and alpine style. It's quite nice.
Yeah. And the grass and hay adds that extra interest to it as well, doesn't it? It just makes it. So what we. I mean, it's fairly perfect.
Yeah, I'd be happy. Again, kind of like 9.5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you pushing higher, Sarah?
Yeah, it's hard to know what you'd want for it to improve it, I suppose. But yeah, I'm happy with 9.5.
Yeah, I think 9.5.
9.5.
Yeah.
Okay, how about aroma?
The Rhine's got that really nice farmy, and that sort of cave age is, I don't think it is cave age, but that sort of earthy smell, like cellars, I want to say.
Yeah, it's very hay, like it smells like a barn.
Yeah.
Very unusual. I think for me that's more off-putting than I prefer. Yeah, I think the hay smells just different. Maybe I've not really smelled a cheese that directly smells so much like hay.
And then the cheese smells quite vinegary, actually. There's a bit of a...
It definitely smells vinegary, for sure. Like balsamic. It's really weird.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like balsamic, actually.
It's nice, actually, when you cut into it. You get like yogurty and then kind of fresh dairy and then balsamic vinegar. It's quite unusual, funny enough.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of depth again and lots of unusual flavors.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we think on the...
I'd be happy with an 8. I quite like the smell and the aroma. Not too much. There's no like ammonia. There's no horrible kind of like...
No, it's clean. It's just smell cleanly. Yeah, I'll go with an 8.
Yeah. Texture?
Again, it's got quite a nice semi-hard texture, which is nice.
Yeah. Again, you get those sort of, when you break into it, you get those sort of bits of calcium, like salt crystals, and then some sort of bits of liquid coming out of them, which always, you think it's always going to be a more mature cheese, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
But I think the texture is nice.
I really like the texture. Again, it's just a really good like table cheese. I just want to keep going back to it, I think. So
yeah, you get a
like
slight bitter note, but it's not unpleasant bitter. It's nice. Maybe that's the yeasty.
Okay, what do we want to score it for texture and flavour, guys?
Texture, 8.5.
I quite like it. I would go higher. I would go like a 9.
Go higher, 9.
So
Very good.
9 for texture and flavour.
Yeah.
Cheese is nice. I think the rind is quite bitter. The hay's funny on your palate a little bit.
Yeah, I'm getting too much of the bitter note at the moment, but I've just picked up on that. Let me just go in.
Well, you're both going back to it quite a lot, so
yeah. The inside's really good. I think the for most people, if you're to eat, it is an edible rind, so I would eat the rind. And it's a really clean, well balanced cheese, but then when you have it with the rind, it just adds that kind of like dirty note. So yeah, I think that for me, like the cheese itself is really lovely, but like I just wouldn't eat the rind, but I usually would like to.
It's quite a contrast, isn't it?
So for the whole cheese, all in all, we'd mark it down slightly just because we're doing the whole cheese.
Yes, please.
So like an 8.
Yeah, I'd maybe go like 7.5, but I'm not really getting like.
Okay, because of the
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be happy with 7.5.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just recapping, guys. You've got a 9.5 on appearance, 8 on aroma, 9 for texture, and 7.5 for flavour.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brilliant. Sarah, we're going to go back to the very first cheese.
Yeah.
Roy's given me the feedback from it, but if you could find E11153.
Yeah. So, in terms of appearance, mine's quite sticky actually now, but it's quite even with the more the brown molds coming through than the whites. I don't know if you expect it to be more even. I don't mind it rustic and looking a bit different, but I wonder if it needs to maybe be a bit more even. So I might say like an 8 for appearance.
Rory gave it a 7.
Okay.
So would you like to give it a 7.5 or an 8?
Yeah, 7.5 is fine. And then this smells really farmyardy. The sour smells quite, there's like a sour cream note to it, a bit lemony. Yeah, lemony. And there's a bit of garlic or onion on the very top, I think. So I think probably it smells quite sort of farmyardy. So I'd probably give it about 7.5 again.
That's exactly what Rory went with as well. So we'll go 7.5. Texture.
I mean, there is some breakdown. Would I expect to see more? I probably would have liked to seen a bit more breakdown. I think it's still quite firm. So probably.
So Rory said he felt like it was for a brie style cheese, that it was not quite ready for eating. You know, probably a couple more weeks.
Yeah. Actually, and when you cut into it, it hasn't got that nice smoothness to it yet. So yeah, I'd probably agree. So maybe a 7.
Bang on, both of you. And then finally, flavour.
It's quite. I want to say sharp. That pulls your cheeks in. Quite lactic still, quite yogurty. It doesn't taste as strong as it smells actually, which is quite nice. It feels like I said, in a few weeks' time, all of those flavors are quite balanced. I think they'll start coming through stronger. So I'd probably maybe give it 7.5.
Rory gave it a 7. So what do you think overall? 7 or 7.5?
Go 7, because you can't get those flavors necessarily from the middle, because it's still quite. It needs to just mature a bit more.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, guys. Sorry for the technical stuff at the beginning. The winning cheese for the speciality category is E51016. There we go.
Yeah, hard go this.
Thank you very much to both of you for your feedback. It's been really enlightening from my perspective, and I look forward to seeing your other sessions later. Another quick thank you to Butlers for the beautiful pennies. Sarah will do a little bit of a 12. Oh, nice one as well. So thank you for supporting us again, Butlers. And that is the scoring for the best specialty cheese 2023. Over to you guys, Nige.
Well done. Thank you very much, Rory, Sarah, and Cara, of course. Excellent. He's been loitering in the wings, which is, I don't think he's a man built to be in the wings, but he's with us now. Roger Longman of White Lake Cheese. Brilliant, but you are out and about. Where have we tracked you down? Are you on Bagborough Farm? Tell us a little bit about the scenario that we find you in. There you go. You've got your glasses on, looking very intelligent and very good. Tell us a little bit, about the business. If we've not been there before, what we might expect. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we have a glorious day today. A little bit of cloud, but it's nice to finally get some sunshine down here in Somerset. We've had a pretty wet sort of month, but now I think every single farmer is out silage making like crazy at the moment. We don't make silage; we only make hay. But yeah, it's days like this. It's beautiful to wake up in Somerset here. Yeah.
And tell us a bit about what you've got there, the setup. How many people you've got on the books?
So we have sort of 4 people on the farm milking the goats, and then we have, I want to say, 17 people in the cheese room. We're actually just interviewing today for some additional cheese makers as the business is still growing. You know me, I never want to stop. Always developing new cheeses. We got 5 exciting new cheeses just coming out at the moment. So yeah, we're really interested to see what the public, who are our customers, make of it. Just because we like it doesn't mean that everyone else likes it. But I think we're pretty confident. We've done a good job. We've got some new styles of cheese which we're really excited about. And life is good, to be honest.
Good. I described you earlier on as like the Gandalf of the cheese world, in there inventing and I do think you are touched by cheese making genius. But because not only I know the family started out making quite traditional cheeses, I think it was cheddars, cow's milk, but obviously you've gone way beyond that as well. As an artist, though, is that something you feel that you are always looking for new flavors? What you said, but is it something that you think that people are in step with you, and we're maybe as experimental as we've ever been in trying cheeses?
I think, yeah. I mean, it's not just us that are constantly developing new cheese. I mean, this is one of the things I love about the Virtual Cheese Awards. I'm seeing, some really interesting stuff of new cheese I've not come across before. Some firm favourites in there as well. But yeah, I particularly was just watching the last judging the cheese with the hay of it. I know exactly what cheese that is, and it is a gorgeous cheese. And that's there's no rules. And I praise the people that try things different like that. And I think they've created a fantastic cheese. Yeah, I mean, we're always experimenting, developing new stuff, but bizarrely, and you touched on the fact that my parents used to be cheddar and Caerphilly makers years ago. We've actually come full circle on that now. We've actually just started making a goat Caerphilly called King of the Castle, which is being made to the recipe that my parents used, because I met a lady. Yeah, you've got it there. Okay, so that's the lady who 40 years ago, her first job when she left school was making cheese for my parents here. She had a lovely lady called Rose. She actually won the best new cheese at the British Cheese Awards last year. And she came and taught us how to make Caerphilly the way my parents made it. The main difference is this time we're using goat's milk rather than cows. But yeah, we're very, very pleased with it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, lovely salt. It's got a nice little salty tang on the finish, but it underpins it, but there's still plenty of citrus coming through.
Yeah, and it's that citrus acidic flavour is what we were really looking for in a Caerphilly. It's not an aged Caerphilly. When as a child when we made Caerphilly, we made it and we sold it straight away. It's a young, fresh, hard cheese. There are some great aged Caerphillys out there, but someone's already doing that. We want to do something different, so we're very pleased with that. And I love the fact that it's history coming back round again. Much as I love the new, I love history too, and I love seeing, things repeating themselves.
And what about the name, King of the Castle?
So it's King of the Castle. So goats love to be king of the castle. If you ever see goats, they love to be in trees on top of everything. And obviously there's a fantastic castle in Caerphilly, and we have a new king. So there's a sort of a 3-way homage there, really. So yeah.
During lockdown, it was really important that routes to market, so that farmers didn't have to dry off their stock, so they could still sell their cheese. Obviously, with goats, you have your own, and what have you. I mean, was that something you were very conscious of? Did you have to pivot your business quite quickly?
Massive. I don't normally get scared, but those first 2 weeks of lockdown, I was properly scared about the state of our business. We were very lucky at the time. We had a great cheesemaker who was actually just getting into web design. So he very quickly created a fantastic little website for us so we were able to sell direct to consumers. The biggest problem was actually getting boxes to put the cheese in. And we don't do as much of that as we used to, but we still have quite a strong core of people who like to order direct from us. And one of the advantages of doing that is we've got everything in stock. There are very few of our customers, our wholesale customers, who stock our whole range, because we're always adding and there's always new stuff. We're always keen to get our products out there. Come and have a look at what we've got on the website.
Yeah, and because another cheese, we've talked about King of the Castle, but I've got rather beautiful, lovely, smells gorgeous. We haven't got scratch and sniff computers just yet. We will have, but Equinox.
So that's my new favourite cheese. So we've done Solstice for many years, which is a washed rind cow's cheese, washed in Somerset cider brandy. And we tried washing in a local beer called Equinox several years ago, and it was okay, but it wasn't brilliant. So last year we experimented washing a goat's cheese and making a new goat's cheese and washing that in the Equinox beer. And the pairing of the two is absolutely perfect. I thought it would be a stronger goaty flavour than it is, but it's the taste and the flavours of it are fantastic, and the texture is that sort of squishiness, but without running away like an overripe brie. So yeah, we're very pleased with that, and I can't wait to try and win some awards with it later in the year. So yeah.
I mean, immediately closed it up. I've got some apple juice from our own orchard actually, and something just to cut through that. You need that, be it a cider or an apple juice, something with that acidity. How long would you age this for?
So we age that for 4 weeks, same as we do with Solstice, and we'll sell it with a sort of 4 to 5 week shelf life on. And we do that so it gives our wholesale customers time to get it into the shops and onto the end consumers. But also we find people like cheeses at different ages. So some people like it, and you saw that some of the judging today, like a brie when it's still quite firm. Other people like a soft cheese when it's very runny. So it's important, and that's one of the advantages of going to a cheese shop, a proper cheese shop. You can see what they've got. They'll let you taste what they've got, and you can find what you want for your particular dinner or whatever. I'm a massive fan of proper cheese shops, and there's been in the last, since the pandemic, there's been a real explosion in new cheesemongers, which is a really exciting time to be in the industry, really. And a lot of the people who are running these shops haven't come from a food background. They've come into it because they fed up with lockdown showed them that they didn't need to be working 20 hours a day in an office, and they love food and they're enthused. And we love having people like that come and see us. They're always a bit blown away by what we do. But it's a really exciting time to be in the industry, and I think again things like the Virtual Cheese Awards really help showcase not just our cheeses but new cheeses to these new cheesemongers. Because how else do they find new products?
Yeah, I think you really nailed it there. I was having a chat with the VCA collective this morning. So we're all in actually the same building but different rooms within it. It's about retail, how retail is really struggling. It was anyway, because a lot of people buying online, and then you throw in a pandemic, doesn't help. But things like cheese and like a good deli, there's still, because as you say, that relationship with your monger, when you go in and you can see cheeses, they can tell you what condition they're in, what they suggest you might have as a cheese board. It's very tactile. It's a very special relationship, and it is so important to develop that. And that's one of those where a great cheesemonger, you're never going to beat it.
No, you're not. And there's lots of I'm a big fan of Cheese Academy as well. That's really good at educating not just consumers but actually new cheesemongers on cheese and how to look after a cheese, how to properly glass wrap cut cheese and things like that, because it makes such a difference to the life and the maturing of a cheese in a cheese shop. So yeah,
we've got Charlie Turnbull coming on in a minute, actually do some judging, and Bob Farrand and now John Farrand. But Bob, again, these people from the World Cheese Awards, and obviously virtual here in this case with Sarah and Vicky. It is great, but and on that note, obviously we're out of Europe, so big controversial decision. But are there any are there any shortcuts that have come to you from that? Are there any upsides as far as bureaucratically? Are you able to say to your MPs, you know?
So that's a really. So I had an interview with a French newspaper a couple of months ago now, because they'd heard that, you know, British cheesemakers were loving Brexit and it was so great for us and what have you. And I had to say, I have not found one thing that has been good from Brexit, to be honest. You know, as a farmer as well as a cheesemaker, potentially there was the advantages of not the one-size-fits-all European agricultural policy. But we're 6 years down the road and we're still faffing about trying to work out what the government wants us to do. And it's incredibly frustrating. You know, apparently there was another launch yesterday from Rishi. I haven't seen the detail of it. Hopefully it means they're finally understanding that, you know, British food, not just cheese, but all British food is really important. And, you know, I always have new English cheesemakers come here and talk about what we're doing, what they need to do, etc., etc. And I don't see those cheesemakers as competitors. I see my competitors as being French and Italian cheesemakers, because they're really good. But we'd rather people were buying British cheese. And we see a big move, particularly in restaurants these days, that chefs are saying, we want British cheese. There's enough range of good British cheese now. There's no need to be buying French cheese, good as it is, you know, but we do really good food in this country. You know, fantastic lamb and things like that. You know, there's no point buying stuff and shipping it across continents and halfway around the world. I was talking to a honey producer this morning, and a lot of the honey we have comes from China, which is ridiculous. So yeah, it's not just cheese, it's all English food. And I think people are starting to realize how this whole worldwide food chain works. And is that sustainable? Probably not, no.
Yeah, well, actually stop to think and talk collectively, you know, as British cheese producers, British food and drink producers, as you say. I think it's really, really important. Provenance, traceability, food miles, all the things that you just alluded to.
Absolutely.
You and the team have done a great job getting these cheeses all around the UK to our judges. I mean, that in itself has been, and I know it's you.
I'll take no credit for that. That's purely Sandra's absolutely monstrous amount of hard work. So she's done a tremendous job.
Yeah, Sandra has done. She should be canonized. It's fantastic.
Yeah, don't tell her that.
Yeah. It's out. But no, they're really fantastic. And obviously, you've always had a great love of goats, particularly. They're on the farm. And both of these two cheeses that I'm trying, King of the Castle and Equinox, are goat's milk cheeses. What is it particularly about those? And would they be if you only had the one animal? It's a terrible image. You should take your desert island with you.
Yeah.
Move on. But would be goat? I mean, it's something you've obviously got a great.
Yeah.
love.
So we used to milk cows and make cheddar years ago. And I really just fell in love with the inquisitiveness and fun nature of goats and decided I would have a go at farming goats and making cheese. And I still, every day, I go down and see them. And I was down there yesterday because we're kidding at the moment. And there was a lovely tan goat just, you know, sitting there, popping a couple of kids out, turned around, carried it on as if nothing had happened, came over to say hello, almost looked proud of, you know, the kids that she just birthed. And I never get bored of seeing that. You know, that creation of life to me is absolutely one of the miracles and joys of farming. And, you know, you see it on all these country file type programs, and it's just, I see it every day. Well, not every day, but, you know, I see it a lot, and it's never dull. It's always exciting. It's sometimes a little bit scary because, you know, things do go wrong. But yeah, that's just one of the joys of, you know, living in the countryside and actually day-to-day farming. And we get lots of people come and see our kids. And actually this year we're doing a bit of the sort of farm open day thing. I think it's in June. We're going to be allowing a few people to come in small groups and see the farm, just as an experiment for us to see, is this something we can do more of? Because I think farmers, we have a duty to help people understand what we're doing and the importance of animals to the whole farming cycle.
Yeah, I think that's brilliant that people can come along and down to you. Can they access that if they're interested? Can they go via the website? I mean,
it won't be via our website. We're still sort of working out how we're supposed to do it. There's a sort of annual farm day in June. I can't remember what day it is, but yeah, we'll. If you keep an eye on our website, then we'll be putting something up about it. We won't be doing many tickets because it's a bit of an experiment. I don't want to get things wrong. So yeah, it'll be like buying Glastonbury tickets. You'll have to be quick.
And on that note, you're going to be there, aren't you?
I'm always there. So I mean, our brand name White Lake is the river that starts on our farm. It's actually the one that flows through the festival site. I work over there. I don't get free tickets, unfortunately. I used to just drive my tractor in the old days, and that was fine, but not allowed to do that anymore. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Glastonbury is the greatest show on earth. I am a massive fan of Michael, and what he's done in my backyard is just staggering. The frustrating thing is he was influenced by a blues show at the Bath and West, which is right next door to me in the 60s. And I thought, well, he could have done it here. You know, why did he have to do it at his farm? I'd have been, well, Dad probably wouldn't have, but I would have been very happy to have Glastonbury Festival, actually on my farm.
Oh, well, that was Michael and Emily Nevis, fantastic. And what is that the name then that it comes from? It White Lake.
So it's a river that starts on our farm. It's a little spring that comes out in the corner of one of our fields, and it's effectively the head of the river. It's more of a stream with us, but yeah, that's and goat's milk is very white as well. So it was a nice, easy decision rather than Bagborough, which is the name of the farm, sort of thing. And and you'll notice this in the names of our cheeses. We have like Tor, Glastonbury Tor, and Borough Mump, another little church on a hill in Somerset. We like to have names that relate to our area or to the cheese in some way.
Yeah, well, nice. I mean, I could talk to you all day. We've got a few more cheeses to taste, but it's great to chat. Yeah, busy day, but nice to see you on Bagborough Farm. And Roger, and look forward to seeing you in person as ever. And
I'm up at Melton Mowbray this weekend at the Artisan Cheese Market. So if you're around, pop in and say hello.
Yeah, absolutely, we will do. And check out Equinox, King of the Castle. In amongst them all, have you ever made, just very quickly, any cheeses from like camel's milk or anything? You probably done buffalo, but
no, I haven't. I haven't done buffalo. Bizarrely, many years ago, my business partner at the time, Peter, tried to make cheese for a program called Brainiac with human milk. It was not a success.
Right. Yeah, I've had ice creams made from that as well. So
we do get strange requests, definitely.
Yes, I'm sure. On the human's milk cheese, there we go. Yeah. That's the bombshell has been dropped. Roger, as ever, great to see you. The Matinee Film God, the Silver Fox that you are, White Lake cheese. Go and taste it. If you can't meet him in person, taste some of those great cheeses. But thank you for your time. Okay. We really appreciate it. And enjoy the sunshine in Somerset. Adieu. Cheers. There you go. We've got the Longman is going into the green room and he's just relaxing. Great. But if you haven't tried their cheeses, please do. Got to move on. Busy day. Lots to go forward. So next up, it's Best Territorial Cheese. We're back. I can see the cat in the hat. We've got but Sarah with us again, which is great. Lucky us. And Jonathan, you're the man with the plan. You're muted, so I'm going to unmute you there, or you can do it. Is he busy? Let's get busy. We had to cut the long one slightly short, and never a good thing. But let's crack on. Over to you, big fella.
So we will be joined by two fantastic judges today, judging the territorial class, as Nigel's just said. I'd like to let the two lovely people introduce themselves. Ladies first, Sarah.
Hi, I'm Sarah Miness, and I am the speciality and ingredient cheese buyer at Waitrose.
And then over to Charlie.
Hi, my name's Charlie Turnbull. I am an ex-cheesemonger, recovering cheesemonger, and now I just teach, love, make cheese more accessible for people, because that's what we need.
Amazing. So we'll be tasting the cheeses. Well, I won't, me and Nigel won't be, but these two lovely people will be tasting the cheeses. And they'll be judging based on 4 categories, which will obviously go through the judge. The winning cheese will have the highest score at the end of that. So we will get stuck in. Our first cheese is number B1 1184.
And while we're looking at, and Charlie's looking confused, this is not the first time I've seen it. I can tell you that the territorial cheeses, they include Cheshire, Lancashire, Red Leicester, classes which incorporate all the other white crumbly cheeses produced out there as well. So it is an all-encompassing class. Yeah. Right there, Jonathan. Okay.
Okay. So this is a nice looking cheese. We've got some holes that we'd expect from it being a looser texture. And then I don't know if you can see the rind.
The rind looks interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, there is some funky stuff growing on it.
It's clearly been cloth wrapped. It was clearly a circular cheese. I mean, I'm guessing from the size of it, maybe 7 kilos, 5 to 7 kilos whole. I'm guessing something like that. It doesn't have rind on the bottom, suggesting that it's one of those bigger cheeses like that.
Okay. And how do we feel from a point of view of the appearance? What do we think scoring wise?
Well, it's very difficult to criticize it at this stage. I mean, there's a little bit of bluing on the rind. I'm not seeing that as a fault. I mean, that's just its journey. The bluing doesn't come into the cheese. The holes, the loose curd is pretty consistent. We've got a little bit of breakdown towards the edge, sort of darker around the edge. But again, to be expected from this cheese. Am I allowed to start breaking into it yet?
Oh, go for it. Get stuck in, yeah.
What are we giving it for the look, though? What score are we giving it for the...
Well, I like it.
I like it as well. Are we going to go...
I'm a newbie. I'm a newbie on this one. So I have to give a big guidance. I know we're scoring out of 10 on each section.
Yes.
Yeah, it's probably a 9 if that's what we expect.
I don't have any problem with that. There's a slight the holes aren't evenly spaced, I suppose, so maybe we can justify our taking one off of that.
Okay, perfect. And we move on to aroma.
It's very lightly. I've let my cheese warm up. It's not much of an aroma at all. I'm getting that clean dairy, as in a dairy where you make cheese smell.
It's very clean. It's slightly yogurty, isn't it?
Yep. And there's a bit mustiness on the rind.
Yeah. But it's not strong. It's not giving loads of different aromas off.
No.
But then we wouldn't necessarily expect it to.
So how do we feel score-wise on that one?
I'd like it to offer a little more. So maybe down to a sort of 7, something like that.
Yeah.
You agree with that, Sarah?
Yeah. You would want to get maybe a bit more coming off of it.
A little bit more oomph out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, lovely.
I mean, but as we know, the aroma's not where it's at. It's all about the taste. So
we'll move on to texture.
So the texture is quite crumbly, isn't it? That you'd expect. A bit wet, but you'd expect that.
Well, with a cheese like this, it's sort of, I don't know what it is. I mean, I'm sort of leaning Wensleydale, maybe White Cheshire. I don't know where you are, Sarah.
I think I would say Cheshire more than the Wensleydale.
So for me, the texture is right for Wensleydale, possibly a bit crumbly, but I would like to have seen it come on and bond a bit more, suggesting it's at the young end of the Cheshire spectrum.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. So what, an 8?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Lovely. And then we move on to, as you said, Charlie, the big one, the flavour. How are we feeling?
It's quite acidic. There's a bit of acid.
There is acidity, but I'm feeling it's a young version, which it comes with the territory, literally in this case.
He's good, isn't he, Charlie? I like it.
with a cheese like this, with me at Cheshire, the dairy notes tend to be milder, particularly compared to, say, a Wensleydale. And you might get a hint of bitterness, and too much bitterness I don't like. And there isn't a lot of bitterness in this cheese.
Right.
We're getting just an edge of it, which I like. I think it's intrinsic to the cheese. Overall, it's not got a lot of power. I know that should it have? That's a good question, but I'd like it to offer a little more character in the mouth, and maybe that's echoing where the aroma is. It just maybe it needs a little more time to really settle into itself, if that makes sense.
What do you think, Sarah? Do you agree?
Yeah, no, I agree. It's sort of you get that nice like citric acidic slightly mineral taste,
Mm-hmm.
but then you don't get anything else after that. It's quite short-lived.
Like a little bit more depth, depth maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, it'd be interesting to try it again in a few weeks' time and see where it had moved to, because it's back. All of those flavors are quite balanced. I would say there's one standing out more than the other. So
how do you feel score-wise then, guys?
Well, it's like a half inflated balloon. It's got all the right ingredients. There's nothing out of balance. No negatives. So it's a thing of beauty, but I would just like it to be more on the front foot a bit more.
Got ya.
Yeah. So what do you think? 7.5?
Oh, we allowed halves. Halves a thing.
You are allowed halves. We're not doing quarters and 3/4 though, Charlie. Just half.
Okay. I was going to go there for fun, but it's I sort of feel a bit stuck because I think 7.5 probably is the right figure, but there's nothing wrong. There really isn't anything wrong with this cheese. I don't want to make anybody feel that I'm like disregarding. It's just like it's just sometimes you want a bit more, want the volume turned up a bit more.
Yeah.
So numbers wise, we're thinking 7.5. Are you happy with that, or do you want to go
8?
8? Yeah, we can go 8.
We'll go 8. You happy with 8, Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We will go with 8. Lovely. So we are then on to B21103.
These crumblies are a nightmare clearing up after. I'm just going to say. B21103. Okay, found it.
I was expecting you just to pick up the board then, Charlie, to clean it up.
Well, I'm in my nice office with my nice carpet.
So this actually hasn't got a rind.
Okay.
Not like I say.
It's got the curve of the. It's clearly come from a circular cheese.
Yeah.
And although there is no rind, Sarah's absolutely right. There is the impression of cloth.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can feel it when you put your finger along it. It feels slightly more, almost like plastic coat, but it's not. It's just where the texture is.
I don't think it is. Which means either it's been cleaned or it's younger.
Yeah.
But
how do you feel about the appearance score-wise? What do we think?
It's got. Sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
I was going to say it's got quite a tight texture, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm. And it's got that mottled look. So you can see different small sort of grains of curd, slightly darker, slightly lighter across the piece.
Yeah, and some seepage coming through on top. I've got mine. Shows that it's doing its thing.
And that mottled look, Charlie, is that something you find attractive in the cheese, or?
So territorials aren't really my speciality. There's just like a lot of experience with them, but not something. So the mottled look I associate with Lancashire, because you might see that impact of the different days of curd or that kind of thing. In other cheeses, I don't like to see a mottled look. It shows inconsistent treatment of the curd. Sarah, I don't know whether you want to comment on that.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's sort of what you expect. And I don't mind it. I think it fits the cheese.
Lovely. So what are we thinking score on the appearance then?
Can we come back to it until we know more about the cheese? So that we can, or do we have to?
Oh, that's a good question. I might have to ask Nigel on that one.
No, I think you can definitely come back to it. And not so much, I mean, if you want to go through the cheese and then come back and give a mark for that, that's fine.
I didn't want to break the rules, Nigel, so I thought I was best checking.
No, not at all, John. Well, I don't think you're from Lancashire, by the way. I don't think you grew up there. You might be based there now, but
my accent is very strong Lancashire. I love you, Northwest London, but made home and business in Lancashire. My wife forced me to move here when I was been in about 10 years now.
Well, they're lucky to have you. That's all I can say. So
I wouldn't say they'd all agree with you. The accent does tend to put people off.
We like Ryland. It's all right. It's lovely.
God. Oh no, I like Ryland. Yeah, we'll go with that. I'll take that as a compliment.
There's quite when you smell it. There's quite like a burnt. Is it burnt toast or it's not, or burnt caramel?
Okay.
Very on the top. It's quite interesting.
Have you tasted it yet, Sarah?
No, I was getting around to that.
What are you getting from the aroma, Charlie?
Well, I'm just I'm being hungry, and I tasted it before I smelt it, and that was a mistake because the flavor has a really pronounced sweet / caramel vibe, more fudge perhaps. And now it's totally overwhelmed the flavor. The aroma, which has hints of that, but nothing like as strong as the flavor does.
Right. Okay.
So
would you like to mark? Would you rather mark flavor and first, and then move backwards?
Sarah?
I don't mind. You can do it either way. I think that it's quite sweet, isn't it? It's
considerably sweeter than I was anticipating.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So with a traditional crumbly, there is no historical precedent for this level of sweetness in crumblies, in territorials.
Yeah.
But this is much firmer. It doesn't feel necessarily like a crumbly. So I think we could be in modern cheddar territory. I don't know. And I am not precious about sweetness. It's about pleasing people. It's about making quality cheese. So if they are using a higher level of sweetness to get the impact they want, let's judge it. Let's find out whether it works for us.
So what do we think score-wise on the flavor then?
I think it's slightly off, but you do get those earthy notes. There's a bit of butteriness to it, but I think the sweetness does slightly overpower it.
Right.
I don't mind the sweetness either, but I think it's too much against some of the other flavors.
So lacking the balance in essence. So what numbers are we thinking? From Sarah, what do you think?
Probably about 7.5, I think.
And
for me, it all depends on the level of saliva in my mouth. So I'm chewing it early, and the more saliva I've got, the sweeter it's tasting. So the early chews are relatively dry and relatively traditional. So sort of that salt, savory thing. But that gets up to sort of a 4 or 5 in terms of sort of power. But when the sweetness kicked in, it just jumps up, and that becomes so it feels like the two are out of balance. That early stage needs the volume turned up, and the later stage volume. So that journey becomes more smooth in flavor terms. Does that make sense? Otherwise, I'm just left with the sweetness and all the things, all the rest that the cheese is offering, which is not insignificant, but it's not. It's just fallen back too much and just left with a sort of a dominant caramel.
Got you. So where does that leave you score-wise, Charlie? What do you think?
I would go down 0.5 on Sarah to about a 7.
7, okay.
Are you happy to meet on a 7, Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So then texturally, where do we think it's at?
I mean, it's quite crumbly. It's a bit dry when you first taste it.
Sort of
just
fudgy
slightly dry, fudgy, but that's not a bad thing. Probably an 8 for texture.
Charlie,
would you expect it to be?
I'm going to dial back a bit on texture. I mean, it's that really difficult challenge of, is this a cheddar or is this just a cheese? If it's a cheddar, the texture isn't typical. It is fluffy, crumbly, very fudgy in the mouth. Whereas a cheddar, you expect it to be hard and break up a bit more into a piece. So I'm going to come back to a sort of 6 on the texture, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Sarah, do you want to? Would we rather meet in the middle at a 7? Is that a happy place for everybody, or is there more conversation to be had?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a Lancashire cheese, isn't it, or classed in that category?
Yeah, it comes in the Lancashire category. Yeah.
Yeah, it comes in the Lancashire category.
Well, if it's a Lancashire category, then the texture is fine. Sorry, I misunderstood. We can go. This is not. It's not inconsistent texture for Lancashire.
For Lancashire.
Where do we sit then? What do you reckon? Do you want to go up then, Charlie? Are you happy to meet Sarah at 8, or do you still want to dial back a little bit?
I'm very happy to meet Sarah at 8.
Okay, cool.
Give me a few hours to get a shower and stuff.
and aroma, what number are we going with?
I think you get. I mean, I think it's probably 7. You don't get lots and lots of aromas coming through.
No, you don't.
There is that burnt. There's that burnt caramel, burnt something that just comes off the top of it. And you don't get some of maybe more of those dairy notes that you'd expect coming through.
Right.
It's very clean. Okay. There are no flaws. There's no sourness. There's no bitterness. So
we're happy with a 7.
You're happy with 7?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. And then last but not least, the appearance.
The appearance. I think the appearance looks fine actually. I think
I do
it's
too.
so 8.5.
Yep.
Okie dokie, artichoke. Right, we are then on to B31046.
Just clear this up.
B31046. I got you. Okay.
Right, so this is definitely a red Leicester. Maybe an aged red Leicester. So mine has got, again, lots of cool stuff on it.
Oh, yeah, no.
Mine not so much, eh?
Yeah, yours is a bit cleaner on the outside, isn't it?
A little bit on the top there.
So is this looks like plastic coat again, is it?
I doubt it, but we'll check.
It's just the texture.
I think I'm not seeing any.
I'll cut through it.
Hang on a second, maybe. I don't think so. I mean, it's clearly been cloth wrapped, so you can see the impression of the cloth and also the folds or the wrinkles in the cloth.
Yeah, true.
So I very much doubt it, to be honest. And you can see where the discoloration of the rind into the center, which is what a centimeter and a half of darker coloring. So there is clearly ingress of influence from its outside. The oxygen's getting in. We're getting a darker, sort of possibly a slightly more savory character of the edgy cheese. So I think this has interacted with its environment.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so what are we thinking score-wise on the appearance then?
I like this cheese.
I'd say that the mottling probably isn't even. Would you expect it to be even?
It's really difficult to control the kind of molds that are going to give that mottling. I mean, it's proper. I don't have any problem putting that in my counter. I would have a problem if there was still significant evidence of the molds and like it was fluffy or but just coloration. I mean, I don't know. Some customers don't like it. They just don't. And I reach to them and go, taste it and leave the rind if you don't happy with it. But it's intrinsic to making this cheese to get that. You get them. You get
so kind of an opportunity to talk about it with the customer as well.
It is. Yeah. So I don't have a problem with it.
So we're going for 9 for appearance then, because it's as we'd expect.
The only thing I don't like about it, and it's sort of not its fault, is I can see the strong evidence of the vacuum pack, which is a personal dislike. I don't like that flattening of the curd on the edge, which gives it that shiny look. But I think we have to disregard that because that's not the cheese's fault, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So Sarah's thinking a 9. What do you reckon, Charlie? Are you with that?
I'm really happy with that. I think it's a good looking cheese.
Beautiful.
It sits nicely on the counter on the cheese board. It's got that sort of burnt orange look to it, which is nice.
Yeah, it does look. I think the color of it is lovely. What's the smell like?
You get the sort of those celery, earthy smells on the rind, but I'm not getting much off the cheese.
No, I agree with that. You described that as celery, would you?
Well, my version of a celery. I'm not as experienced as you.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant celery.
As in the vegetable.
Oh, no, not celery. Cellar.
No, you're absolutely right.
Right.
There's
Where you age it?
I was going, oh, blast. I don't really know what celery smells like.
I don't think I know what celery smells like. Oh, if you cut into it, actually, you get a bit more.
Not a lot, though.
No.
Not a lot, though. But again, nothing negative either. There's no, we're nothing to trouble us, which
right.
So are we saying about a 7? Would we expect it to smell a bit?
Maybe 7.5. It's got no mite evidence. There's no, there's nothing.
So you'd be looking for more smell ideally, but like you said, there's nothing wrong with it. So it's.
And we, the smell is just always junior to the taste,
So we're thinking 7.5. Sarah, you happy with 7.5?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, lovely. So texture.
Mine's quite dense. It's a firm press through, which isn't obligatory for a red Leicester, but it's not wrong, if that makes sense.
It's quite creamy, isn't it?
Mm.
Texture-wise, I mean, not flavour-wise.
I mean, it's got the little.
You've both gone quiet, so I feel like that might be a good sign, but it's hard to.
I mean, the salt level is nice, actually. I don't know whether I'd expect it to have more salt in it. I expected it to be maybe older and therefore showing some more.
It's an interesting cheese. I don't know if we're allowed to sort of bring our wider knowledge of this cheese or cheeses into anything. But I always find with this particular cheese that it's got an elasticity that just puts me slightly on the back foot of the, and this is displaying that. And I was wondering whether Sarah's right, whether a little bit more maturity on the cheese would allow more flavor to develop. So when I'm tasting it, it's got that slow build. There's not much in the early chews. And then you get that dryness, but then the sweetness rises quite quickly. And that is a non-standard red Leicester. I really don't need to be non-standard, but the traditional red Leicester, poor quality grazing, reedy notes, that kind of thing from those flatlands, wet grazing pastures. So this is definitely a modern take.
So what do we think score-wise then for the texture?
For the texture,
which is fine. What did you say, Sarah?
I was going to say probably an 8 for me.
Okay, happy with that.
Yep, lovely. And then flavour, you seem to be. I think, like you said, there's some things in there you're quite enjoying about it. What do you think?
Yeah, it's not unpleasant. It's a nice, clean, slightly sweet. I think the texture helps it feel a bit more caramelly.
Yeah,
but I think I'd want a greater depth.
Okay.
I think we could ask for more complexity, definitely.
Yeah.
I definitely think we could ask for that. Yeah.
So where are we sitting score-wise?
7.5.
Yeah. I mean, I think customers would like this. They would never be disappointed with this cheese. It's a really good cheese. They would go, oh, that's really nice. Nice to have a good quality red Leicester on their thing, because we all know that red Leicester has quite a boring backstory. There's a lot of red Leicester that's not that interesting. This is not that cheese. This is a high quality red Leicester. But I think there's headroom for this cheese to be better, is what I think.
So we're happy with 7.5.
Yeah.
Or would you go a bit higher, Charlie?
Yeah. No, I'm okay with that. Okay. I just don't like being rude about cheese. There's nothing wrong with it. It's hitting its market. It's doing a great job. And I think it's one of the cheeses that could, in a slightly maybe longer treatment or whatever, actually reach some really high marks.
I think that's a good way to look at a lot of the cheeses. Sometimes, like you say, they're really good. They taste lovely. What could you do to maybe improve them slightly? It's not about them not being good. It's about them potentially having the potential to be even better. Okay. So next cheese, we are B41075.
B41075. Another red Leicester.
Oh yeah, a different kind. It falls into a different part of the red Leicester category. So this is classed as a creamy red Leicester.
Creamy red Leicester. So mine's got a few cracks in it. I don't know.
Okay.
But then I don't know if that's.
I'm getting. I've got some white, probably calcium build up underneath the. Oh, it's on the edge.
Yeah.
Which is sort of typical or not uncommon among block cheddars and red Leicesters and that kind of thing, where calcium gets drawn to the edge during maturation.
How do you feel about the appearance of it?
I think it's fine.
There's no flaws, but it's boring. Am I allowed to say that?
You Charlie, you just have.
Yeah. And I hope I'm not, this is like the default look of a cheese for pre-pack,
Right, okay.
Where whatever that is, 120 grams or something like that. So while there is nothing wrong with this cheese, I'm going,
So what sort of score would we give it, guys?
I don't know. We're allowed to take points off for being like every other cheese.
You've kind of got to just judge it based on this territory style of cheese. So you judge it how you see fit within this category, as it were.
I mean, there are no flaws, are they? But as you say, it's not very exciting. Very good for shelf stacking, though. Just putting it
Yeah.
out there.
But at the same
Always got eye on the shelves.
So what do we think then, score wise?
An 8,
7.5.
7.5. Yeah,
7.5. Happy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I feel that's unfair because block cheddars or block anything, it's very difficult to cut them into cool shapes and make them, more interesting to look at.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got nothing to do with the cheese or how it tastes. So it's like judging a book by its cover, which is not the plan.
Yeah. So aroma, what are we getting off of it?
It's really sweet. Like almost like there's a fruity note to it. Maybe a bit of sour cream or creaminess. It is quite milky. Oh, it's got milk in it, but it's quite milky.
It's a condensed milk kind of vibe, I think.
Yeah, condensed milk. Yes. Yeah, it smells rather really like it's going to be quite sweet, but then you can see the salt in it, so you're hoping that the two will balance itself out when you get to the tasting.
So where do you think the score sits on the aroma side of things?
I mean, it hasn't got great depth. It's just that one sort of note.
One sort of note,
maybe
right.
a bit more one-dimensional. So probably more on the 7.5 side, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Maybe 7.
You happy with that, Charlie?
Yeah, it's got a lack of depth, and it's a bit of a one-hit wonder on the smell.
And so then we're on with the texture, you lovely pair.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the texture either. It behaves like a red letter should. You pull it apart, it sort of breaks like that.
Yeah,
I think, and that's absolutely fine. You squeeze it, and it's hard to push, which is right. I mean, it can be a looser texture if it wants, but it's not out of category. So it does what it says on the tin. Ready?
Yeah. So Charlie? What sort of score would you give it?
I mean, I've got to say, I always struggle with this. It's like 8.
8.
Yeah.
Are you happy with that, Sarah?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
And what we're thinking, the big one, the flavour. Oh,
yeah,
sorry, Sarah.
the flavour. It coats your mouth quite a lot. It's quite.
So it gets around the mouth.
Craggy, but it's maybe a bit much.
I didn't get any fruity notes in the aroma, which Sarah, you said you picked up. I am getting a slight fruitiness to this. There is a some of the acidity has a hint of a tropical fruit note, a very, very low level sort of, dare I say, pineapple, but really small. Okay. But the majority of it is, for me, that sort of savory plus caramel combination, which is very attractive and nothing wrong with it. The salt is a slightly low level. That's fine. And the acidity is, noticeable. It's picking up, but it's, again, in context. Is the sweetness too dominant? Maybe, but it's common parlance today. I mean, it's a common palate desire, so to have a sort of a fudginess in sweetness and texture, so that's okay. But there's not much in the way of complexity. That hint of fruit, which I do like, and I think is there, which is good.
It doesn't last very long either.
No,
so not much length to it.
I've had to keep eating it to try and get the flavors coming through, because it just sort of swaps on you.
That sweetness encourages you to do that. It's like going back to the cookie jar all the time, isn't it?
So what do we think score-wise for it?
Probably 7.5, I think. Just because of that, you need that a bit more complexity. I would have liked to see the salt level maybe come up a bit more, or
to balance the sweetness a bit more,
or something.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe acidity.
Yeah, maybe the acidity. Yeah.
We are on to the next. Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
The next cheese is B51189.
Jonathan, are we roughly on time? Do we need to speed up or slow down?
No, we're doing fine. I'll get a quick nudge, I would imagine, from Nigel. So we'll just
Yeah,
Maybe-
yeah, if we could nudge it on a bit, that would be great.
Right,
Nothing
okay.
to do with you two. It's just, yeah. I am quite looking forward to when you meet up 8 o'clock later on in a cellar or cellary.
I know, yeah. In the cellar with celery.
Apparently,
There's a
Aroma's going to join you at 8:15. So
Who else is coming on this date?
yeah, I know. It's busy, isn't it?
Yeah, well, as long as there aren't any Chelsea supporters from, 'cause they have a celery chant, don't they? Anyway,
Right, this is quite interesting.
I
Okay.
see that's so interesting, Sarah, because I'm looking at this and I'm agreeing. And yet you've got to ask ourselves: are we liking it because of its flaws? You know, it's got a really sort of patchy kind of rind thing going on. Some of which is ingressing into the cheese.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got quite a bit of ingress actually.
And I've got you know, what's interesting is that pronounced red look you're seeing on there is, in my experience, relatively rare. So, and it's reddy pink. Have you got that as well, Sarah?
No, but I have got a line through the middle of mine.
A real line or a shadow line or a...
Well, it's only on that side. It must
Yes.
just be.
That's really intriguing. It's only on one side. It could be an
It
imprint.
looks
might
like
be
someone's
back-
used like a cheese shaver to taste it potentially. You know, when someone drags one of them along it and takes a level of the cheese off, or is it an indent?
Maybe it's just a shadow. Is it? No, it's coming out. When they cut it, maybe there was something, or actually, maybe when they cut it from here, some of this stayed on the cheese, maybe.
So how do we feel about the appearance, guys? What are we thinking score-wise?
I mean, it looks interesting, but I'm not sure it's completely where
How it
you
should
want
be.
it to be, maybe.
Right, okay.
But I'm not as familiar. And you have got some but then is the ingress bad? It's not coming. But yours was a bit.
Mine's a bit more pronounced.
Yeah, and mine is coming through a bit there at the bottom. Can you see it?
Yeah, it is. It's a hard one because some of the greatest cheesemakers will get this in their cheese, and they would say you can't make a cheese like this without running the risk. But this isn't. I'm looking at mine, and I'm not. It doesn't look like mite that's doing there. It feels like Malta. I think we should take some marks off because it just feels like it's casting a shot across the bows.
Right.
Do you see what I mean?
So what are we thinking score-wise, Charlie? What number are you thinking?
I think we should be talking around a 7.
7, yeah.
Are you happy with that, Sarah?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Lovely. So then we are on to the smell of it.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if it does come through in the smell and taste. That's the really interesting bit, Charlie, isn't it? Yeah.
This has got the most pronounced smell of any cheese we've tasted so far.
Yeah. It's quite farmyardy, isn't it? It's got that earthy note to it.
Yeah, it's got a slight nasal farmyard, that sort of wet straw or silage.
Yeah.
Into the nose. So I think we might find this is quite an acidic cheese when we get there.
Yeah. I'm not sure about it. I mean, it's not giving you lots and lots of different notes, is it? When you smell it.
There's dairy, there's silage. I think that in terms of breadth of experience, it is the most complex aroma that we've tasted so far.
Yes.
This cheesemaker is clearly using a lot of influences to make his cheese. So he's asking more of himself to make it balanced and interesting than perhaps some of the cheeses we've tasted so far, which have been quite narrow in. They're playing in safer waters, if I can put it that way.
Yes.
So what are we thinking numbers-wise, Sarah? How do you feel about it score-wise?
Can we come back after the taste?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, if you're both happy to, yeah.
If the taste is fine, then the aroma just is interesting. If you see what I mean. If the taste is not fine,
we'll do taste and texture together, and then we'll come back to aroma.
So it's very sort of fluffy and very crumbly. It looks quite firm, and then it just goes to dust. If that makes sense.
Have you tasted it yet?
No. Have you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I wait
Come on,
for
Charlie.
you.
Get stuck in, Charlie.
It's almost like a Cheshire. Is it a Cheshire?
Right.
But it's I'm finding it a bit too bitter, but I might be too
No, you're good at that.
It's notes maybe, but not necessarily that sort of cauliflower broccoli bitter. There's just a bitter note on it, which is maybe a bit too much for me.
I don't want to be like projecting too much, but it feels like that peptide bitter you get from a high level of starters, where you get a big bout of sort of breakdown of the cells and get peptides out early.
So where are we sitting score-wise on the flavour, guys? What do you reckon?
You're not going to get a wide audience for this cheese.
Right. Okay.
Is that right? Fair thing to say, Sarah?
Yeah, because it's quite sharp as well. So you get that initial acidity and sharpness that you'd expect in a Cheshire, but then that bitterness is just staying. I can't.
As an old lover of territorials, I actually really like this. Right, I like the slightly challenging note, the bitterness. I'm getting a lot of vegetation going on there. I grew up on a farm style, it doesn't scare me. You know, I like all those notes, and you can have this with a really nice apple pickle or something like that could soften some of the bitter notes. But equally, having done 15 years behind the counter, I would struggle to sell this. So where does that sit in the point score kind of thing?
Well, you've got to tell me, Charlie.
From my perspective, I think the bitterness is too much. I think it unbalances it slightly. And yeah, you do get all of those other flavor when you go in again. You can pick up all those other like nice lactic and milk and all of those flavors. But then it just leaves me with a bitterness, which is too overpowering. I don't mind the bitterness in different views, but I think we needed less of it, maybe.
So what sort of number are you thinking, Sarah?
Probably about a 7 for me, but depending on, because Charlie's probably more used to this cheese. If he goes higher, we can meet in the middle.
What do you think, Charlie? What number are you on?
You like it?
Nigel, we've seen this a lot. It's when you have that crash between sort of a technical judging and a personal judging, right? My personal response to this is I really like this cheese. But the technical side is they have allowed too much bitterness to get into it for a wide market. So I don't know. So my feeling is that we're going to end up compromising around 7.5, like Sarah said.
7.5?
Doesn't express the journey for this cheese.
Do you think this cheese is as the cheese maker intended?
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Do you think they taste it? Or actually, because there's that little bit of a red mark of a mold, we weren't sure what it was. Do you think it might be slightly out of kilter from what men normally produce?
No, I think that they will have a very broad. So some of the cheeses we've tasted so far, or some of the mainstream cheeses, have a very narrow level of expectation. They always taste like this. It will always taste like that. And if it doesn't, then we're in trouble. I think this is the kind of cheese that comes from a cheesemaker who will have a very wide level of expectation. And this is possibly at the bitter end of what he would like. But I don't think it's out of his kilter. He would consider this to be sellable. He'd take it to his farmer's market and he'd be fine with that. He just might have a slightly narrower for this group than the cheese he made last Tuesday, which has a softer edge to it. So that would be my expression. If I was sending it in to judge, maybe this is a message to send to him, I would bore my cheese. I'd grade my cheese. I wouldn't send this one in. I would look for one with less of a bitter edge and send that one in towards. Feedback that's valuable.
Yeah, definitely. What score would you give it for the texture?
I think the texture's nice. I think we'd probably give it an 8 for texture.
It is. It's really nice. It's not cloying in the mouth. It's got a very clean aspect.
And then aroma. What are we thinking now? You've tasted it.
It was one of the better ones, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So 8 again, 8.5.
I think it's consistent with the flavour, so I'm okay with an 8.
8, lovely. And so then, last but not least, we are on to B61085.
Also interesting about last cheese, if it was a woman who made the cheese as well. Referring,
the cheesemaker as a.
Yeah. Oh yes, I should say them, shouldn't I? And that way we're catching. There is no. It's a metaphorical he, not an actual he.
I think a very good point as well made about the different elements of judging as well, Charlie. What you said about the technical aspect and then the personal aspect. It's both of those bits will always come part of it, so it's quite good to mention that as well.
I think it's just really hard sometimes to realize that different cheeses meet different audiences in different ways, and I think that could really suit an audience of local customers who know what to eat with it, who are familiar and have accepted its bitterness.
Have you got your cheese, Charlie?
Sorry, I've forgotten what you said now already. I'm so
B61085.
So this is quite interesting again. It's quite pale, actually.
What's the class?
B6.
I've got it. What is it supposed to be? You said.
Oh, I'm not allowed to say now.
Okay, so it's not Lancashire or anything like
It's
that.
a territorial cheese.
Just a territorial cheese.
From one of the territories.
yeah.
But it's got some nice stuff happening on the rind.
The rind's interesting.
That's
isn't
lovely,
it? Yeah.
beautiful, very artisanal, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes,
and
that's it.
very consistent, and completely. That is a very nice looking rind.
Yeah.
So how do you feel on first look appearance? What do we think on the score? How do you feel about it?
I think it looks nice. It's even. There's no issue with it. So probably a 9 for appearance.
What do you
I'm
think,
having a
Charlie?
9 for appearance. Yeah, that's okay. Again,
Lovely.
it's got the press of the vacuum pack, which sort of hides its true nature.
Yeah.
It smells like horseradish. Have you smelled it?
So it's got a much
Oh, yeah.
it's got much nicer when you cut into it to see the appearance. The open curd
Yeah.
is much nicer than the. Oh
Smells like
yes,
horseradish, doesn't
yes,
it? Really strong horseradish.
really strong, lovely.
At
That
first,
really
I thought it was
takes
like
over
a
the field.
green note, but
I'm glad you said horseradish. I didn't have to guess. That's
We've got to try this. I'm going to choose you in a minute. To my I've got a right hand helper here who helped us. The inaugural Cheese Awards we did four ago, when this very computer overheated so much we had to put ice on the back of it. Here we go. This is Sam, who's more sartorially inspired than I feel scruffy standing next to Sam. And then the next time we did it was from a pub, the Anchor at Warberswick, and last year it was the Titanic Hotel in Liverpool.
Nice.
Where I hosted the Northwest Family Business Awards, which are on Friday this year. So it is properly, there you go, virtual and nomadic.
I love that. So what do we think aroma-wise, guys, with that horseradish in mind?
I just love it. It really
Yeah.
makes me go interesting, positive, nothing negative.
But you get that note, but you also get the milk coming through, and then you get a bit of salt, and then you get a bit of sweetness to it. You get quite a lot of notes. They're not overpowering; they're quite subtle, but
there's a lot of depth in that aromas. Some of the previous ones have been a bit short, haven't they? So what do you think numbers-wise?
Well, I would go for a 9 because I think it's the best one we.
9, lovely. And then we look at texture and Nigel agrees.
Yeah.
I'm completely left out here.
Sorry, John. Obviously not so crafty on this occasion.
The least crafty I've ever been.
The texture's fine. It's a little bit fluffy.
Yeah.
But it is fine.
Yeah.
Numbers, what do you think? You seem a little bit less excited about the texture as you were about the smell.
There's
It's a bit.
Go ahead.
I was going to say it's a bit cotton woolly in the mouth, actually, isn't it?
No, I wasn't say that word, but that suits it perfectly. Yeah.
I'd like it maybe a bit moisture, more moist.
Bit more moisture.
Get my words right.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Sarah.
But again, like aroma, texture is subservient, and I mean to mouthfeel. So if aroma is subservient to taste, texture is subservient to mouthfeel.
Yeah.
But in the mouth, it's definitely got a little bit of cotton wool and there. So I think we can come down to about a 7.5, something of like that.
Yeah. Lovely.
It's no biggie, it's a good cheese.
And then we are on to the flavour.
I mean, you get that acidic note. It feels like a Cheshire almost, or somewhere between like a Cheshire and not a Wensleydale for texture, but that acidic level.
It's got a bitter edge.
Yeah.
And a sort of a thistly bitterness, if that's a thing. I want to say chalky, but I can't really put my finger on why I think it's chalky.
I think it smells more complex than it actually ended up maybe tasting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's how, I suppose, and how the cheesemaker brings out all of those amazing aromas into the flavour more to layer it.
Right. Okay. So what do you feel like score-wise? How does that sit then? If with the aroma, it was a 9. So
I know I shouldn't probably say it, but I feel slightly disappointed in the taste of it. I expected so much more.
It's giving me that kind of dry, the inside of my teeth. It's like some sort of, I don't want to say chemical, that sounds really bad, but it's become really it's got a part of its lingering tail is not that much fun.
Right, okay. That was very nicely put, Charlie.
Is that right, Sarah? Are you?
Yeah, and you get that bitterness after, actually, right at the end, don't you? Whereas
so what do you think score-wise?
I'd probably have to do like a 7, 7.5.
I think I might go 6.5.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But let's settle on 7 and call it a day.
7.
7? Yeah. Okay. That is the last of the cheeses. The winning cheese was actually actually it's a joint first, so we're gonna have to double check right there. So you've actually got that last one and the first one you tasted are on the same score
as top cheeses.
Yeah. So Nigel, in this situation, do they retaste to
I don't want to give that last cheese the first prize.
Right. Okay. So we'll go with the winning cheese then in that scenario will be B11184.
Yeah.
The first cheese you tasted, okay?
Yeah, no, I agree. Because the last one's got loads of potential, but I don't think it's there yet.
Yeah, and the flavour being such a big part of it. I think we would like to say thank you to you two wonderful judges for your taste buds and your time. And thank you to Butler's Cheese who have adorned us with these lovely aprons.
Nigel, you're off message.
And we've and I'm sure we'll see you again soon, you lovely pair.
Yeah, thank you, Manor House, as well, consulting for sponsoring that as well. Really appreciate it. Charlie's going to jump in from one screen and out into another. And Sarah, thank you so very much as well for all your input. But we're going to be back with the cat in the hat, Turnbull, in a minute because we're cruising into Best Artisan Hard. Thank you. This category is, well done. It's sponsored by the Cheese Man, Tony Cowling and his team. Thank you so very much. That category is based on the winners of the hard artisan cheese classes. They're using different milk types, be it buffalo, ewes, goat, cows. I've written camel down just more for my amusement. So I don't think there are any camel cheeses. Well, certainly in Britain being produced. Well, not for these awards anyway. Russell, you might put me right here. But over to you, Cara, because you're running the show.
Wow, thanks very much, Nige. Thank you very much. Hello, chaps. Welcome. For anybody who is just joining us, welcome to the Artisan Hard category. The two tremendous judges I have with me, I will introduce very shortly. But just to remind people, we are using a panel scoring system to judge over 4 different attributes for each of the cheese. The most important one being the flavour. I feel quite privileged to have the wonderful Russell Haggerter and Charlie Turnbull helping me to take you all through this great category. Russell, if you could just let everybody know what you do, where you're from. Over to you.
Hi everyone, I'm Russell Haggerter. I work at Morrison's as the category technical manager. Cheese is one of my categories, as well as artisan. So we have lots of artisan suppliers coming into the Morrison's estate. I've worked in the cheese and dairy industry for coming up to 30 years now.
Oh, thank you, Russell. And Monsieur Charlie.
I think I've only done 20 years in the industry. I had my own shop, so behind the counter for 15 years. And since then, I've been a sort of cheese training specialist, Academy of Cheese, that kind of thing.
Brilliant.
And what about your click bits? Can we still click your bits? What was that other business that you had, Charlie?
Oh, no, you can't click my bits. No, I'm afraid in everybody's career, there are the bits that works and the bits that don't. So we're putting that quietly in the box that didn't work.
But we're clicking his bits. That's where they're going to
No,
remain.
yes, you're right. Clickbox. I have so brushed that out of my past, airbrushed it off my CV, that I couldn't even remember what you were talking about there.
Lovely. In that case, let's move swiftly on.
Swiftly on, yeah.
Okay, our first cheese for this category is F Freddy 21212. I think Russell's ahead of the game, and if you wouldn't mind just holding it up to the camera for us, Russell, so everybody can see. What's your first thoughts there on appearance, guys?
So it's a lightly ripened hard cheese. You can see we've got a little tiny bit of surface mold just on the top, may have been cloth bound, and it's got a great aroma. So visually it looks pretty smart. It's got a nice wedge. I've got a nice nose on it. I do like the nose to be complete. It's a nice formed wedge shape. I haven't got a gloss where it's vacuum packed and the curds are really compressed. So appearance, it looks pretty tidy to me, to be honest.
Charlie, anything to add?
No, I think that's right. We haven't got onto the right. I do think that I think all cheeses suffer a bit from packaging, and you can feel that the packaging has sort of smoothed or polished the edges compared to the center, which still shows a sort of a more fluffy nature of the curd. But this looks fine. It's good.
Lovely. Do we want to give it a score for appearance then, chaps?
I'd probably go along the lines of 8.5.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
Are you happy with an 8 or an 8.5?
I was 8. I think 8.
Lovely. Thank you. And aroma, guys. You started to touch on that.
Well, Russell was saying that it's got a really positive aroma. I think there are a couple of warning signs in the aroma that sort of got a punchy nasal, sort of top of the nose kind of line, suggesting quite sort of acidic or possibly farmyardy. But I sort of like to hold back on that until we tasted it because
that's fine. How about we go for? Why don't we just go straight ahead and dive into trying it, and then we can come back and score it all.
Yeah, it's definitely got the farmyardy.
I'm assuming this is a Lancashire. It feels Lancashire to me.
It really doesn't hold back, does it? Okay, it's a huge explosion in the mouth of flavour. It's really tangy. It's really acidic. Almost lemony in there. It's very farmyardy. You can almost taste the cow in there. It's very curdy in terms of the texture. You can almost feel the curds in your mouth.
How about you, Charlie?
It's excellent. Right, let's start there. I really like this cheese. I wouldn't use the sort of the berries that Russell's got there. I would bring it down a bit. I think that there is balanced acidity, there is balanced herbaceousness. The point Russell makes about the curd is bang on. You can feel that sort of double curd character to it, but it is not quiet, and it's a good example of this cheese, and I highly rate it. It's very good.
This is a great example of an artisan cheese. It's not mainstream. It's not a block cheese. It's got its own personality, and it delivers on that. Absolutely does.
Without kicking you in the teeth by accident by being to this or to that or whatever. It's all nice. If that's not a backdoor insult, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? It's like it's good.
Brilliant. Okay, guys. So I'm going to make you give me some scores now. Appearance, we gave it an 8. How about aroma?
Well, now that I know that the cheese itself is balanced and within, it's good cheese, I'm not worried about the aroma. Now it's just a point of interest that it's quite punchy and nasal. So I have no problem with it. You could give it an 8.5, and I'm okay with that. Russell, how do you feel?
I'm 8.5 for aroma all day long.
Yeah.
To
And
8.5, chaps.
Yeah.
Well, I sort of want to give it a 9 on taste, Russell. Or is that being too nice?
You can always come back to it if you want. If you want to knock it back later on or something, or you've got, as you did before when you had 2 that tied.
It's phenomenal. It's a taste explosion in your mouth. It's balanced. There's lots going on. So let's put it as a 9 as a provisional, and we can come back.
Can we come back to it then, guys? Because if you're saying it's phenomenal and exceptional, Russell, why wouldn't it be a 10?
Well, there's perfection in cheese is almost undesirable. There's always going to be the person who finds it a bit acidic because it has got an acid edge to it. There's a inside the lactic element, there is a slight sourness verging on sort of a rancid butter note, which some people might find not appropriate. If you know what I mean, I like it. I like it's part of traditional cheese.
Bollocks to them. This is amazing.
I guess when we take a point off, Cara, it's about seeing that there is a multitude of takes on a cheese that is playing with complex flavors like this. But if you want us to give us 10, we will. Would you like it to give us 10?
I'd like
it's a 9.
Just all I would say is that the adjectives that you guys have utilized about the flavor make my brain go 10, 10, 10.
I do think that there could be a slight room for improvement just for tweaking a little bit for sharpness and a little bit of the farmyardy just to get a little tiny bit more balance. But it's really, really good.
And that's what this is about. It's about the cheesemaker understanding what you would look for to give it a 10. So I think you guys have given that a 9.5.
That's a 9.
A 9?
9. I think I do agree with the 9 because I don't think it's perfection, but it's really, really good. So,
lovely. So you've given that a 9, but we haven't had texture from you yet. So could I have a score for texture?
Arguably a fraction fluffy, softer in the curd than we would like.
I'll probably go 8.5 on that.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that. Yes.
Brilliant, chaps. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to our next cheese, which is F for Foxtrot 61093. And I think, guys, if you just go straight in, have a look at it, if you wouldn't mind holding it up to the camera, knowing how you guys now like to taste, let's sort of do your bit, have a sniff, have a little fudgy, and have a taste, and then we can have a good chat about what you think we should score it.
It likewise is a good-looking cheese.
It's got a decent amount of mold on the outside.
Evenly spread and distributed.
Yeah, I've got a little bit missing just on the bottom. That's just where it's been turned and it's just stuck to the wooden slat.
Yeah, I must have the top. Well, not that it isn't turned, but you know what I mean.
It's definitely been cloth bound. You can see the marks on the rind. Nice straight nose.
But it's got a I always think of that as a ton. I don't know if that's the right word, but you know, a cheddar would have a straight side there. This has got a slight bow to it.
Yeah.
Which I feel I ought to know what that means, and I don't. Russell, would you know what that means?
It's where they haven't turned it quite as often as they should have done, so it goes bottom heavy.
But the bulge is in the middle.
I don't know that.
Because it could be that way around if you see.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know that.
I mean, would I be right saying the Cantal has got that bowed side, like a barrel-shaped side?
Some have, haven't they?
So that makes me just hold my mind open for longer as to what exactly it is we're dealing with here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That's cool. What about the aroma, guys? What can you tell me?
As soon as you opened it, you get a nose full of, again, farmyardy aroma.
For me, the dairy notes are bigger than the farmyard notes, but the farmyard notes are there. And we're getting that sort of damp cellar off the rind. All of which are lovely.
How's it
firm.
cutting?
It's very firm.
It is very firm, isn't it? I mean, it has to be cow's milk, I think, but there's almost like hints of the character of sheep's milk about it.
I think it's more sheepy than cow.
I think it might be sheep, you know. It tastes sheepy.
Very salty.
Mm-hmm.
It's very dense.
And it's got a fruitiness to it, almost like there's a pear drop element. There's if I was to say apricot, would I be really going off piste here, or
No, it's fruity. It's dense. It's sweet. It's salty.
I think it's delicious, right?
It's almost like a soft pecorino.
It's European in style, very European in style. I think this must be I don't know. One can't help but speculate about who made this, okay? And I'm not allowed to do that. I think this is really high quality. I think it's been beautifully made. It's very non-British in style. That's not good or a bad. That's just sort of it. I love the fruity elements. I love the fact that they're using sheep's milk robustly and confidently in a big cheese.
It's very firm. It's very flavoursome. It'll make a difference on a cheese board or in a cheese dish.
It's got a sort of negative texture on maybe a fifth or sixth bite. It comes kind of gloopy around the teeth a bit.
All right, guys, I'm going to start to press you for some scores then. Where do we want to go for appearance?
Oh, it's lovely. It's lovely. And I like shape. I like consistency of mold. The open curd is very typical of sheep. That the kind of the occasional small holes with occasional white spots. Very typical of sheep's milk of this size. So as far as I'm concerned, there's no significant flaws. Maybe a 9.
I wouldn't say so. I'm happy with a 9. It's even rind. It's been well presented.
Yeah.
Lovely. How about aroma, chaps?
You got the farmyard. You got the cheese smells straight away. It's still there. It's still lingering. It's not disappearing. 8.5.
Brilliant. Texture?
This is my only area of where I bring it down a point. Not in the texture between my fingers, but the texture in the mouth. I find it just not. I think it's like a dryness to it. I'm not. So I would go for a sort of 7.5 in this area. But I'm going to come back and really give it big points on flavour.
Russell, do you agree?
I think so. As it's almost one of those where it needs to be either a little bit firmer or a little bit softer, and it's just sat in that grey area in the middle. That means it doesn't really do much.
I think that's fair. That's fair.
So I'll probably go 7 on that.
All right, go for 7.
Okay. And what do you want to give it on flavour, chaps?
I think it really delivered. I think it had for full armory. Maybe a little, for me, a little bit too salty and could be reined in again, but it is a pecorino style, I'm guessing, so that is typically very salty. So for my personal opinion, it's a little bit salty, so I'll probably go 8.5, 9.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. And I can't help going, is this better or worse than the cheese we had just a second ago? And I would say it's more interesting but more flawed. Is that a sort of and I suppose in technical terms, I don't know where that sits.
I'd just ask you to not compare it to the one before in any way, shape or form, just sort of.
I'm on the plane of 8.5, and it's just slightly better.
8.5.
Thank you, guys. That's brilliant. 2 really strong cheeses to start.
Brilliant cheeses. Brilliant cheeses.
Next one is F8. 1144.
Okay, so it's a white cheese. So this is a goat's cheese.
Wow, interesting rind.
Yeah, yeah.
I've
I mean, the yellow mold on there is sort of particular for goat's cheese. You see that more in goat's cheese than other cheeses. I have a slight concern. The different in color of rind on the bottom and top, which is slightly added to by the shape of it. I'm assuming this cheese was not that shape. It feels like it might not have been turned evenly, and that we've got more moisture building up on the shelf below the cheese than above it, giving it the darker mold styles.
I'd agree. And also I've got some yellow mold ingress actually coming in. So this is where they've cut it, and it's been cut a while, and then the mold's been allowed to ingress in and sit on top of my cut face. So that's going to put customers off for me.
I mean, yeah. I don't want to add to that, but one could say further things, but that's. But the character of it, the lines there, the shape, the white contrast with the whiteness. It's a very good looking cheese and artistic looking and artisanal looking. It's those technical aspects that Russell's pointing out and I've pointed out that just make us a bit more concerned.
So I'll probably go 8 for appearance on that bit.
I think I might go 7.5.
Okay.
I'm going to bob 7.5 down there, chaps. Are you both happy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely.
And cutting it, it's not a qualitative point, but I'm finding it a lot more elastic than I was expecting.
It's very soft, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very, very pliable.
Mouthfeel, guys?
It's good. That soft texture could lead to a sort of gloopy or grouty kind of outcome, but it doesn't. It stays pretty clean textured, as in it comes away from the teeth and goes back to the teeth smoothly in the mouth, which is nice.
It's nice and creamy. It's very rich. It's very indulgent. It gives a smoothness. I think in terms of texture, I'll probably go 8.
I think that's okay.
My preconception was it was going to be a lot firmer. Whether it needs to be a lot firmer for that style of cheese, I'm not sure. It's very different. It's very different, that's for sure.
It reminds me of some of those soft Italian pecorinos. I know that's different milk and all, but it's got it feels like it's settled onto the shelf rather than sort of have a firm aspect. There's not a lot of. The flavor's nice. It's sort of woolly, as in wool. Warm barn, which is nice.
Everything about it's subtle, isn't it? It's a subtle texture, subtle flavors. It's not very salty.
No. A weakness for me is the early chews 1, 2, 3 deliver very little. And you then start chewing, and then the flavors really develop in a very nice way. So it's a cheese you need to take your time eating, because if you just kept putting pieces in, it might never develop in your mouth. So, and then the flavors of the milk, the creaminess, that velvetiness that's distinctive of goat's cheese comes through very nicely with a sort of herbaceousness, and I'm thinking sort of maybe very mild levels of wild garlic and that which is lovely to taste. So it's got a nice, subtle, consistent texture that delivers a nice flavor. I just think I would just like it to come forward a bit more earlier.
I think so. Yeah, a little more instant hit just to let you know it's arrived. So I'm probably on 8 on the flavour and probably 8 on aroma as well.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think I would pull it back from 8 if it wasn't for the fact that flavours, when they arrive, are really excellent.
Yeah.
So, guys, just recapping, you're scoring that one 8 all round, apart from appearance, where you've given it 7.5.
Yeah, I think it flirts with not disaster. That's too strong. It flirts with issues, but then manages to recoup by in the round. It looks gorgeous. In the taste, it is amazing. It's just some bits on the way there you've got to call them out on.
Okie dokie. Our next cheese is F for Foxtrot 81092.
So a very distinctive grey rind, almost like a light Saint Nectaire, kind of almost fluffy. You can tell I nibbled this, I'm sorry, when I was unwrapping them. And a very clean white curd, which Russell will be quick to tell you, because he's right, is a classic goat's look. This is a nice looking cheese.
It's lovely and mould ripened all round. I can't see any flaws in that whatsoever.
No, I've got a couple of, there's a dent there. I don't know if that comes across when you look at it. But nothing to speak of. It's still very dusty, the mold, isn't it, Russell? It's you get on the fingers, and then I don't know if you can see that. Then I've touched the rind at the base there. You can see then
the same.
The grey is now getting on cheese. I don't really know what to say about that. It definitely takes away from the cheese, but it's hardly the cheese's fault. It's kind of my fault, if that makes sense. I don't know whether a customer might double take on this sort of fluffy, flowery edge or not.
Powdery, isn't it? Almost. It looks
powdery.
To be,
good word. Yeah.
Airborne.
But it's not a common rind type. You know, it's still very living, not very dry. And you know, cutting through it, it's absolutely flawless. The whiteness, the curd is very smooth. It's almost like it's a processed cheese. It's so clean, the curd.
Yeah, it cuts really nicely in that. But when you come to give it a squish, it's almost quite dry and it's crumbling away on me. So it's a lot less moisture in than the previous one.
Now this class is highly competitive. You know, these are excellent cheeses.
These are so different.
It was a very tight run, tightly judged set of artisan cheeses this year. There was an incredible amount of high quality cheeses entered. So, what's the flavour like, chaps?
Well, I'm medium sensitive to goatiness. So goaty cheeses just have me on my edge. This is not that cheese. There is no goatiness in the negative way. There's no billy goat. There's no significant farmyard. So it's really it's velvety smoothness is its major characteristic to me.
I'd agree. There's no goatiness. Some of the flavors are really subtle. It's reasonably salted. It's well seasoned, but not over seasoned. You can taste a little tiny bit of acidity in there, but not too much.
It's been balanced.
It's to me, it's a good all-rounder that looks superb.
Do you mean by that there's no pronounced character to it? Because if there is a weakness, it's not strong in any of its flavors. It's not got, it doesn't, nothing rings like a bell.
Absolutely.
Is that not what Russell was saying? It's a good all-rounder.
Yeah, I think that's what I understood. Yeah. But I mean, it's also true. So it's like it feels very, very professionally made. It feels very, very professionally filled. There are no flaws here.
Okay, in that case, have a think about what you want to score at where you've said there's no flaws here.
So I think from appearances, it looks really good. It looks amazing. I'll be happy to put it on my shelf. I'm sure it'd fly out. So from that point, it'd be a 9 on their appearance, losing a point probably just because of powdery on the rind that just got everywhere. I don't know what you can do about it. What do you think, Charlie?
Done. Agreed.
And then on the aroma and flavour, I'm going to put these both together. Really, as I think it's a really good all-rounder, but it's just lacking that little bit point of difference. So whilst it is amazing, it's an amazing all-rounder, but doesn't stand out above the rest. It can quite easily just hide in the field with other ones, which is a shame because it's been so well made. And perhaps just that little bit of point of difference will push it over the line. So I'll probably say 8 for aroma and flavour.
I'd push it up to 8.5 on certainly on flavour.
Okay.
5. And what are you going to give it for texture, guys?
9. There's nothing. I'm complete. I think it's a lovely expression of a middle-aged goat cheese.
I'd go with 8.
Okay.
You don't want to settle for 8.5?
No, I think 8's about right in terms of it's just run of the mill. We just need to do something just to give us that point of difference.
Okay, thanks, Russell. Moving on to F10 1131.
F10 1131. There we go.
Thank you, Charlie. Looking good. Thanks, Russell.
So again, my nose is not complete. And then I've got a tiny bit of white mold on there. Nice mold on the end.
What's this class again?
Artisan hard.
The aroma is very, very farmyardy. The texture when you break is like a mature cheddar, extra mature cheddar.
Yeah, I would have just said mature cheddar. I think it's still got a lot of moisture in it for an extra mature.
Let's have a taste.
Have you smelt it yet, Russell? Smell it.
Yeah,
as well.
very farmyardy.
Yeah, for me, it's very celery, but, splitting hairs there. But I accidentally ate some because I'm greedy and I just picked some up and put it in my mouth. I'm finding this flavor quite surprising.
In what respect?
It hits you straight away.
It's very, very fast to the palate. Yes, it is.
Absolutely instant. It's straight onto your palate.
And what is the flavour?
Well, I think it's a sort of classic lactic farmyard, right? That punchy, high acid cheddar vibe that you get with people who really want to sort of make a noise with their cheddar. But around the edges of that, I've got almost like a sweet pear drop kind of edge to it, which is what I didn't see coming.
What I'm also getting is it's almost like, and I know it's not Lancashire, but I'm almost getting the tasty Lancashire flavour coming through, which is weird because it's that farmyard. It's a little bit dirty. It's strong. It's straight into your face. It's a farmyard cheddar all day long with some real strong flavours. But actually, do you know what? It's coming, but now they're disappearing, and now I'm getting loads of savoury flavours there, sitting there.
I think this is a long journey, interesting, complex cheese with some alienating characteristics that would put off some people but attract others. So people who are looking for bite, that sort of mildly astringent vibe, people who really want to be made to sit up and pay attention to the cheese in their mouth, it's going to really please those people. And I think it's a slightly more interesting, complex version of that than your average just turn the volume up kind of cheddar. So I think that's really good. But the sort of the farmyard element, which is, you know, there at the beginning, middle, and end, is going to turn some people off. But there are other cheeses for those people. I think this isn't just the wrong cheese for them, if you see what I mean.
And do you know what? And as long as it's marketed as a farmyard cheddar,
yeah, strong farmyard cheddar.
It's down to the cheese connoisseurs, people that want to try something different, push the boat out a little bit to see, actually, do you know what? You can do this.
I think
so how are we going to score it then, chaps?
I find this really hard because I mean, I think there's a strong argument. This is a very old. I think it's what cheddar might have tasted like 100 years ago. I think this is really very of the soil, of the terroir, of the space it's come from, the history it's come from. I think the modern palate is going to balk, or some people with the modern palate are going to balk at it.
But as you two with the beautiful palate, how are you two going to judge it?
Do you know what? I really, really enjoyed it. I love the flavour. I love how it carried on and then changed to more savoury notes. So I'll probably go 8.5, 9 for flavour. The aroma was nice and floral. It told me exactly what I'm going to get. So I'll probably go 8, 8.5 there. And the texture, do you know what? It's probably a little too moist for me. I probably liked it just a little bit drier. So I'll probably score it an 8.
I'd come down a point across all three, maybe a half point.
Okay, so we didn't give it an appearance score, guys. So Charlie, do you want to give me an appearance score for it?
There's some small blemishes, but blemishes we might accept on a cheese with more rind. It's either been cleaned or has no rind. 7.5, 8 maybe.
I'll probably go 8, 8.5. I think it looks decent. I think the only thing against it is it's been vacuum packed, so you get the crushed curds and shininess to it, but that's not the cheese's fault, is it?
All right.
So shall we settle on an 8 with that one then, chaps?
Okay, and where are we settling on the others?
At the moment, I've got 8 for aroma, 8 for appearance, 8 for aroma, 8 for texture, and 9 for flavour. But I know you want to necessarily challenge those, Charlie.
I can't give it a 9 for flavour.
8.5.
It's just not there with the way we are benchmarking against other cheeses. It's just not. I would give it 8 tops. This is democracy though, so 8 tops might mean 8.5 if that's what Russell wants, but I would give it an 8.
8.5 then, in the middle.
Okay, thank you guys. And we're then going to move on to our final one in this category, which is F10 1201.
Now this is the most distinctive one. When I unwrapped these all earlier, it's got that Gouda curve.
Mm-hmm.
It's got this rather odd. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a sort of bent or dented top there.
Yeah, I got that.
You've got that as well. And it's not very regular in any way, which from a purist perspective, it's not good. When you look at the curd itself, that is consistent, even though it's in an irregular shape. It feels like the gap from the rind itself into the body of the cheese is roughly consistent all the way around the edge there. And it doesn't feel it's been compressed or damaged in any way. So I don't
yours looks a lot more orange than mine, Charlie.
What, in terms of the outside?
The curd.
Oh, the curd.
I think it's the
I wouldn't.
light.
I could be light. I wouldn't describe mine as orange. I would.
Okay.
I wouldn't be confident to say there is a natto in here, if you know what I mean. There might be a hint, but they've put in only a very small amount if they have.
It's quite fair.
Have a smell of the rind.
Okay.
Because I was trying to identify it and I'm slightly struggling. It's got a.
Oh, that's.
I mean, I kept coming back to coffee grinds, but I don't think I mean that. It's
No.
I couldn't pin it down. Nigel, have you got it?
Is it chicory?
It's almost fish meal.
Right.
Nigel, have you got this one? Oh, it's on its way, is it?
Yeah, it's here. Thanks, Sam. Cheers.
Is
Just
it a
around.
pleasant smell, guys? What?
It's not an unpleasant smell.
No, it's not an unpleasant smell at all. Sorry, fish meal.
I got the Gouda-esque notes initially, and then there is something slightly more unusual underpinning it.
It's just purely on the rind, not the cheese itself, just the rind.
Oh, yes.
What are we saying about the smell of the cheese?
Very typical of Gouda.
Mm.
I don't think the curd structure is typical of Gouda.
Not at all. It's nowhere near a Gouda.
No.
In what way, Charlie?
It's too dry.
It's partly dry, but also it's got a, you know how sort of Grana Padano or Parmesan have a kind of it feels like lots of bits of rice have been stuck together. It's got a bit of that vibe. And when you pull it apart, you get moisture between the curds, which you wouldn't expect on a Gouda as well. None of which I'm prepared to mark it down for, or at least not yet. You know, everyone gets to make their own cheese.
Exactly.
Yeah. But
What about the texture, Russell?
As I said, to me it's slightly dry. Not that that's a negative point against it.
It's not. It doesn't feel like it would be a good cooking cheese. I wouldn't want to grate this. So I feel it is a cheese board cheese.
It's very rich. It's very strong.
very rich, right.
I don't think I could eat a lot of it.
It does have the sweetness of a washed curd cheese. It's got that kind of a lower acidity, higher sweetness, delivering caramel. But it's also got what I think of as the sort of fermented notes. It's almost like a winey note or a sherry note.
Do we want to start giving it some scores?
It's got no benchmarks, this cheese. The fact that it implies that it's a Gouda is just it's not a Gouda in enough ways.
I think it was just that initial aroma that we got that put us on that Gouda route. I got a bit of lactate in that one. I think from appearance, I love the rind. I love the different shape. I think it looks awesome. The irregular shape, it's got positive and negatives against it. I'll probably go 8.5 on it.
On shape?
Yeah.
All right, I'm happy with that. I think that's, I'm not suggesting we don't give it that mark, but I think that's quite generous. I don't see any reason you should be bent out of shape like this. I don't see why. I always go to what I think of my WI rule. If you speak to the WI about the shape of biscuits, they say that rustic does not mean not round. Everybody can make a round biscuit. You know, I don't see any reason why they should have allowed this to get out of shape. I think it shows a lack of care.
Interesting, yeah. Try
Um,
that analogy to the WI.
Once you've judged the WI, you never go back. I promise you.
Yeah.
Very, very strong in Huddersfield. You don't want to cross the WI in Huddersfield. I'll tell you that much.
I know.
Do you want to take it down to an 8 then, guys?
No, I don't, because I think its strong features are very strong. Russell's
So you
right.
want to leave it
Colour
as
is
a-
good. The sort of its attractiveness in the counter is powerful. So, but it's made up ground on a poor start, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Now, a room is interesting because straight away it was a big hit of Gouda. And obviously it's not a Gouda.
I think we should reward it.
How do we score that?
I think we should. I think the rind with this unidentifiable but pronounced sort of vegetative or toasted vegetative note, I think that's really interesting and attractive for the cheese. And the fact that it's left Gouda slightly behind doesn't mean we can't reward Gouda notes. I think we should be looking at 8.5 for aroma.
It's good aroma. Yeah.
Funky.
Are you happy with that 8.5 then, Russell?
Yeah.
Okay. Texture, guys.
I think this is where it gets to be a bit unstuck. It's got a stickiness about it. It's not a big loss, but as Russell said several times, it's drier than you'd like. So I think we're looking at 7.5 in this sort of area.
Yeah, that's where I would be at.
Brilliant, chaps. And then finally, and most importantly, the flavour, please.
I can't put my finger on it, but I think it somehow misses the target a little bit. But it's got some interesting character. I would strongly encourage the cheesemaker to pursue this route. It's got great potential, some really outlandish features that taste really good, but somehow it's not quite there for me. So I'll be looking at a 7.5, 8.
To me, I think they've gone for pure hit of instant flavour, strong, and actually they've forgotten about the long-lasting complexity, where it's a little bit one directional, very strong. So I'm on the plane of 7.5.
Okay. Are we going with the 7.5 then, chaps?
But strong potential.
Absolutely.
Potential. I think this could be, with the right development, could be an outstanding cheese of real interest.
A bit more complexity in there and just tone back some of the farmyard.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you ever so much for your brilliant judging. The winner of the Best Artisan Hard Cheese is cheese number F for Freddy 21212.
That was the very first one that we did.
The very first one that you did, yeah.
Well, that is what I think it is. Then it's good Lancashire. Then it is a great Lancashire.
Well, gents, again, thank you so much for your words of wisdom, and we will hand you back to the team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
Thanks, Russell and Charlie, for both your sessions. Much appreciated. Your palates as well, and Cara keeping us on the straight and narrow. And then I'm delighted we've got a great panel discussion here. It's notionally about how to promote and sell British cheese, maybe what retailers are looking for, how do you get your notice, and so much more. I've got three fantastic panelists. First up is Bronwyn Personal, of course, cheese buyer for Neal's Yard Dairy in London. She instigated a biennial conference on the science of artisan cheese. She spent 2 months in the Dutton lab at Harvard University studying the role of marine-associated proteobacteria on cheese rinds. And she's recently served on the editorial board of the Oxford Companion to Cheese. So, Bronwyn, it's really a warm welcome to you. Sarah Minnis has been with us already twice this morning as well. Waitrose cheese buyer, lives and based in Marlborough, Wiltshire, travels all over the UK, worked in various different departments on buying Waitrose before she got into the dairy and cheese side. And then we've got our 2 times winners of the VCAs, the inaugural ones, of course, the Supreme Champions, Renegade Monk, and then it was La Fresca Margarita from Felton's Farm. in the north of Somerset. Beautiful Blackmore Vale. It's Penny Nagel and Marcus Ferguson. Welcome to you all. Brilliant to have you. And what a fantastic panel. And thank you for your patience. Firstly, Penny and Marcus, I'll never forget the day. It was our first ever that we did it online. And you were there with all the kids and everything like that. I mean, from very different backgrounds, you got into, farming as you did. And what was it like to win that? Never mind the second year, but the first time up for you.
You go. It was amazing. I mean, we had been making cheese for a few years and had sort of won the odd little award, but obviously nothing like Supreme Champion. But coming on top of lockdown, the pandemic, and everything that the VCA and Sarah and people did to keep the industry going. As Roger said earlier, when the lockdown first started, everyone was terrified. And that first Virtual Cheese Awards felt like a lifeline. It felt like the community saying, look, we're all still here. So it was a wonderful thing that it happened. And then obviously we were blown away to win. I mean, that was beyond our wildest dreams. So and it was, as you say, wonderful with our family there, our children there. It was a very, very exciting afternoon.
Yeah, I meant to win it the next year with a completely different cheese. I mean, 2 more different cheeses you couldn't have. The Daisy-inspired Fresca Margherita, this beautiful young fresh cheese again, which I think it was all power to you. Showing your cheese making prowess. So fantastically well done. On that note, Bronwyn, as well. At Neal's Yard, suddenly we were, thrust into this pandemic, and you got responsibility for all these cheese makers to make sure that they don't drive their animals off, but we can still get to the market. But the market became a very different landscape.
Yes, indeed. And, unfortunately, my son was born on the 12th of March, 2020. So, or maybe fortunately for me, I stepped out of Neal's Yard Dairy right before everything went haywire. But I did hear from my colleagues about how we went on our e-commerce side from selling, maybe 50 boxes a week to sort of Christmas levels of 1,000 boxes a day quite quickly. And of course, after a period of, a week or so, thinking that the entire cheese industry wasn't going to be able to sell any of this cheese that was sitting in cellars because restaurants were shutting down, shops were shutting down. So yeah, it was an exciting time.
Yeah, but without doubt. Yes. And well done on the parenting. Since then, been an interesting time, but no doubt, maybe you come to work for a break. But Sarah, and also with the British Palate at the moment, we're talking predominantly about British cheeses with the Virtual Cheese Awards. But generally, I mean, how adventurous are British consumers with their palates, and in your case, particularly with Waitrose?
I think we've got so many customers that are really adventurous and looking for new cheeses all the time and looking to try things all the time. And we find that especially on our counters where we've got our cheese experts who would do tastings. And if the customer can taste the cheese and get the story behind it, I think the good story always sells a good cheese. And if we can get that good story across and the cheese tastes amazing, our customers are really up for trying anything new all the time.
And roughly, what's the breakdown? Sorry to put you on the spot here, between British and continental or overseas cheeses?
So we've got about a 50% British cheese versus 50% continental. So, but if you think of the continental for us, we sell lots of mozzarella, lots of feta, lots of parmesan. So I'm not sure what the breakdown would be in the sort of the more specialist area, but yeah, it's about 50-50.
Yeah, and if people, Bronwyn, if someone watching this wants to get to you and think, I've got a great cheese, what's the best way that they can get it to you or approach you? How open are you to that?
Absolutely. I mean, we're always looking to try samples and to really hear from people from the very earliest stages of their cheese development. I mean, so often we can share information about what we're looking for with people who might not have made those decisions yet, and really, have the opportunity to help them make a cheese that we can sell really well. So yeah, I mean, get in touch with me or any one of our team and, send samples. But before you send samples, just maybe a call to talk about what you're making and allow us to ask some questions and put it in context. And then we're happy to give feedback to anybody.
Sorry, you're nodding. Can you be as open as that, or is it slightly more complex from your side?
No, yes, definitely. It's the first point of contact. I think people get scared sometimes of contacting us, but I mean, I get round to all the shows. I try and visit as many people as possible, and we just want to see lots of newness all the time. But I think because we have agency models in some cases, as well as direct supply, and we can be, you know, we're not an easy model to get cheese from the farm into our centres and get them out to the branches always. It can be a bit scary, but I say always contact myself or one of the team as the first port of call. And then of course there's lots of technical policies and stuff, but you know, we've got a massive team available to help. And if the cheese is great, then I mean, as Penny and Marcus will know, we do everything we can to get it on the shelf as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's great to know. So good. And Penny here, everything's going so well. You've changed your career. You've got these initial 22 acres of organic grassland. It's fantastic. World domination, you know, Virtual Cheese Award winner twice, and so much more. And then a bit of a catastrophe lands on you. Talk us through what it was and how you coped.
So last year was actually a dreadful year for us, or the end of last year. We had burst water pipes at Christmas. And this is in a new, you can come back there, we've just made cheese today, but this is in a new facility. And we had that terrible kind of bit just before, in the middle of December, where we had a north-facing roof where we had 10 days without temperatures going above zero, and that just meant those water pipes burst. And
in 20 places, so there's water pouring through.
Which just took us out, and we all wish we'd done engineering degrees because it was just kind of like, what do you do?
We lost our pasteurizer, our alarm system, our refrigeration, our lighting, and it's taken 4 months to get all of that fixed. Insurance company's been brilliant, but it has meant 4 months without production. So
and you just worry because it's I mean, thankfully, you know, people like Sarah have been enormously supportive, and we're really grateful. But you just worry that kind of you're losing a business because you're not in the market. So we're working hard to get back in there now.
Yeah.
It's there. Buyers, like that. We are here.
Yeah, you are, and it's great to see you. But it is a big learning curve, isn't it? Because it's a bit like a pandemic. You just don't quite know, but you know what happened. But yours is just say literally bursting out all around you, and think, how can we cope? How can our business survive this? You know, how can we cope on the next hour, the next few days, the next week? You know, what does it mean long term? But and now back on track. Just tell us a bit about what you've got there. How many are in the team? You know, in an ideal world, you know, that you've got on the books and what you're running.
So we've just taken on 2 full-time cheesemakers as well as us, and they are great, and that's really helping. We've also got some fantastic new opportunities, kind of just work that we're working on. And
not giving much away there.
I was saying, I think I want to play poker with you, Penny. Then.
Yeah, but no, the 2 cheesemakers, and we've had a lot of part-time staff in the past as we've been growing. And that didn't quite help us enough. There were too many people washing cheeses or turning cheeses, and it wasn't the same process. And so we've now got somebody who has come over actually from White Lake, who was working at White Lake for 8 years, so enormously experienced. Michael, we're delighted to have him on board. And Sal, full-time, who was worked at Parliamentary Cheesemongers down in Bournemouth. So he's got these sort of affinage skills as well. So we feel we're in a really good place as we relaunch, that we've got this great team behind us, and we're still, you know, a micro operation, but you know, trying to be as professional as possible.
Do you still actively court the international volunteers, or is that a complicated beast to handle?
This is so it's partly because we did a lot of woofing. So when you have volunteers from because it's an enriching experience for any rural community to bring people in, and then you exchange ideas. And we've had some brilliant people from as far away as Taiwan and Japan and Sicily, Australia. But what we found is that they work best outside the cheese room. We never really kind of brought them in anyway, but it's just that if you had people who are particularly passionate and you have 6 months, you train them up. It's more kind of just sharing kind of ideas, and people now send us cheeses or send us kind of where they, you know, cheeses that they've had that they think we should make, which we love. Because that was how we started off, is we started off making cheeses that we'd eaten outside the UK. And we were like, why can't we make this cheese here? Because this is, you know, this is the most delicious washed rind cheese, and you can't buy these in the UK. And those were kind of, you know, that's how we started.
Yeah, I'm sure, Bronwyn, that's always the impression with Neal's Yard. But you work, your relationship with the producers is that some of them, you know, it works both ways. That you can give them advice about something that you're looking for and how they could tweak a cheese, and you know, but you've still got that hands-on relationship. I've always
Absolutely. Felt. I mean, I think it works two ways. We see lots of people in our day-to-day work and lots of problems. And if we can share that knowledge around and help other people solve their problems more quickly, then that's wonderful. And the benefit of that is that we get better cheese and they make better cheese, and everybody, you know, everybody benefits from that. So yeah, a thoroughfare for information.
Yeah. And Sarah, again, you know, where I'm from, everyone's a bit strapped at the moment. You know, cash is not easy. How price sensitive has your market been? You know, on the cheese counter at Waitrose, and yeah, have you had to put on the increased prices accordingly, or have you bitten the bullet on some of them yourself?
So there's, I think customers are always looking in certain areas. So we have probably two areas within our assortment. One, which is like the everyday cheese, where you would expect promotional activity, and that drives a lot of volume, and that they get into that cycle. If I look at counters, I think people are happy to pay the price for the quality. And actually, you know, we're seeing counters drive volume and drive sales at the moment more than we probably expected when we came into the year. So I think it's definitely trying to find that right balance between the two areas. But we have got customers that recognize quality, and it's about paying the right value for that quality.
Yes. And is it, Bronwyn, is it a bit like a great piece of chocolate? Sometimes you don't need as much to be satiated, you know, rather than a huge bar. You have two good pieces. I always think about, you know, proper cheese board. You actually don't need that much. Maybe I'm being a bit naive here, but it delivers lots of flavor.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously we want people to eat loads of really great cheese, but if, you know, if it's a matter of not, you know, of buying a lot of something that's kind of okay, or buying a little bit of something that's really extraordinary and memorable, I think there are a lot of people who recognize that the latter will give them more pleasure. And, you know, I think there are a lot of really extraordinary cheeses around right now. And yeah, there's value there.
Yeah, just look for it as well. And I think, absolutely, definitely, and it's more exciting than it's ever been, I think, in the breadth that's available and the experimentation that's going on. But Penny and Marcus as well, with you, and we talked about the fact, you know, selling direct, certain relationship you have. You're saying how supportive Sarah had been. What's your ideal route to market? You know, would you spread it around different elements, or is it one? I mean, presumably some will pay better than others because, you know, you've got the middle woman or man to cut out.
I think what the pandemic taught us was that you need to have as wide a net as possible, and we were lucky, I think, when we went into the pandemic, because you don't always know where wholesalers are putting your cheeses. That we were being placed in hospitality, but also in quite a lot of retail. And we know that there are certain cheesemakers out there who found suddenly that 80% of their cheeses were going into hospitality, and they were in trouble. So I think you've got to keep it as broad as you can. You know, spread the love, show the love. So it's fantastic to be in Waitrose, but we also want to be in local farm shops. We want to be selling mail order direct from here. We want to be selling abroad as much as we can. Brexit hasn't helped, but just selling, you know, really everywhere. And it is about education. It's about, you know, as Sarah was saying, having a great story behind you, and sometimes explaining what the cheese is. So, you know, with the Fresca Margherita, that's not a typical British cheese, and that's taken quite a lot of hard work to tell people, make them understand how to use that cheese and how to eat that cheese. But it's I think putting as eggs into as many baskets as possible.
And there are certain organisations that do, like, you know, like, this is fantastic because every cheesemonger in the country and across the world can see kind of how people are judging cheeses, and, you know, you watch experts kind of talking about the different notes, and and what the farmyard feel and that kind of thing. But you've got the Academy of Cheese. So, it's amazing that Sarah, for example, has done level 1, level 2, and is several way through her kind of level 3. And so just kind of, we do that with a lot of people that we meet at markets, where we say, if you're really interested in cheese, go to the Academy of Cheese, do some of those. I'm sure Bronwyn agrees with that as well. It's just telling people it's, a funky farmyard smell is sometimes the sign of a great cheese. So yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, I do think it is out of adversity. As a sector pulled together, cumulatively, it makes everyone stronger. But also, it is a really exciting time. And good luck in getting over your, recent disappointment. But I'm sure there are good things to come out of it. I'm sure. Fingers crossed. Bronwyn, by the way, are you by royal appointment at Neal's Yard?
No, we aren't. The only royal connection, I think that. There may be specific cheesemakers around the country, but the Specialist Cheesemakers Association, our patron, and at least until very recently, was the Prince of Wales, and we're still waiting to hear whether he's going to be our collective patron going forward. We certainly hope so.
Well, I certainly think that actually I've met him a few times and worked with him, and what he's done at Brace of Butchers in Poundbury and all these places. And everyone used to say, he was a tree hugger and was bonkers. Actually, turns out that he was years ahead of his time, and obviously organic farming, biodynamic, all the different things that have gone. So I really hope, that his agricultural nous and of Princess Anne as well. She was speaking at the big agricultural and food event on Monday night, and of course yesterday was very pertinent because they were all speaking to Rishi Sunak, and I hope they listen. That's the key. But yeah, we just hope, but he could have some influence, and I hope that his kingship does continue, with Neal's Yard. Sarah, good luck to you. Thank you for your time today, and we wait your onward journey at Waitrose, world domination. Good luck to that. But it's been a joy spending, and Penny and Marcus, onward, and send my best to those cherubs that you've got there. Remarkably quiet. I can sense their aura somewhere. Maybe they're at school. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so very much for your time, Bronwyn, Sarah, Penny, and Marcus. Really appreciate that. Sorry, we haven't got longer, but we look forward to catching up with you. At another time. There you go. That's fantastic. We're moving on because that's what we've got to do today, because we've got other categories to go and judge, and it's important that we do. So this is a really great way to come back and to return with, of course, because it's best cheddar cheese. So here we go. Best cheddar cheese. Sponsored by Harvey and Brockless. Thank you very much. Hey, and look at those fine figures of faces.
Hey.
The boys are back in town. Daniel, I can see he's in his eyrie somewhere. Perry, nice to see you. And you and Jonathan, the Hirsute boys. I'm feeling a little bit clean shaven in comparison, but you all look really well. But less
it's better though, Nigel.
It's good, very useful. You look about 16. There you go. And over to you, Jonathan. You're the main man. You're on mute at the moment, but tell us a bit about the category, what you're looking for. You're still muted there, kid. You're gonna have to press your unmute button. Jonathan, hit the button, kid. You're on mute.
You got over that in COVID.
I know. There you go. It's all right. You're back now. You're here, kids. Doesn't matter.
Jesus Christ, I'm used
Daniel's
to
going young bucks. What does he know about, Jonathan?
So we're going to be
tasting.
My craftiness is diminished today, I tell you. So we're going to be tasting and judging the cheddar category, which is sponsored by Harvey and Brockless. I would like to introduce you to our two wonderful judges. I'll let them tell you about themselves. We'll go to Danilo at first at the top. Well, he's the top on my screen anyway.
Yes. Hi, good day. Nice to see you all. Hi, Nigel. Last time we saw you down in Newport, we were judging cheeses down there. Yes, very pleased to be on this category today. Really looking forward to it, and good to meet you, Perry, and hope we'll have a good day tasting and judging these cheeses today.
Over to you, Perry.
Yeah, hi, I'm Perry from Rennet and Rind. What I'm known for is maturing cheese, Britain's first afternoon of the year. Last time I saw Nigel, he was drinking a lot of alcohol down in Newport. So, really proud to be here. So, yeah, looking forward to getting stuck into the category.
So we will, the judges will be judging based on 4 categories, and at the end of it, the cheese with the highest score will be announced as the winner. And we'll dive straight in. So our first cheese is going to be A1 1037.
Yeah.
There we go. So we'll get it unwrapped and we'll talk about what we think it looks like. Or, well, it looks like cheese, but how you feel it looks anyway.
No worries.
Do you want to show it up to the camera so we can have a look at it? Lovely.
Yeah, really
There we
nice
go.
kind of typical cloth bound style artisan, loads of character kind of cheddar. Got a really beautiful rind on it actually, and the coloring's great. Got some kind of ingress that's happening, kind of like that's here, but I think it's part of the soul and character and part of its attractiveness to get stuck in. What do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, very rich colour, and you can see from the rind downwards, very strong markings of the cloth on the rind. And I like to see the grading through the cheeses. I'm really looking forward to tasting the cheese right throughout. The break, I like the break in the cheese. It's just really firmly cheddared, but it's got that lovely curd break in it as well.
How do we feel score-wise for the appearance, guys?
Yeah, I'm currently off the bat. I'll say 8.5. It really
Nice.
intrigues
Oh, I love
me.
that.
There's obviously some defects that are like happening in there, but I think that kind of encompasses part of the character of the cheese and makes it more attractive. Are you with me? Or
I think 8.5 is about right. You can see certain sort of edge problems there, but not in any great defective way. It's just natural to see that sort of thing.
Lovely. Okay, and how's it smelling, guys?
yeah, it's pretty stunning. There's a nice little balance that's in there. Actually, it's actually quite incredibly well balanced. You've got that savouriness that's in there, but that nice sweet note that you get as well is really stunning. Actually, it's yeah, I'm excited to try it.
Yes, I've left the cheeses out for a couple of hours, so that enhances the smell a little bit.
Lovely.
And sweet is the word that we get here. It's just very clean and very well, makes you want to taste it.
Well, let's get stuck in then. Well, I keep saying let's. I haven't got any cheese, so.
I'm glad I'm in this seat.
Yeah.
I mean, the texture is incredible. The texture is just so smooth, and it's just really pleasant and easygoing. But it's also quite dense. Covers the palates really well, and unlocks like really nice flavors. Just really Moorish. Not that kind of signature tang that you get with cheddars, but it's a nice kind of like broad, and the longevity seems massive. So, I mean, for aroma, like I'm sitting around about sort of 8.5 again. Then I don't know if you're there. I really like the aroma. The texture, I may consider to be slightly higher. I'm really into that texture. It's got some kind of Conte-esque the kind of notes to it in terms of the way that it's working on my palate, which is really interesting for a cheddar.
What do you think, Dino?
Well, I'd push on the aromas. I'd push that up a little bit. I'd be pushing for something like a 9, maybe.
Yeah,
I'm happy with that, Terry.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing the texture. I like that smoothness of that texture, and as it just breaks down in the mouth, it covers really well.
Lovely.
So there's no grittiness, there's no real graininess there, but the difference in flavor as well between the nose of the cheese and just into the rind and the breakdown there. There's just a great array of flavors all the way through. Fruity, rich, and I don't know, there is the richness that carries through, but it repeats from the sweetness from the smell.
So what do we think scores then for your texture and your flavour?
Again, I'd be pushing for something like a 9 on the texture.
Yeah, happy to go 9 on the texture and flavour. I'm really enjoying that. I would be at a 9 again. Just because I just find that it's sweet, well balanced. There's a good distribution of flavour towards the rind. You're getting more of that earthiness that comes through, really letting you know where that cheese comes from. Looking at it, it looks like a real salt of the earth type cheese. Wants to let you know where it comes from, and I feel that on the palate as well. Like, it's a very cool cheddar.
The flavour just carries on coming out afterwards as well, but it is fairly mellow in that for most of the cheese, I like that nuttiness and the farmiardi close to the rind, but it is quite mellow. It's not an aggressive cheese at all.
It's not got much of a tang to it.
No, so
yeah.
but it is a great everyday cheese.
So score-wise, what are you thinking, Deno?
I'm quite happy with the 9 that Perry suggests. That's about right. Thank you.
Lovely. Good stuff. Well, although you're both enjoying that one, we'll have to move on to the next one. We are A21112.
A21112.
There we go.
So slightly lighter in colour.
Yeah.
The rind isn't as present, that's there, but not in a particularly bad way. There's nothing particularly, complex that's throwing at me. Good distribution. There's a little bit of kind of cracking in the middle that you'd expect from a cheddar, but not particularly like overly exciting. And the ingress is kind of like, it's looks ever so slightly young, I would say. I'll be around about.
Oh, sorry. Go on, Perry. Sorry.
That's right. I'll be around about like a 6.5, 7 for me. It's pretty good.
Yeah. What do you think, Deno?
Yes, it's a little bit same all the way throughout. There's no definite in change of character towards the rind. The rind as well is not quite as noticeable in its markings, but you can feel what was there. Smell is a little bit light
funky,
as well,
isn't it? My piece is pretty funky. Like it's there's not that kind of like sort of warmth that it has, or that tang. There's something that's, although that you're getting that typical kind of cheddar notes that you would get, it's kind of being masked by something that's a little bit more kind of, like it's something that I would be reminiscent. It may just be my batch of like a washed rind cheese, actually. A little bit more funky, smelly socks, but that could be vat packing. Don't know. What do you think? Is your batch like that, or?
I opened my backpack about the best part of half an hour, 3/4 ago, because I like to air the cheeses a little bit. Visual, I think that I agree with you. 6.5. Maybe push it up towards that 7.
Go ahead. I'm happy with that. Yeah.
It's not so funky in its smell with me, but I can see where you're coming from. But it's not quite as fruity as I'm looking for it to be either.
Right.
So it doesn't score too highly on the smell for me. Maybe 7.5 again.
What do you think, Perry?
Yeah, I'll go. I'll go for, like, if we can agree, 6.5. I have got that degree of that wash rind funkiness that's in there, and I feel like now I'm getting some of that funkiness in the flavour. As well. So now I feel like it's part of the cheese, not so much maybe a packaging type thing that's there. So, in terms of texture, it's chewy. You've got a slight bit of flint there. It's got some granulation to it, not that consistent, and becomes a little bit of work, but pretty pleasant. I'd go for a 7 on the texture.
What are you thinking, Deno?
Yeah. Yeah, there's not enough differences in texture in there, and it seems a little bit plainer, I suppose. I can see where you're coming with that funkiness coming in onto the flavoring of the cheese as well. So yeah, texture, I sort of agree around that 7 mark, really.
Flavor is interesting. It's like up front, you do get that pineapple note, which everyone yearns after but it's quite raw and quite forward. And then you're going into this histamine area. It's got a bit of clawing to it, you know, like sort of burns you a little bit. And then that funkiness comes in as well. I'm missing sweet cream. It's not as kind of like well balanced in terms of those notes. And I could imagine some people really loving this cheese and others not so much. So I would be around about 7 for me, don't know, on flavour.
I think you got it right that some people would really enjoy this. This isn't really my kind of cheddar. I like this. There's a sharpness about it every now and again, especially towards the rind.
There is.
And there's a little bit of grit and crystals in there. But overall, it doesn't sort of come together as flavors for me. So yes, 7 is sort of fairly generous, I think.
Right. Okay. So you're happy with that, Dano?
I'll agree with it, but I think that yeah,
yeah,
be where I'd be putting this cheese, I'm afraid.
Where would you go? Like 6? Would you, Dano? Or
no, 6.5 would be okay for me. Just to split it. It just doesn't quite reach.
Okay, cool.
6.5.
Lovely. We'll go 6.5 then, guys. So we're on to our next cheese, which is A3 1113. I have to make sure I get the right amount of ones in when I sell that.
Here we go. So it's the middle piece of the wedge.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting cloth-bound rind again. More interesting on the colours. You can see the tyrosine crystals or whatever crystals they may be working their way through the cheese as well. They look pretty even distributed throughout the cheese. Looks like a more deeper, richer colour that I'm seeing. Looks like an attractive piece of cheddar. Like not like blows me away, and I'd go, you know, sort of like 7-ish again.
Yeah, you can see the curds. It's not been overly pressed. You can see some openings there, and I can see the differences in colours in between. But yes, you can see the crystals in there, nice evenly, sort of spread out. Yeah, 7 sounds fine for visuals there.
And how's it smelling, guys?
Yeah, it's got like a kind of a Gouda kind of sweet caramel kind of to it note that I can get, and a little bit of kind of minerality, which is interesting, and kind of like a little back note of smokiness that's in there as well. I think that's quite pleasant. I think that's quite an attractive aroma. I would be, you know, between 7 and 8 for me.
Yeah, I'm happy. Well, let's split it at the 7.5. It is.
You're all right, Dano?
Yeah. I think the screen just went to sleep there.
Oh.
so I had to jiggle my mouse and
You're very much awake, Danielle. So you're looking good and handsome. I'm quite keen to. I keep on trying to enlarge the screen to check out what's in your claret and your boxes, your wine boxes behind you. But, and the wooden ones as well, particularly. But
the wood ones, you're a bit too late for those, I'm afraid. You got things like that. That's the last bottle of that whiskey in existence. Single cask.
You know, one day I'll get my teleporter. I'll be with you in
yeah.
not the moment. Sorry, I got distracted. Sorry, Jonathan.
Sorry.
Always distracted by alcohol.
The smell of the cheese is. Yeah, we sort of agreed that at about 7.5, didn't we?
7.5, yeah. And so, what are we getting on the texture, guys?
I like the break of the cheese. I must admit, that reflects the curds in the cheeses. But again, I'd like to see a bit more development towards the rind.
Right.
So,
yeah, I agree that the texture is more interesting. The crystals are pretty well distributed and don't become a barrier to what you're experiencing. I'd like to see a little bit more obviously coming in from the rind, I suppose, like we was mentioning. But it's a little bit. It lasts in a kind of slightly a lingering way. The texture, you're kind of. There's two textures in cheddar I like. If you're kind of like chewing on it and it goes, sort of smooth and dissipates out, or it's a little bit challenging. This one kind of clumps a little bit more and kind of remains in a not too pleasant way for me in terms of texture.
Comes over just a touch salty for me as well. That's not quite as apparent in some of the other cheeses, but it's at the end of tasting, it becomes quite clear on that one. Texture, it distributes, it holds quite well, but I like that word clumpiness that you used as well. That sort of it isn't uniform, this breakdown when we're in the texture. But it is quite an interesting cheese.
What do we think score-wise then for your texture and your flavour?
Yeah, for texture for me, I would be around a 5.5 or a 6. That clumpiness isn't kind of engaging with me as much as I would have hoped.
Okay. Well, I'd be pushing for a 6 then on that sort of score rather than being.
No
you
worries.
Happy to meet a 6?
Yeah.
Terry?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then we go on to flavour.
It's quite abrasive, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's not totally married in there. There's aspects of it that feels like a very mature cheddar, and then there's other aspects that are just too timid to be able to hold the thing together. And the thing for me on the back flavour is that salt carries on afterwards.
It burns a little bit, doesn't it? That level of salt does burn quite a bit. And once again, I think we're in the category of there'll be some people who really love this and it just kind of knocks you out a little bit. But I do feel like it stripped my taste buds a little bit as well.
Well, yes, I mean, if it's part of a course of meal or with other things, then it's going to be okay. But if we're tasting cheese just on its own, then that comes out.
And then it's hard on that second. It's hard on that second and third bite to actually get. There was some more complexity on the first bite, but the second bite it's hard to get past that kind of salt burn area. So I'm around about a 6 on the flavour.
Yeah, and this time I'd like to pull it down a little bit, but I'm quite happy with a 6 as well. No, 6 is fair. 6 is fine. Yeah,
lovely.
I'm happy to pull it down. By the way,
no. I mean, I'm happy on a 6. That's okay.
Lovely job. Okay, we are on to our 4th cheese, and it is A41072.
Okay.
1072.
That's the one.
Okay. Grab a cheddar from a block. And it looks like cheddar from the block. There's a nice kind of like it's very even. That's round it. Let me try and it's very soft. Let me try and liven this up. The color is a little bit darker.
Yeah.
It's kind of richer. And there's kind of some good sort of openings that are in it. Pretty kind of attractive.
Yeah, and you can see it breaks into quite sheeny and shiny sort of curds on the inside. It's almost easier to judge it when we see a broken piece. So I quite like that. It's a nice color, but as you say, Perry, it's quite soft.
Mm.
So what do we think score-wise on the appearance? What are you leaning towards?
Yeah, it's a well-made and well-manufactured cheese, I believe, and I think that kind of sits with me about sort of 5.5. Then I don't know if I'm being harsh there.
Well, it is a block cheddar, so it's a different animal to what we've been tasting and judging to date. I think it's a case of block cheddar does what it does, so it's not going to be astounding like that.
Yeah.
Well, the good news that it's heavily weighted in flavour, isn't it? The judging, so you know it can for what it lacks in character, it can make up on in flavour. So,
okay, 5.5. That's fine.
5.5.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we move on to the aroma, guys.
The aroma is like proper to me, like corned beef. I don't. Do you think?
No cows were killed in making this cheese.
Always interesting. I haven't had that though, like corned beef hash type thing, you know, which is really quite fascinating to be honest. But but arguably that is all I'm getting.
Yeah, there's a lack of fruitiness or lactic aspect to the smell. It is a peculiar smell, but it's not dirty and it's not wrong in any way. But it doesn't score marks on. Wow, the aroma of food is supposed to really get your gastric juices flowing in order to wanting to taste it. So there's nothing really to write home about the smell, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'll go 5.5 because I quite like corned beef, and I would probably I'm going in that area because I'm not getting anything else outside of that. Like you said, the sweetness, maybe the acidic tangs, it's just not there for me.
5.5.
You happy with that, Dino?
Yeah, that's okay.
Lovely. So then we move on to the texture and the flavour.
Feeling the cheese, it is quite soft. The way it breaks, I sort of quite like in the natural breaks of things.
What I do like about the texture on the palate is that it is quite light. You know, like in terms of density, it dissipates very quickly, and it doesn't linger. And but it's not a challenge. It doesn't get you to bite into it more. It's not particularly one that I would gravitate towards more and more. But it's got a good degree of lightness and smoothness in it, and that would be about a 5.5 for me.
There is a lightness on it, but it's not like a whipped cream sort of cheese. And there's an amount of crystals in there. But then it starts to be on the fruity side, and then there's a little bitter aftertaste that just comes in the mid palate. And it's a bit like orange peel almost.
Oh.
Yeah, it kind of fits to a crowd where it kind of like feels like it's trying to be all things to all people and hasn't really picked a lane, and by that it becomes quite complex but yet quite bland and not that powerful.
Yeah, the texture doesn't score too highly with me either.
So what we're thinking numbers wise?
5.5 is pretty fair.
Okay.
You
said 5.5, didn't you, Perry? Yeah.
So, and
flavour?
Flavour, again, I'd be struggling to pass 6 on the flavour in this one.
Yeah, let's go for 6.
Okay, lovely. Look at that. You two are agreeing very nicely. I'm enjoying this. We are on to A51156.
We are allowed, probably going to have an argument on this cheese now you've said
see, now, now I've said that. Yeah, I've set it up, haven't I? Yeah.
Crafty, eh? Crafty. Trying to get things to
I just want to make good live TV on you.
It's going to be a virtual scrap. We all need a bit of jeopardy every now and then.
Yeah.
I love this one. No.
There we are. We started on that.
Yeah, so we've got like another block cheddar, obviously in shape. There is more pronounced crystals that I can see that are in it. Very even colour, a good kind of opening on it. We've got some of the kind of, it's kind of more cheddar-like, I suppose.
It's got a certain amount of slime on the outside. I noticed that you're scraping it off as well. So, this one's not so even in that the block isn't quite a block in that it's got some indentures on the bucket.
Oh, okay.
Just a cryovac squeezing into it. But again, this one feels quite soft, and you can see you can see sort of salt coming, washing out of that cheese there as well. Quite gritty salt on the outside.
Do we judge cheese for not being too blocky enough?
I think it's actually one of the categories. No, I'm joking.
I think it's the softness of the cheese that does that. That allows it to be.
Yeah, so I think there's more going on with this one. I think there's, obviously you've got the defect of that coming out on the outside. A natural thing that kind of happens in, vat packed, more creamery-based cheddars that are there. But I think it's more consistent, and the crystals look more consistent. And I'll be around about 6.
Even with the defect of not being being a block, I agree, and the whole visual of the cheese with the crystals, very, very even. I don't know if you can see them there. It's quite evenly distributed through it. Yeah, 6.5 is fine for me there.
Lovely.
Yeah, aroma's a weird one. I'm really struggling to get something out of it.
Well, I'll say you went right in there, Perry. I wonder what you were doing.
Yeah, just sudden onset COVID kind of felt like it was. You have to work quite hard for that aroma, and I feel like it's in a cheddar I want to see a little bit more power and a little bit more characteristic. I would be around about a 4 on aroma.
Well, it's difficult to give it a mark if it's not there.
Yes.
But yes,
you agree? Yeah.
Very, very little nose on that. Yeah. 4's fine. Because
okie dokie.
It's missing.
And then what's the texture looking like, guys?
I quite like the texture in my mouth on this one.
Yeah.
Because there's variety in there. There's crystals in there. There's a grip in the cheese, and it breaks down quite nicely over the tongue.
Yeah, there's and if we can, that lightness isn't there. It's like quite dense, and it gives you something to work with, and it's nice. It kind of like mixes in between your gums, makes it very kind of it's like that typical kind of addictive creamery cheddar that you would find, the kind of texture. I like that, so I'd go for an 8 on texture perhaps.
We're not going to have an argument on this cheese, I'm afraid. No. Yeah, no, it's a good 8. That's fine.
Lovely. And what's the flavour like then, guys? Because I'm interested, because it's been quite varied, this cheese, throughout. So
here, I think that this is probably the best aspect of the cheese. The flavour of the cheese pulls it together. There's a fruitiness in there. There's crystals in there. There's not an overpowering salt for me. And it just pulls together. It seems to... here we go.
Yes.
My screen again for a second.
Yeah, it's quite well balanced that's coming through, and it really combines well with the texture, and it really coats the palate. The texture actually enables it to just do more in terms of that. It's got kind of an element of grass in there as well, a little bit more kind of freshness that's in there. The tang is kind of signature cheddar that you would get. Yeah, I quite like it. I think it's quite pleasant. I think it's a good creamery cheddar when it comes to the flavour, and I would probably position that round about 7.5.
I said 8.
Oh, okay.
I tried to say it at the same time so that we could see that we hadn't actually planned this.
There you go. Yeah, you proved it wrong.
Yeah, I think one of the crucial things for me on this one is that it's appealing, and I want to taste another piece of it.
Right. Yeah, and like you say, a good sign of a cheese is wanting to go back for more, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so then our last cheese is A61076.
Okay, 1076.
A wider block of cheddar.
Yeah, a firmer block of cheddar.
Yeah. Yeah, this one's like a little bit more kind of up my street. There's more going on there as you run the knife across the face of the cheese. It's kind of a little bit more rigid. Kind of, it looks more dangerous. Which there's a little bit more going on there in terms of structure that's in there. So I think this one, on appearance, I think for me is round about sort of 7.3.
It's interesting.
0.3 on that.
Well,
got your calculator, mate.
I mean, when you break the cheese, you see. Can you see those whites inside the natural break? So I think that's fairly interesting in that it's very loose cheddaring when they break quite like that. And so 7.3.
I'll be happier, Daniel, if you said 7 or 7.5, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I did say 7.
7. Are you happy with 7, Perry?
Yeah, if Daniel's happy. I mean, there's the balance between technique and the cheddaring not being as refined, but also being more intriguing to me. That's where I'm lifting it up on intrigue, that I want to continue further with eating this cheese.
Plus, using the word dangerous leans me towards wanting to score it highly as well. So, so what are we? What's the smell
10.5.
Yeah.
Aroma, I like that. It's got some power there, and it's got some caramel sweetness that's in there. It's it's from a distance you can get it. And I like that level of power, that the texture and the appearance hasn't betrayed us. Our nose are now delivering on what we thought might happen.
Lovely.
Yes, so it's got a bit of character there, and it's appealing, and it makes you want to taste it. So are we at 7.5, 8?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go 8 on that. The aroma.
Nice. And now onto the good stuff. What's the texture and taste like?
So I like the texture. I think that's once again, more challenging. It's got more bite to it. You're having to work through it, but that only delivers in the flavor that you have. It's got a very, typical kind of Helveticus kind of, sweet, salty acidity to it.
Right.
Perfectly balanced out. That's a short, sharp experience that makes you want to eat more. It's very atypical of, a cheddar that people would want at home, in their fridge.
What's expected.
Yes.
You've got good texture. It breaks out. You've got to chew it. You've got to use your teeth. But in doing that, it doesn't stay clumpy. It just breaks down into a good paste so that you get the flavors out. And the flavors come out in different guises as you biting and chewing the cheese, so it releases more and more flavors, and that array of flavors is very interesting and exactly what you'd be looking for from a cheddar cheese tree.
So what we thinking score-wise on your texture then, guys?
So texture, I quite like that. I'll put it up round about 8.
What do you think, Daniel?
Yeah. It certainly is. The mouth texture is really good. So 8 would be on balance with the whole classes.
Yeah, and then
I feel like this is the best out of these styles that we're doing comparisons, but for me and Daniel to kind of get our palettes together, this feels like my favourite style of creamery cheddar I've had.
Right.
So far, well, not so far, out of the 3 that we've tried.
And there's so many different aspects to the flavors as well, so that makes it score quite highly.
Yeah.
I like the salt tang on the end of this one actually, but it's got the fruitiness. It's got grip in it. I'd be pushing for about 8.5 on the flavor on this one.
Yeah, I'll go with 8 if that's all right. Yeah. And,
Are you happy
and
with 8,
hopefully,
Danil?
Yeah, 8 is fine.
Lovely. Okay, well, that is the end of the class. And I can say the winning cheese is A11037, which was the first cheese you tasted.
it is definitely the best.
It was definitely score-wise, you guys were raving about it. So I would like to thank you two lovely judges for your palates and your time. And also thank Butlers for sponsoring these aprons that we are all wearing. And I will pass it back on to Nigel.
Yeah, well done. Thank you, Danielle, Perry, Jonathan. Much appreciated. And yeah, it's a busy afternoon. It's sun shining certainly here in Hertfordshire, and I have a feeling it might well be all over the UK today, and certainly on a cheese fraternity. So fantastic. Anyway, got to move on, and what a good category to move to as we welcome the best of blue cheese. A high category which includes Best Blue Stilton, with the class winners for Soft and Hard and other blues as well, which aren't Stilton, if you get my drift. One of the largest classes this year. I think we might, well, let's find out from our fabulous moderator, Cara, how many cheeses we've got. And we'll talk biscuits later on, but also who our fine judges are with us. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks, Nige. And welcome to everybody who's viewing for the first time, and also to Nicola, who's judging for the first time today in the finals. I will let you introduce yourself very quickly, Nicola. Go for it.
So, hi, I'm Nicola. I'm a full-time grader for Newer Foods UK. So we're the biggest manufacturer in the UK for primarily cheddar, but we also do a lot of continental cheeses, territorials. So everything but blue.
Brilliant. Well, welcome and thank you so much for lending us your time this afternoon, and welcome back to the lovely Rory Mellis. Rory, would you just like to tell everybody a little bit about what you do?
Yeah, pleasure to be back on. My name's Rory Mellis. I'm one of the directors of our family cheese business that's been going for 30 years this year, based up in Edinburgh in Scotland. We have retail stores throughout Scotland, but do trade and online supply throughout the UK. We mainly specialise in anything small scale, farmhouse and artisan, so quite a broad range of different cheeses really.
Oh, thank you very much, guys. Thank you. And yes, Nigel, I have to say, very, very excited to be able to moderate the blue category final. It's slightly shorter than the classes, but I have to say we were completely overwhelmed by the amount of blue cheese entries that came in this year, and some particularly fantastic ones, both on the soft side and the hard side. And obviously the first class, the C1 classes, are Stilton class, and it's, you know, for people who don't really know cheese, there really aren't that many Stilton makers in the UK. But we were, like I say, blown away by the support from those who joined again. I'm really, really excited for you guys to get stuck into these incredible 3 cheeses. Just to let anybody know who hasn't been watching us so far today, the lovely judges will use a panel system to judge the cheeses on 4 different attributes. So we're looking for the appearance of the cheese, the aroma of the cheese, the texture of the cheese, and most importantly, and by far, the flavour of the cheese, which is really going to knock your socks off, I think, guys. So the first cheese we're going with in the best blue category is C11044. So if I can get one of you to hold it up to the camera so everybody can see this gorgeous bit of blue. Yeah, absolutely stunning. And if you want to kick off with telling us a little bit about the aroma.
Yeah. It's quite different, actually. It's kind of weird. It kind of smells like seafood. I don't know if that's just me. It smells like
I get a fishy tang to it.
Mm-hmm. But it's got quite a pungent aroma for sure, and kind of like a little bit difficult to smell over the kind of like it's kind of like it smells like calamari. It's kind of strange.
I'm getting quite a buttery sort of note underneath that as well, though.
Mm-hmm.
A bit of salt sort of coming through there. That might be where the sort of seafood might be coming from.
Mm. But overall, it's quite punchy. It doesn't have any kind of like dirty smells or ammonia or any kind of like bad bacteria buildup that would maybe kind of make your eyes water slightly. So it's fairly clean smelling.
There's barely any aroma on ammonia on the rind as well, which usually you would expect. So that's quite a clean smell on that one.
Yeah. In terms of like appearance, it's got a really lovely even bluing. It's not discoloured around the rind, and in actual fact, the rind for a Stilton style cheese is pretty clean. So overall, like the appearance is what you would expect out of a blue cheese, and there's no kind of abnormalities, I think, within it.
Yeah, no, that's a really pretty solid blue. Slight bit of maturation I've got on the rind there, but it is only very, very slight.
So you'd be happy with like maybe an 8, a 9 for appearance?
I'd actually go for a 9 on that. It's a really pretty, clean looking piece of cheese on that one. It's really pretty.
Mm-hmm. And aroma, what would you be happy with? Like an 8.5? An 8?
Yeah. To be honest, I'd have gone for an 8. So yeah, 8.5.
That's fine.
Where do we want to go? 8 or 8.5, guys?
An 8's fine, I think. It's got a little bit of an off smell to it, but aside from like, it's not outwardly bad at all.
There's nothing offensive about it.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to separate texture and flavour is sometimes tricky, but happy for you guys to cut into it and have a taste and then let me know what you think.
That's actually cut really, really nicely.
Mm-hmm.
When you say nice, Sarah, what do you mean?
Just really smooth cut on that one. I've not got any breaking up or anything like that. I've got a beautiful wedge off there. And again, really solid sort of piece left there. So the original cut is really nice.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. It's kind of a nice, easy cutting cheese. There's
That's
no
really
break.
smooth in the mouth as well. The mouthfeel on that's lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Really velvety. Got a really nice, lovely mouthfeel.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's texture-wise, it's pretty for a Stilton. I think it's pretty close textured as well. There's no kind of gaps, breakages, abnormalities. It's pretty nice actually. In terms of texture, maybe like a 9.
Yeah, I'd be happy with a 9 on that one.
Yeah.
And how about the flavour, guys?
Flavor is really nice. It's quite balanced. I get quite a lot of salt off of it.
Yeah, I'm getting salt. I'm getting a lot of butter again going on in there.
Mm-hmm.
The blue isn't as strong as I was actually expecting it to be with it being so pungent.
Mm. I think it's a nice eatable. I think it's well balanced enough. It's really creamy. It's quite savory tasting, but I do get a lot of salt, which is obviously fairly like you do get a natural saltiness, like with blue molded cheeses, but this one's particularly high. Flavor is really buttery though.
I think that's sort of where the salt is coming from, is that butteriness. But I actually do think it's really well balanced.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a lovely finish on it. It's just really smooth.
Yeah, there's no dirty. It's very quite clean as well. It's not. You're not getting the same flavor as you would from you expect from the aroma, or you're getting any kind of like off dirty flavor profiles. It's quite clean.
Lovely. So what do you want to give it for flavor, guys?
I'd go in at an 8 for that.
Yeah, probably about the same. Just the salt quite high for me.
Okay, thanks for the explanation there. The next one that we are going to move on to is C2. I'm trying to get my screen definitely over there. 1034, please.
God.
So Rory, if you wouldn't mind doing the honours and just showing it.
I'll try. It's pretty.
As much as you can, yeah.
It is, as you can see, quite a soft blue cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Very soft. In terms of appearance, I don't know about yourself, Nicola. I've definitely got a little bit of pink colouring kind of like around the surface of it.
Yeah, just around where the rind is for me.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a little bit there actually, just on the surface. Yeah.
But, I mean, usually it comes down to just heat really in transport and that. So it could just be travel effectively. And obviously it was in cling film as well, so it's not really had much of an opportunity to breathe. So I mean, discoloration probably just comes from travel and cling film.
In terms of the colour of the paste to the blue, what do we think?
There's not a huge amount of blue in there, to be honest. There's a few veins, but it's not heavily blue at all.
Yeah.
The paste itself is quite a nice yellow, so quite a golden colour.
Unfortunately, it's falling quite a lot away from the rind for me. So I think, the rind's coming away from the paste quite a lot, and there's quite a heavy amount of breakdown around that rind. But in terms of like what you would expect from this style of cheese, it's never going to be fully blue. So there is some weird molding and discoloration around my rind as well. It's not entirely that clean.
Yeah, I've got the breakdown on mine as well. I've got a bit just around the rind, and I've actually got a little bit that's heading more towards the middle. I don't know if you can quite see that there. Sort of the patch just there is quite heavily breaking down.
Overall, though, it's both just a characteristic of this cheese individually. It's always going to be quite soft and less prominent with the bluing, especially with the high level of moisture as well. So, and the rind breakdown as well is it's a softer cheese. So I think taking all things into consideration, like appearance, we could maybe go for like a 7.
Yeah.
Right. Aroma, I'll try and cut a bit.
It's nowhere near as pungent as that last one, which again was to be expected.
Getting quite like a sharp nose off of it. It's like white winey, definitely.
Yeah.
And is there any difference between the centre and the rind in terms of the aroma?
I'm not getting too much different, to be honest, between the rind itself and the paste.
I'm getting quite a bit more savoury towards the rind. It's definitely a lot less. I mean, I cut the middle side off, or the kind of what you would call the middle, that's because it'd be a bigger wedge. But that's quite like fresh and acidic and white winey, whereas there definitely is like I've got a difference in the smell from the rind. It's more like savoury and biscuity. I don't mind it. I think it's quite punchy and nice.
Yeah, it does smell very appetizing.
I mean, I'd be happy with an 8, I think, for that.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Texture?
Texture, like I say, especially looking at it with the breaking down, although to be expected.
I don't mind the texture. I'm definitely like I quite like the texture of these sort of cheeses, but I've got quite a lot of chemically back taste to it. Really spicy than the back of the throat.
Very peppery.
Mm-hmm. Which is, yeah, I suppose maybe slightly unusual. I think just given with this sort of cheese, you would look at it and maybe see it was maybe on the milder side, but it's got a fair kick to it. Slightly chemically kind of finish. It's salty, but balanced fairly well. It's just I can't really get the chemically is quite strong.
Yeah, I'm getting that on the finish, the chemical. Almost quite metallic-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Which I know blues can be more metallic anyway.
So what would you like to give it for texture and flavour, guys?
I think texture-wise, it's just different to the other one.
I give 7 personally, texture-wise.
Mm-hmm.
It's very smooth and very velvety, but the blue for me is almost slightly gritty.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
So I have got a little piece here that's just where the cheese itself is very sort of melty, but you are left with this very.
It's quite great. That's where
the blue's a bit more coarse than I was expecting.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely you get a difference in flavor from that side of the cheese. That's where a lot of the flavor and balance and savory is coming from. It's the little blue pockets, but I think it's like a little bit grainy in comparison to the other flip end of the cheese where it's just pure cream.
Yeah.
So you're getting it's like different textures, right? I suppose. That the blueness is a lot nicer, a lot more savory than kind of like the chemical finish that you're getting from just the paste itself.
Thank you.
Again, a slight breakdown around the rind. I think the problem slightly is that it's a soft cheese, but it'd be really hard kept for me and my staff. I would say I think the texture could be a slightly firmer to give it a better chance of selling. I think that would be my only criticism with it's a soft.
I feel it's slightly uneven because of where the breakdown is. Like I say, you've got a bit next to the rind, and then I've got a little bit more in the middle.
Yeah. Texture, I'm happy with like a 7.5.
Yeah.
And then
flavor.
It's got flavor. I think it's also pretty well balanced.
There was a lot more flavour than I was actually anticipating on this one.
Mm-hmm. I quite like the flavour of it. In all honesty, it doesn't also leave with that much of a bad taste. I think when you get a nice clean slice, it's great. I quite enjoyed that one. I preferred the flavour on this one.
I love how savoury it is.
Yeah, I'd be happy
really
with
buttery.
8.5.
What was that? Sorry.
An 8.5.
Yeah, I'd absolutely follow you with that one. That's fine.
Amazing.
Thank you, guys.
And then on to our final cheese in the blue category, C31177. Who's going to get to it first? Oh, Rory. You could give us a little.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that. Can we have a look at the rind as well?
Mm-hmm. See that?
Definite spike marks there. Gorgeous crystals.
Not quite as blue as that one, but mine's breaking up a little bit actually. So we'll be careful with that one.
Okay, where do you want to start on this one, guys?
The paste itself is a completely different colour. It's a lot more gold and a lot more orange.
It's difficult. I'm not even too sure that it does have. I don't even know if it does have an atto through it. To be honest, it looks at first glance that it's got like an annatto rennet, but I don't think so. It's definitely more aged than the previous than we've had. And you can see through the discoloration on this side from the breakdown. It's a lot older, I think.
Yeah.
The bluing's not as even though. It's quite sporadic and quite prominent in places, but not all over.
Yeah, no, I'm completely with you on that one. So, like I say, you can see where it's coming. You can see a lot more clear on that side actually, where it's been pierced, and it's more like literally where it's been pierced. That's where the blue is. It isn't heavily veined at all for me. It seems got a little bit of extra mold on there that's not necessarily the blue, just on the edge there. That doesn't seem to be coming from the veining.
Yeah, there's a little bit of discoloration around the rind and that. It's just quite old, I think. Just a little bit old, a bit discolored. The rind's lovely and clean though, so a lovely rind. Just not as prolific amount of bluing, I think, as the other ones.
Maybe it didn't want as much bluing.
Yeah,
maybe that's what they are going for.
I think visually, I think it's slightly comparably to a Stilton style. I would say it's not as pretty or as evenly distributed as something that I'd be expecting from a blue cheese. And like the discoloration around the rind could just be down to age, but I think it is quite an old piece. So
yeah,
I would say
I like the colour of it. Like I say, that sort of golden. It's not necessarily an atto, but potentially sort of like quite rich Jersey or Guernsey milk in there, just for that colouring of it, with it being that bit more orange. And I do love how different that looks. Like I say, the other moulding for me, and the maturation could possibly be a bit more even.
I'd be happy with like a 7.
Yeah, I'm 7 on that one as well.
Okay, how about aroma, guys?
Picking up quite a bit of ammonia there on the rind. But the paste isn't giving it much.
I'm getting quite a musty smell. I'm not getting the ammonia that you have though. A little bit. It's got a really savoury smell though to it. Like a very, I don't know really how to describe a savoury smell, but it's a really well balanced. It's almost quite sweet, which kind of leads me to think that maybe there is some annatto in it. Like it's definitely got quite a biscuity, savoury, sweet smell to it.
Yeah, I'm getting a balance of sweet and savoury from the paste on that one.
Oh no, it's quite a nice smell. I do get a little bit of ammonia from the back end of the rind, but not crazy amount.
Yeah, I'm getting the ammonia from the side and the must from the bottom. It's a sort of quite rustic, earthy must. But it does look like a very traditionally made cheese. So again, that would actually be expected.
What would you be happy with?
I'd go for an 8 on that one, actually. The paste itself smells really appetizing. See that balance of sweet and savory.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's quite nice, actually. I'd be happy with an 8 as well.
And then on to the texture and the flavour, please, guys.
Like I say, on texture, mine is breaking up slightly anyway. I've got quite a big crack down the front of that one. And a little bit has broken off.
It's not as bad. You do get a nice clean slice, but it breaks down pretty easily once you put it apart. It's not as acidic as well. It's quite low. Quite low in acidity, but I am getting quite a bit of bitterness on it.
Yeah, it's a lot more savoury than the smell gives off. I expected a lot more sweetness, but I am getting that bitterness.
What's the mouthfeel like?
In comparison to the other two, it's nowhere near as smooth. The other two are quite velvety and quite covered the mouth quite a bit, whereas this is a bit more, just sort of stays in one place.
It's more brittle. It's definitely kind of like lower pH. It's breaking down quite a bit. It's a little bit of a grainy, like a kind of more of a grainy paste than a kind of smooth paste.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit more gritty.
What do you want to give it as a score for texture and flavour, please?
For texture, I'd give it a 6.5.
Yeah. Flavour, I'm not getting far past the bitterness.
There is savoury there. I'm getting buttery sort of undertones, but apart from that, the bitterness just overshoots everything else.
Yeah. There's not high salt as well, so it could just be lack of salt that's causing bitterness usually. So I'm not getting like massive pockets of salt like I did in the previous one. So I think it might just be low salt, maybe.
Who's going to give it a score?
7.
I'd go in at a 6.5.
Yeah.
I feel like the care has been there with the age of it. The blue's definitely coming through. And like I say, there is a sort of nice buttery undertone, but yeah, that bitterness just shoots away, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. We got through that really quickly as we only have 3 cheeses in this final, as we would expect. And the winning cheese was the first one that you tried, which is C11044. I'd like to thank you both for joining us today and taking part and giving us your feedback. Rory, especially as you've been with us most of the day, really appreciate it. Hope you can stay on board for the.
I'm just going to interrupt 1 second, Cara. Cara, just a second. Sorry, just because Nicola, you've obviously straight in front. And by the way, Cheesemonger of the Year, of course.
It's a few years ago now, but yeah.
and thank you, Rory, for your double session. IJ Mellis, go and check them out in Scotland if you're lucky enough to have them anywhere near you. But they do travel as well. But yeah, you've been tantalising us with your Lottie Shaw parking biscuit there. And I noticed. So what you should probably try them with the cheese to the idea.
That's the next one. That's my aim. I was
very
desperate
good
to dig into those.
Because this is the other one that they produce, which is it's a much more neutral biscuit, very oatmeal rich. Lottie Shaw, Charlotte Shaw, and hubby Ian the hunk. Of course, Lottie Shaw's in Brighouse. There you go. That's all the branding. And these are the Parkin rich ones. Parkin, that fantastic oatmeal, and it could be treacle, molasses, could be brown sugar. as in this case, but the idea is that richness will work really well with the blue cheese of the two compared. So thank you very much. And the family, Lottie's family, aunts Mary and Edith Harrison, been baking over 100 years in that West Yorkshire element. There you go. They're in Brighouse, and Halifax is where some of the lineage were. So thank you very much for helping us out and providing all the biscuits with Lottie Shaw's great winners, deliciously Yorkshire, great taste, etc. And thank you very much to Fromage, Vicky Rogerson, who is our marketing and PR guru for the VCAs, but for sponsoring that award, and Cara doing a great job. And of course, Nicola and Rory, we really appreciate your time and your palates. And you've got the ones still, very youthful. You've got a great careers in front of you. So thank you very much. It's been really appreciated.
Thanks, guys.
Now you can relax temporarily, get your blood changed, hang from a beam for a little bit, and then we'll get you back later on.
Need to find some cheese.
Yeah, no cheese. There you go. Moving on. Best artisan soft. Oh, yes. It's just me and Hero. And here's Perry. Oh, it's all right. Now Jonathan's here. Good. We're all here. Nice to see so many familiar faces from today. Well done. I hope you've had Executive Kip, Hero. You've probably been running the Paxton Whitfield Empire as well in the meantime. I appreciate that. But it's still nice to see the sleeping tiger's head behind you. I know, surreal, Perry. Take a look at that one with a plant pot coming out of it. Okay. Jonathan, craftiest of cheesemen. Over to you, big fella.
So we are going to be judging the best artisan soft cheese category, which is sponsored by Neal's Yard Dairy. We have these two wonderful judges, which will allow them to tell us a bit about themselves. Ladies first.
I'm Hero Hirsch. I'm the head of retail at Paxton and Whitfield. We are the UK's oldest cheesemonger. Paxton's, that is, not me. I've been at Paxton for 14 years, and this is my second time judging the Virtual Cheese Awards, so very excited to be judging this category, especially with Mr. Wakeman.
Yeah, I'm Perry from Rennet and Rind. I'm Britain's first Afternoon of the Year, Chief of Cheese Hero for in Cambridge. And yeah, really excited to be judging with Hero for the first time ever, even though we've known each other in the cheese industry for arguably too long. Yes.
One's still so young. There you go.
Yeah.
Come on, Perry.
These two wonderful judges will be using a scoring system which is based on 4 categories, and at the end of it, we will tell you which the winning cheese is based on the highest score. We will get stuck into it, and the first cheese is F11168.
I had wondered if we might do this one last, just gauging by the things that are on the board. I think we might benefit from just changing the order, doing that one last. And
I'm
happy
happy
if you're all right with that, Perry.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Take charge.
Well, then, in that
perfect
case,
sense.
then we'll do F31010.
Okay.
Twice I've done this with Hero, and twice she's messed around with the order.
Yep.
Like to do. You know?
I'm supposed to be in charge. I'll tell you what happens. The one time I'm in charge of something.
This. What a beautiful ball.
Absolutely.
Literally, like, perfect. That is so satisfying to look at.
It is. It's incredibly shiny, great shape to it. So holding its shape very nicely.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a buffalo mozzarella. This kind of this so uniform. Yeah, I can see why people went for it in the previous round.
Yeah,
So
good selection for the competition, definitely.
yeah.
Appearance wise, I think I might cut into mine just before.
Yeah, get stuck in.
Yeah. Oh, that looks really good.
Awesome.
Yeah, really nice shape, really sort of silky appearance on the outside, and on the inside, we've just got this sort of slight kind of. How do you describe that?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a bit like it's like a well-boiled egg, but cheese.
Yeah, it's got like.
I mean, you got that
Yes,
kind of
right?
rigidity that's on the outside. On the inside, that looks like really indulgent, and like when you're gonna eat it, you're gonna get a huge amount of moisture, but you're also gonna get a little bit of texture from the outside. I think that's really inviting, and I'm pretty excited. Like,
I go pretty
admittedly,
high for appearance here.
Yeah, I'm like near 9 because I'm just excited about it.
I'm happy with 9.
Let's go with a 9 then. Lovely. Right. So what we saying smell was? What we getting off of it? Look, Perry wanted to eat it.
I did. I went like.
You've got to get quite close to it to get any aroma. Actually, it's not a particularly.
I think that's kind of
Stop it, Nigel! Every time.
I know.
It's kind of what you want, though, isn't it?
Yeah, next year.
From a buffalo mozzarella, nice and gentle, easygoing. You know, I noticed with a lot of buffalo mozzarella, you do sometimes get a lot of like animal in there, where you can like start to. You're getting none of that in there. I think it's really
it's very
pleasant,
clean, isn't it?
really clean.
And nice touch of salinity on the end, isn't it? A little bit of salinity as well. Nice, but really. Yeah, sorry, I've interrupted you. But I'll shut up now. I'll mute myself.
All right. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I don't. Do I want more from it? I'm not sure. Do I like how pleasant it is? Yes. I'm instinct like 7, 8.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I don't know that it can go much higher without having a bit more to work with. But yeah, 7 or 8. There's nothing wrong with it.
Do you want to go at middle, 7.5? Not 7.3, Perry.
Why not? Why not?
We'll go 7.5.
Sounds good.
Happy with that? Okay, now you get to get stuck in.
I mean, I like that a lot.
I want to skip to flavour, but we've got to do texture first.
Oh no, we can do flavour and come back. It's not a problem.
Such
we'll do
a rebel
first.
with the scoring, hero.
Honestly, honestly.
No, that's so pleasant. I actually cannot describe how pleasant that is for a buffalo mozzarella. I think that that would change the minds of a lot of people that like aren't into mozzarella. I think it's just really smooth. That sauciness is just really tantalizing and like just makes you want to eat more. And if we always think about mozzarella being with something. I could see that cheese like being the star of the show if you're going to dish it up with something. I'm really impressed.
Yeah, no, very impressive. It's gentle, it's sweet, it's milky, it's got really lovely salinity to it. And yeah, totally Moorish. I may end up finishing it. I would go quite highly for flavour on this. If you want to do flavour score now.
Well,
I
think you've already told us we're there, hero. So.
Yeah, I'm surprisingly for me, I'm up at 9. I'm really enjoying this. I'm trying to think of a time that I had a better buffalo mozzarella. Incredible.
I'm happy with the 9.
Who'd have thought the best time you had mozzarella was in that room there, Perry? Honestly,
just here.
I'm happy with the 9. I'm glad that we started with this cheese because I think it might have got lost if it had been any later in the order. 100%. So, texture-wise, what do you think? I think we need to do texture points still, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah. Where do you think? I would say it equals in texture as it does in flavour. I mean, it has really impressed me, and it's taken me by surprise, to be honest. Admittedly, we're judging cheeses, but personally, I don't normally gravitate toward these cheeses, and I think this is just knockout. It's killer.
I think texturally for me, maybe like an 8.5, and I guess I'm only going slightly lower than flavour there. Just
because you enjoyed the flavour more, yeah.
Lovely. Okay, well, we move on to our next one then, guys, which is F51125.
I love that cheese.
Okay. So we've got no rind on this, just a sort of a block, which is coming in a backpack. I think sheep's milk, probably. Appearance-wise.
No,
not revealing myself. Sorry.
I did wonder, Perry. I was oh my god. I know you like the mozzarella, but come on.
I just had to just get that off a little bit, but yeah. So we got like a feta style, right? Have we?
Fairly even looking, quite nice sort of ivory color to it. A few kind of little holes, the curd structure through that. It looks good. There's some slightly I always get them mixed up. It's concaveness to the sides of that, to the block. I'm not sure if that's come as.
And there's something that feels just slightly drier to me on look. You know, obviously a very high moisture cheese, but it seems like, I don't know, that visually, and just cutting it to try and get an internal look like, so maybe there might be more rubberiness going on. I'm not finding it as attractive and inviting as I usually would find a usual feta, and I would probably position this around about a 6 for me.
A 6 on clearance.
Yeah,
ooh,
if that's not too harsh.
It's a little bit harsh, I think. I mean,
such a critic.
I wouldn't say it's like a perfect looking piece of feta, but for me, probably more like a 7.
I'm happy to go with 7.
Happy to go with 7?
Be nice.
Yeah.
Aroma.
Really pleasant.
Yeah.
Really milky, kind of lactic yogurt. Not so much on the citrus end. Yeah, and quite unusual. Yeah.
That natural yogurt.
Natural yogurt that's there. But I think, like, I suppose in a feta, I would want a degree of citrus and sharpness that's there. That's kind of what I'd be looking at in this style of cheese. Just a nod to it, rather than a cream yogurty kind of area that's there. Maybe I would be in the same area as I put appearance.
Okay. Maybe so would I.
Do you want to take the lead on that one? Yeah, so like 6.5, 7 for me.
Yep, 6.5. I think
6.5. Lovely. And we are on to texture and flavour.
It crumbles nicely, which is useful for a cheese in this style.
Yeah, crumbles really nicely, actually. Kind of quite delicate. And those little kind of nodules that kind of break off in the typical feta style are dissipating nicely into smaller nodules. Kind of what you would expect is a nice gradiated appearance, like texture from quite solid crumble. I quite like that. Texture, I think, is quite cool. I think I'd be around about 7.5 on texture.
Yeah, I'd agree with a 7.5. I think it's got a nice breakdown. It's a little bit drying, which is not entirely unusual, but I would prefer it to be slightly less drying in terms of mouthfeel.
Yeah.
7.5, I think, is good, though.
And what we thinking flavour-wise, guys?
I actually really like this.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's pretty cool having that kind of, you know, feta world is pretty much crumble, moisture, acidity, and the salt balance in it is really high. It feels higher than usual, like the typical kind of like barrel aged fetas that you get, I suppose. You know, they've just got more kind of a little bit more savory, and the acidity is more complex in that there is that citrus acidity, but more yogurt in it. Good work. I like that.
Definitely, yeah. It really, like, you can taste the sort of sweetness still in this, which I think is quite accomplished when you've got a product that does have that much salt in it. Yeah, nice kind of savoury, sweet balance, which I think is nice. Really quite impressive considering that it will have been matured in brine, I guess, at some stage.
What we're thinking on the numbers?
8.5, 9.
Oh, look here.
I'm happy with 8.5 or 9.
Oh.
I'm just wondering, calibration wise, what we put the first one at a 9, didn't we?
Yeah.
First one you scored was a 9, yeah.
So
would you put it up in the same amount?
8.5, possibly.
Yeah, 8.5. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe like an 8.3 or something, Crafty. Maybe. I mean,
I'm gonna just ignore that and move on.
8.3 approximately, or exactly?
Yeah.
So your next cheese to taste would be F71218.
I think this is quite a sweet looking cheese.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? You know, it's just like really cute and pretty. You've got like a nice degree of geo on there. It's got some character where it's just not as even, which could be transport, could be knocked about. But I think it's just it's quite entertaining, isn't it, to see? And it's just
it's a nice
it looks
size.
exciting.
Nice shape, nice rind development. I just think it's a very sweet looking cheese. It has.
Can you hold it to the camera a little bit for me? Because I'm being nosy.
It has potentially in transit, maybe seen a bit of become a little bit less even.
But it's such a delicate cheese.
An unhappy courier.
Yeah, it's just such a delicate rind. It's hard to get that right, really.
Yeah.
But I think it's got bundles of character. It looks attractive. You know, if it was in a counter, people would gravitate towards it. And looks like, a well-made, looked-after cheese. And I would score it quite highly for that. And, I would kind of be in the 8 category.
Yeah, I can see 8. I mean, 8, I think... I would be sort of nitpicking a bit in terms of, I think maybe this.
You have a bit of crown.
Rind maybe is not particularly even, but I think that's what takes it to an 8 for me. Yeah.
The character gives it extra character. So we are then on to aroma.
I mean, when I opened this, there was a lot of aroma. You know, it's got that kind of typical Geo sweetness to it, which is kind of like kneels a little bit into like farmyard, just a tiny bit of it. I think it's quite a good, robust flavor. Not robust, like delicate and quite powerful.
Nice and goaty, quite a bit of hay or grass as well. And definitely quite pronounced. I mean, my cheese is well and truly at room temperature now, so I'm expecting quite a bit from it, and it is delivering that. I think it's very pleasant, though.
Yeah, and I don't find anything that I don't like about it. I appreciate the power that it has and the level that I like it, I suppose.
So what are we thinking numbers-wise then, guys?
An 8?
Yes, an 8. That would be great.
Yep.
Lovely. And then we are on to texture and flavour.
It's got quite a bit of breakdown just underneath the rind.
Yeah. It looks good, this one, from what I can see.
A couple of millimetres into the cheese is kind of quite nice and gooey.
Perry's enjoying it.
Mouthfeel-wise, it's very silky.
Yeah, really
Nigel's enjoying it as well.
Yeah, it's just nice and silky, that. Yeah, and it's just got a incredible balance between becoming dense and extremely light at the same time, and really pleasurable to have in the mouth. It's great.
High on texture for me, like a 9.
Yep. 9 on texture.
Lovely.
It comes at you in layers, doesn't it? Just that finish just keeps coming, finding different things. It's quite a long.
As it dissipates, that that nice salt finish is pretty good. There's a degree in the flavour, a bit of that commonality of the goat farmyard soapy element, typical like Loire Valley kind of edge, which I'm not as keen on. But it is a nice kind of nod to it, but it does last at the end on longevity. So on flavour, I really like it. It's a really great cheese, but is it like a superb, excellent example of this? I don't know. I would be going quite highly on flavour, maybe an 8.5, and I would say it's only losing maybe slight marks. The sample that I have, and I'm pretty sure I had this in the class judging as well. It is a little bit salty, maybe just slightly out of balance, but it's very delicious. So I would go at 8.5. Yep, I agree. 8.5. Really, really nice, pretty cheese. I like that.
So it's a really good example. I've got some apple juice with it, and it just again. It just cuts through and brings out different flavors. It's the acidity again, I think.
Okay, on to our next cheese, which will be F7 1170.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. And then we have the goat log, yeah?
1095, I thought was next.
On my list.
Oh. That's right. You're the boss, mate. That's fine.
Oh, I haven't got that one. F7 1170. Yeah, well, we'll go with that one. I've not got it on my list, but if that's one you've got, we'll go with that one. Yeah.
Yeah, or do you want us to do the one you said, and then we'll circle back to that one when you found it? Or
yeah, maybe circle back to it. Yeah, that's all right.
Sure. So 1170.
Yes, please. Yeah. What have I got?
So yeah, like a Vacheron Camembert style, good covering, a little bit of breakdown on the outside, like looks really super attractive, looks slightly on the aggressive side. Yeah, it'd be interesting to try it.
Yeah, definitely. So a little sort of spruce band around this one and like some white fluffy molds on either side. A few little sticky patches, but that's not unexpected, I would say, for cheese in this style.
I feel worried about the coverage on my board. Like this is just going to kind of like run out, I think.
Mine's holding its shape fairly well, actually.
Yeah, that's like really
just as you need it to.
Pretty cool,
Beautiful.
though.
I mean, appearance-wise, I actually think that's really attractive. I'm really enjoying that. There's nothing in the appearance that I'm, have any concerns about there. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I just have a concern about the breakdown of the white mold near the rind, but we know that's typical with styles like this. As you're getting the wrapping on there, this oxygen is less around the corners and that accelerates breakdown of that and you get that ammoniated. But to be fair, it's added power. So yeah, I like it, appearance and the bark adds to it, 8.5, 9?
Yep, 8.5.
Cool.
I think I found it. I think there was just a number typed in wrong on my sheet, so I apologize about that, guys.
Okay.
And texture, sorry, I've got this to come the wrong way around. We've just got like a complete top to bottom breakdown that's coming in. I mean, you have a little bit of rigidity, just like where the rind is still holding in, but really, you've got a complete breakdown, and that's just really, really attractive.
Yeah, and actually, quite a lot totally liquid in the center, and actually the bit that's holding its shape more is closer to the rind, which is quite unusual, really. But it looks great. We'll do mouthfeel.
So did you guys have a score for the aroma? Apologies,
No, we didn't. We didn't.
Oh, okay.
But it's really powerful. Powerful.
I was distracted, so I thought I'd double check.
Yeah, really powerful cabbage, quite overpowering in that area. I'll let you know what hopefully it's going to taste like in between. I quite like it. I would like it to be a little bit more nuanced rather than just the kind of aggressive cabbage.
Right.
That's what I'm getting. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I'm getting that too. I've got a fair amount of ammonia as well coming off the rind, which is not totally unexpected, but I wouldn't mind if it was a little bit less.
Yeah, your one looks slightly more well together than my one, to be fair. Like in terms of the runniness that we've got. Yeah.
Well, I can hold mine up, so that's
yeah. Which would probably explain why my cabbage is more pronounced and less ammoniated when you've got a younger cheese that's more delicate and you can be okay. So where would you like to go on it? Like
aroma wise, maybe a 7.
Yeah, perfect. Bang on.
Lovely.
Yeah.
And texture, I mean, like you say, you've both got ones that are slightly different. So what are we?
Well, texture on mine, I would say I'd be going quite high, probably like a 9. I don't know what more I would want in the texture. The rind is really nice and thin and delicate, not chewy at all. So for the sample that I have, I would be going quite high on texture, like a 9.
Yeah. To be fair, it's a small individual cheese. And, you're going to eat it in one sitting. It's got that texture that's just so unctuous and just runs. You're not going to repackage this up and take it home or whatever in the condition that I'm in. And I know so many people, if you cut that open, who would be so excited by it. So I'm happy with a 9.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And
lovely. And flavour? What are we getting? What are we thinking?
To be fair, on flavour, it kind of on my one kind of lets me down a little bit. There is a kind of it's really pleasant and a really well made cheese. The cabbage is there as expected, slight mushroom edge, a little bit of cream, but in terms of depth, there's like a note that I get which is like yogurt kind of cream, and it kind of erases that path that this cheese I felt like was on. Maybe a little bit more salt probably would help my profile. Hero, how are you getting on with your one?
I wouldn't want any more salt in it. I actually think it's quite nicely balanced. The salt is right on the edge, like it's quite briny, the sample that I've got. But there's some complexity there, some like cooked cabbage, a little bit of like peanut maybe. I really rate this cheese. I'd probably be going around an 8, 8.5.
Okay, yeah.
Nice.
Okay,
What are
yeah.
you thinking, Perry?
I'm thinking about an 8. Could we, like, it's difficult because it does look like we've got slightly. I think it's such on a knife edge, this profile. Yeah, so that's.
Are you happy to meet at an 8, guys?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Then are you happy to go back then to the one previously, which is the S71095?
That will work out.
Sorry about that again, guys.
Let me just scoop this cheese and put it back in.
Okay, so appearance-wise, you've got presumably a goat's milk log.
Pretty gnarly, isn't it? It's like
the rind's sort of quite nicely developed. I'm slightly concerned just because it seems quite damp on the rind. There's quite a lot of like patches where that's kind of been sticking to the packaging, and maybe it could have dried out a little bit earlier.
Feels like there's probably a cheesemaker would want that to be like that. You know, it's where we look at other cheeses which are goat kind of area, they just got a more pleasantry. This has got a little bit more kind of like the kind of gnarliness to it. It's not really showing up on the camera actually. Looking at it, it looks more white, but here with my own eyes, it's looking more green.
Oh really? Right, okay.
Yeah. So some more green and some more green flat molds on it, which I think gives it character and makes it interesting. But are we leaning in that area? 7 for me.
Yeah, I'd say a 7.
Okay. And then we are on to the smell of it.
Yeah, and you've got that element of that farmyard goat that's in there. That was present in some of the other cheeses we were trying.
There is something quite sort of is it like sort of a bit damp, almost like a sort of damp goatiness to the aroma.
It's like wet hay,
coming from the rind rather than from the paste itself there, but
it's pleasant. I don't think it's I don't think it gets me overly excited, but I think it's got a good smell. It lets you know what you're about to eat. The goat, I think it's going to be maybe a little bit on the challenging side of a goat.
Yeah, it definitely builds that expectation, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think I'm round about like 6.5, 7 on aroma.
I think I would go 7.
7? Yeah. Lovely. And then we're on to flavour and texture.
Right. It's pretty wild. Texture's beautiful, actually.
The texture's great.
It's great, isn't it? It's got that, and to be honest, looking at it, I was like, oh, this is going to be more mousse-like, maybe a little bit of mousse, maybe a bit lighter. It's actually very dense, quite thick, quite clotted cream, and it like gets stuck quite a bit. I quite like that about it. I quite like the texture.
Sort of like a pate or parfait kind of texture, isn't it?
Yeah.
The rind is just a tiny bit on the slimy side, just a tiny bit, and we're picking, we're really splitting hairs here, but this is the best, because these cheeses are all fantastic. But
yeah, it's fantastic. It has a very unique crowd of people that would really like this cheese, I think. This is a proper goats lovers cheese. You've got that kind of full-on hay soap that's there. The texture is stunning.
Pepper as well, quite a bit of like white pepper, like the sensation of pepper rather than the flavor, maybe.
Yeah. So I think it's a proper goats lovers cheese, and the lingering flavor is very much. If you love goat cheese, you'd love that, I would imagine. But I don't think it. I think the overarching note that I'm getting is those goat notes that we're talking about, and I can't really work out any other level of complexity that's in there for me. And on flavour, I would be round about 7.5.
Okay.
Yeah,
What are you
I was
thinking,
around
Hero?
7.5, 8, so I'm happy to see it with 7.5.
Okay.
Did we do mark for texture
I
already?
say, and what number are we going to give it for texture?
I'd go a little higher on texture because I think it's very nice. I think an 8 or an 8.5 potentially.
Yeah, I'll be happy with an 8.5. I really love that texture. It's a shame that the flavour doesn't kind of broaden out a little bit more, but I think the texture is pretty masterful. And I would imagine this cheese at certain times of the year would be just epic.
Amazing. Right, well, we are on to our last cheese then of this category, which is the one that was first on your list, which is F11168.
I mean, this is quite an interesting
Look
looking
at
cheese.
that.
It looks like a sort of gnarly muffin, doesn't it?
Wow.
I was going to say, it reminds me of like a mushroom.
I love a muffin.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's equally as interesting as it is concerning. Like, there is a lot, you cut open this cheese, what's going to go on inside? What is that flavour going to be? I'm worried about bitter, immediately, but that doesn't take away from the appearance. I think it's really, really intriguing. I think you've got some nice divots, like it's a little bit rough around the edges, but I think it sparks intrigue, and I think I would probably position that around about 8.5 for me.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, and totally with you on the intrigue and concern. Seesaw. I think if I saw that on a cheese board as a consumer, I'd be really excited to try it. My experience working with cheese tells me it may be difficult.
So where are we going? 8 or 8.5, guys?
Just looking in the centre as well, because I think we need to open this up to do appearance, justice.
Okay. Yeah.
I think an 8.5 actually. I think it's
8.5.
quite attractive looking on the inside. You've got some quite even.
Weirdly, I'm not as worried now. Looking on the inside, looking at the distribution of blue that's in there. I hope those bitters turn into like savoury, kind of like that kind of area, and because the percentage of blue that you've got there to milk kind of ratio, I suppose. Yeah, I'm quite excited now. So
when you saw the cheese from the outside, did you think blue cheese?
I thought blue cheese, but I thought maybe it might be the internal blue node. Yeah, right. Like internal blue mold. Which so I'm pleasantly surprised because I can't really see any entrance marks on mine. I'll probably have to inspect, but so yeah, excited.
So what's it like on the nose then?
Wow.
Oh,
there's a lot.
There's a lot. There's a lot. That's
it's
quite
a lot
impactful.
of like. There's a bit of ammonia, a lot of like kind of biscuit, like digestive biscuit, and kind of brioche yeastiness.
Yeah, and I, to be honest, I quite like how that ammonia feels controlled for me. It like adds to the experience. It's not like, oh, there's ammonia, it's a defect, what's going on? I'm just now more interested. I quite like its powerfulness. And I think as well, you've got to think about the power of it matched up against the appearance. They kind of come together quite well. So
I'd go quite high for aroma.
Yeah.
What are we thinking?
8.5.
Yes.
9.
Oh.
9.
Oh.
Put it out there.
Yeah,
let's go 9.
Yes. I love that. Okay, so now we're on to texture and flavour, which I'm extremely looking forward to. Well, to watch, obviously. Not that I'm bitter in any way, shape, or form.
No. Well, let's hope this cheese isn't. Good segue.
Very good. Next time.
Nicely done. Nicely done, Perry.
Nigel appreciated that. There was a
yes, very good. Well done, Perry.
There's a lot.
I think we should do flavour first, maybe.
Yes.
I can't ignore it.
There's a lot to unpack there with Perry's words.
There is a lot to unpack there.
It's like that sort of when you have like a really nicely matured Stilton, and just by the rind, it kind of gets really bakey, like sort of toasty.
Yeah, it's got almost like a like a rare bit to it as well. You know, like
like cheese on toast kind of.
Cheese on toast, kind of like yeast, funkiness, aggression, like pure aggression.
Yeah, it's quite a lot. It's quite boozy in some ways.
I love it. Yeah.
So what are we thinking then? What's the scores on the doors? What do we think?
It's quite long as well. I'm just kind of waiting to see where it goes because there is a lot to unpack there. I actually really like it. I think I'm going to finish that, but not in one sitting. You don't need a great deal of it at once.
Yeah.
I think.
Is there anything in there that's concerning you flavor-wise?
I don't. Just the sheer force of it is concerning me. Like when I talk about like strong blues, like Cabrales, you know, those ones come to mind immediately. It's got none of that bile baby sick to me whatsoever. It's not, in a weird way, it's not a challenge. It's just about power. But to deliver on that level of power without, I'm struggling to find something that offends me in there, apart from the amount that's going on.
Yeah,
I'm totally in agreement with you there. I think it's everything is sort of dialed up to 10, isn't it? But there's nothing of.
I'm intrigued then. So what do you think numbers wise? Because I'm interested now to see where what we're thinking.
It's difficult, this one. 9.5 on flavour.
A 9.5 on flavour. Wow.
Like, I actually really love it.
I do like it. I was thinking 8.5, 9.
Yeah, I'm happy to go down. I'm just.
Would you mean 9 in the middle?
Yeah,
I'm very happy to see it get a 9.
And then texture.
Texture-wise, it's nicely ripened. Actually, there's no. The rind isn't too thick. I think it's actually very pleasant.
Yeah.
Maybe an 8.5 texture-wise.
8.5, perfect. That's what I was thinking. So that's great. I mean, really, really great cheese. That is. That's a challenger, but you know they pulled out all the stops on that and tried to get it all to work. And there's a lot going on, and for it to work is pretty darn cool.
It's accomplished, isn't it? To have none of the bitterness that we were sort of so concerned about picking that up. I am glad that we didn't do the mozzarella afterwards.
and I don't think you'd have tasted the mozzarella afterwards by the time of it. Well, you have finished on a winner.
Yeah.
So that one you just tasted, which is F11168, is your winning cheese of this category.
Good work, whoever made that. That's pretty awesome.
And obviously, we'd like to say thank you to you guys for that really interesting category. I think there's some fantastic cheeses and quite a lot of difference in the cheeses, style of cheese, which I thought was great. And obviously say thank you to Butler's Cheese for our aprons, for sponsoring our aprons. And that is that with that category. Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks.
Lovely. Oh, Nigel's trying to say something, but he's
Nigel, you're on mute.
Schoolboy error from man, you know. Absolutely. And you've got your own back, Touche. Quite right, Jonathan. Thank you. But Perry and Hero, thank you for your double whammy today. Really have appreciated, but lots of energy and great that you were able to judge together and how remarkable that we can do it on the screen. I met Vicky Rogerson, one of the organisers, recently at the Farm Shop and Deli show, and I realised that we never met apart from on screen. So you think they could be 6'2", they could be 5', they could be anything, just different. But we recognise each other, and we went, my goodness, actually, this is the first time we met. We're not avatars, we're not. We haven't been cloned, but so there you go. So well done, you two, united by judging, but on screen. Thank you so much. And Jonathan, you've done what a great day. You can relax, get your blood changed, hang from a beam, and we will get your own body weight and cheese next time. The three of you, thank you so very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
See you all. Bye.
Bye.
Brilliant. And we're going to be back with the Supreme Judging Panel after our interview now, meeting the producer, which is particularly exciting. Ben and Sam Spence, they began making cheese in 2019 after leaving their finance jobs in Manchester. They then moved to Wensleydale looking for a slower pace of life in the North Yorkshire countryside. Early last year, they left the family farm and they set up Curlew Dairy. That's a 6 by 3 metre micro dairy in the garage of a very old house in the village of Wensley. So it's greetings. I think Ben's with us.
Hiya, how are you doing?
Yeah, brilliant. Nice to see you. And tell us a bit more about Yoredale and its genesis.
Yeah, so like you said, I think you've given a pretty good introduction. We were in finance in Manchester, and we were working ridiculously long hours in finance, and you never get a break from it. So we thought, well, there must be a better way to raise kids than in a city centre at a finance job. So we thought, well, I grew up on a family farm, so let's see if we can do something. Let's see if we can do something with milk. So I knew dairying relatively well. So that was the step to kind of cheese making through the Wensleydale Creamery. We spoke to the CEO there, David Hartley, at the time about various things we were thinking of doing on the farm, and he suggested, actually, how about making an unpasteurised cheese? I think it had been a passion of his for a long time to see an unpasteurised territorial Wensleydale being made on a farm in Wensleydale. So we took him up on it, and with his support, we kicked things off initially on our family farm, and like you said, now in our micro dairy in Wensley. So yeah, it's just finished cheese making now, so it's a good time.
Oh, well done. And you got, I'm lucky enough to be chairman of judges with the World Cheese Awards. So that was one that you got flagged up pretty early on, getting a silver with them as well. I mean, that must on the world stage.
Yeah, no, it's always good to get recognised. I think I'm my own cheese's biggest critic, so it's always nice when other people are acknowledging that that it's good. So it's great to get recognised on that stage. Yeah, we're only 2 or 3 years into cheese making, so every day is a school day in the dairy. So yeah, it's nice when you get a cheese that comes together. So
yeah. So tell us about Will and the very special cows and how that relationship came about.
So yeah, we were looking for someone who kind of understood, I guess, what was required from an unpasteurised milk. So he does milk vending. So it's one of those things with unpasteurised milk. You need to understand the cleanliness required to be able to produce milk of the highest standard. For us to be able to buy that milk and make an unpasteurised cheese with it. So his kind of what he needs from the milk to be able to sell it at the vending machine aligns very nicely with what we need. He's already doing all of the kind of microbial testing that needs to be done. And we'd known about him for a while. He's been vending raw milk for quite some time. He'd supplied milk to various cheesemakers and then not work out. And it just so happened that Swelldale Cheese at the time, he was supplying them, and that business sadly ended. So we took it upon ourselves to kind of jump in there and grab his good quality milk. So
how far away is he from you? Yeah,
about 20 minute drive from us. It's not too bad in the morning. Get up about 5 o'clock, head down there first thing and grab the milk, and it'll be in the vat for about 6:30. It starts warming. So.
And tell me about the animals, the beasts he's got. What's he's got
a bit of a mishmash of he has got some Ayrshire's, Holstein Friesians, and quite a mishmash of livestock. I think it's one of those ones where I think he'd like to have a bit more variation. But like most dairy people, it's always driven by milk price and production, so it's difficult to justify. But hopefully, if we can continue our relationship and hopefully try and steer him towards milk quality, and that should impact his decision on which cows to select for us.
Roughly, what type of percentage of the milk that they produce? I know it varies in the year, but would go towards making your cheese out of his? Yeah,
it's a tricky question. I mean, we were making a year ago in a 500 litre vat. Middle of last year, we put 1,000 litre vat in. and 2 weeks ago we've put a 1,500 litre vat in. So it's one of those that's increased rapidly over the last 12 months. You know, we're making 1,500 litres 3 times a week now. So and we're taking probably, you know, 1,500 litres is probably 1.5 milkings. So, you know, that I can't do it. You know, I'm too long out of accountancy to do that, run those numbers on the fly. So, you know, you can kind of figure that out. So,
yeah. Oh, well, that's great. I mean, that's some increase. Fantastic. And what about routes to market? How can we get hold of it? Yeah, at the moment, and where do you see it going? Who would be your ideal retailers, wholesalers, direct to the public? You know, how would you like that?
We obviously do direct to public through our website, so you can get it on there. We sell through most of the kind of the bigger wholesalers, Paxton and Whitfield, Rennet and Ryan, the guys that were on just earlier. We sell to both of those guys. Obviously, Neal's Yard, Courtyard, as well. You know, so quite a lot of those kind of guys, cheese shops. We sell through them, and all of them are, you know, immensely supportive in getting us from where we were a year ago to where we are now. So yeah, no, it's. And like I say, other than that, you can buy it in the Honesty Shed at the end of our drive if you're driving past. So, you know.
Well, that's great. You're saying about vending machines. That's what I love. You know, the last 5-6 years as I've driven around the UK, you know, seeing, you know, raw milk signs everywhere for vending machines and going in, and really just inspirational, you know. And I just think if people want it, they know how to get it, you know. And talking about vending machines, Courtyard Dairy, you know, again, what I love during lockdown, they had the 24-hour vending machine in the car park.
Yeah, that was
innovation.
The cheese vending machine was good. Yeah, so.
Yeah. And then fantastic. And also during that time, I know you've been working pretty closely with Alison Kane from Deliciously Yorkshire, with SALSA accreditation as well. Really key and important.
Yeah. So we got our SALSA accreditation earlier this year, so that's great. Which is, again, you know, it's no small feat to do in a tiny little dairy, and you know, there's quite a high standard that has to be met. But you know, it's my wife Samantha. She's not here now because obviously with us overrunning, she's had to do the skill run, unfortunately. So she's been amazing at getting all of that sorted for us. So she's the guru when it comes to salsa.
And on that note, you know, she's on the school run, but you've set this business up. You know, you've tripled turnover, great, but you're also juggling, you know, a growing family. I mean, how old are the cherubs?
6, 4, and 9 months. So yeah, we found out we were pregnant just shortly after we decided to make cheese in this garage here. So yeah, baptism of fire this last year. So it's been good. So
yeah, and we talked about the fact that it was in the garage, but also the house itself. You're sitting in there. You don't really get the sense of it looking at you now, but this is some old building that you're in. Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, so it's a listed property. It used to, I think, as far as I can gather, so it's on the Bolton estate in Wensley. So it used to, the house that this kind of adjoins used to be the old kind of estate house. So it's a very old Grade 2 listed period building. So yeah, and the landlord that we've currently got is great. You know, he's been really supportive of us making cheese in the garage. So yeah, he's been around and had a look at the cheesery. So it's good. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's great to have, you know, a supportive landlord, without doubt. You know, and yeah, it's a marvelous thing. I'm just wondering the fact that it is quite a relentless nature of cheese making. You've got 3 young children. You know, sleep must be a real commodity. But also, how does pattern work on a normal week? Let's forget those such things as holidays. But you know, which days are you not milking? How does it work?
Yeah, obviously,
not milking, but cheese making. Yeah.
Yeah, so we make cheese Monday, Wednesday, Fridays at the moment, so 3 times a week, and then the rest of the time, obviously, there's a lot of work goes into packing and shipping, and we do a lot of pre-packed cheese and things like that. So all of those things kind of have to fit around that. But yeah, it's nice to be able to fit the day around the kids. So obviously, we get up early, and we generally tend to be done for about 3, 3:30, so we can do the school run in the evening. So it is kind of, you know, one of the biggest reason we left the job in the finance in Manchester was to come back and be able to be around the kids when they came home. So, it's great to be able to do that and run your own business, to be able to structure your life like that. So,
tell us a bit about your Dale as well. If people haven't tasted it, with cheese, what sizes it comes in. What about the aging process? The actual making of it.
Yeah. So Wensleydale, I guess, has quite a stigma of being a very white, dry, crumbly cheese. Obviously, traditionally that wasn't the case. Wensleydale obviously used to be a sheep's milk cheese. It used to be a lot creamier, a lot softer than what people associate Wensleydale as being today. So we, and with the help of Fellstone and Stonebeck, have really tried to bring Dale's style cheese making back, and it's that much more creamier kind of texture, much more a nice nod to kind of the way cheese used to be made. And Andrew Hatton at Stonebeck, he got a picture of a very old picture of a lady making cheese, and the curd was all over her hands. The curd was really wet, and that's just something. I used to work at Wensleydale Creamery and make cheese there. I did a few summers there, and that's certainly something that you never got from their curd. And so the methods that he uses are more traditional. So I run it to salt time is it's now 4.5 kind of 5 hours, whereas I know at the creamery it was about 2.5 hours. So it was that move kind of around the time of the war to make cheese more efficiently, more effectively, that led to that kind of crumbly cheese. So it's nice now that we can make a proper kind of territorial back to how cheese used to be made on farm, a lot slower make, a lot creamier. It's still got that quintessential Wensleydale taste to it, but in terms of texture, it's a lot softer, a lot creamier than you'd be used to with the Wensleydale. You can actually slice it on slice it and put it on your fruitcake. So
yeah, absolutely. And what about that aging? How long is it from making to to going out for sale?
About 6 to 8 weeks. So that's what the aging profile is. So.
And obviously you're specialising on getting this right. It's fantastic that you are. Do you down the line, do you see the idea? And we've already spoke to Roger Longman from White Lake. We've got people like Shepherd's Purse, where they've got a whole portfolio of cheeses in their range. Down the line, is that something that would excite you, or you think let's just concentrate on what we're doing?
I think we'll just concentrate on what we're doing. We're struggling to make the one cheese at the moment. Enough of the one cheese. So just the one cheese for now, and do what you do and just do it well. So that's the short-term goal. Just increase production, I think, for a little while.
And is there any possibility of taking a holiday, or would that be at the moment? Is it you just?
No, we do. With obviously not milking our own cows anymore, it's more than possible to kind of structure things. I have a couple of part-timers, so the cheese that we pack and go out every week, we kind of leave them in charge of doing that, and it's a good opportunity that week as well to have a good clean down in the dairy, so you can just kind of stop production. And it's not like the farmer that we get it from is reliant on us, because he just sells to his milk buyer. So
yeah, I'm not sure if that clean down's a proper quiet holiday, but I know what you mean. But just where you can just chill and relax. It's great to see you. Do send our very best to Samantha.
Yeah, I will do. Thanks so much.
Yeah, and more power to you. Your cheese making elbow. It's just great, and well done. And I hope you wake up absurdly early, but to think, well, the finance days are behind us, and this is we're enjoying ourselves in amongst it all. So I know it's hard work, but fantastic and great that you've got your accolades, and we really wish you a funny and happy. It's food and drink, for goodness sake, isn't it? Well, we always, we don't want to lose sight of that. It's a very enjoyable thing that you're making for us to taste.
Yeah, no, it's always good fun. So
yeah, Ben, thank you so much. Ben Spence, just great, brilliant, and his very old property there, and his the garage conversion next door, just fantastic. I mean, that says it all about. And how many people, start off doing other things? He might have come from a farming background, but went into finance. They were both working for banks, he and Sam in Manchester, and they thought, no, enough of this. And they've got three children, under 7. So, good luck to them, and just great to see that. Okay, it's Supreme Judging Final Time. Ta-da! Best of British. Wow. How exciting. Gosh. Look at these fabulous judges, one of whom we've seen already today, but two we defo haven't. But it's great to see them back on screen. Both of them who have graced Virtual Cheese Awards from the Go-Get, and it's fantastic. So, Cara, for the final time today, we've got the best of the best, and I'm so delighted. I'm more excited than normal, Terry and Emma. Sorry about that. I apologise. So I've got the winning cheeses alongside. So as you go through in your judgery huddle, I'm going to be getting them down my clacker as well. But it's really nice to see you. So, Cara, tell us a bit more about our judges. And here we go for the Supreme Champion Best of British Virtual Cheese Awards 2023. Over to you, Cara.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Well, hello, team, and welcome. It's lovely to see you all again. Long time no see, a lot of you. But yeah, really, really exciting. This is obviously the culmination of a year's worth of work for the VCA team, but we've had over 250 cheeses that have been judged by 16 phenomenal judges, and we count you in there. Ideally, we try to keep the judges who are judging the final away from judging everything else. So this is really your first time judging today. Sorry, Bronwyn, and thank you for stepping in for us as you could. But we have 7 absolutely amazing cheeses for you. Just in case anybody's joining just for the final, our wonderful 3 judges here will be using a point system to judge over 4 different attributes to give us our final scores. They're judging the cheeses on appearance, on aroma, on texture, and most importantly, on the flavour. We have 3 judges in our final. I've had the pleasure of working with all of them, and I think they're going to give some amazing feedback, or should I say even more amazing feedback, to these 7 special cheeses. I'd like to introduce you first and foremost to Terry. Terry, would you like to let everybody know your amazing experience? And yeah, welcome, Terry.
Hi, I'm Terry. I've been in the dairy industry for around 50 years. I've been involved in many dairy products, but mainly cheese. I know pretty well all the cheese makers in the UK. And in my career, I've had the pleasure of traveling to many countries around the world, involved in cheese manufacture, cheese trading, troubleshooting, and I'm very much looking forward to this final.
We're looking forward to having you. Terry, last year we had you in an orangery, I think, weren't you there? Glass topped, you were in some, you know.
I had technical issues. I've been in the studio since Monday to make sure I've got it live.
No, we're looking very good, kid. You look about 16.
Love, Terry. Super duper. Bronwyn, coming over to you. Hi.
Hi, I'm Bronwyn Percival, and I'm the Technical Director of Neal's Yard Dairy in London. I also run the Science of Artisan Cheese Conference that happens every other year in Somerset, which the Virtual Cheese Awards has been so gracious to support. So really pleased to be here and thrilled to be able to taste the top 7 cheeses.
Thank you. And last but by no means least, the marvellous Emma. Welcome, Emma. Lovely to see you.
Thanks, Cara. Hello, everyone. I'm Emma. I am by day a cheese consultant, which means that I help to open cheese businesses around the world. So I currently work with businesses in countries like Saudi Arabia, Bermuda, Singapore, to help them get a lovely cheese range. I am by night, or just as a second job, a social media kind of person. So I do a lot of Instagram, a lot of teaching. I'm called the Cheese Explorer on Instagram, and I basically write about cheeses to try and help people understand a bit more about the flavour and to make it more digestible.
And at the end of the summer has a book coming out called The Cheese Wheel. Do you not?
Yes. I do. Thanks, Nigel, for the plug. Yeah. So it's a book coming out, as Nigel said, August the 17th. The premise is about flavour in cheese, and it's directed at people who love cheese but might want to know a little bit more about what flavours to expect and how cheeses around the world have similarities and differences. So it's August 17th, Cheese Wheel. Thanks, Nigel.
Brilliant. Brilliant. I'll be looking out on Instagram a little bit more for some reminders on that. Well, guys, we are going to jump straight in. And the first cheese we are going to judge in the grand final is D for Delta 31042. So, Emma, if I can get you to hold the cheese up to the camera. Amazing, thank you. Bronwyn, do you want to start us off a little bit about the appearance of the cheese?
Sure. I mean, it looks like it's in really good condition. It's got some leaves wrapped around the outside of it. I think we are all familiar with this cheese, although, of course, that's not what we're judging it on. We're just judging what's in front of us today. It feels quite supple and pliant, and it smells quite earthy and warm. So are we going to taste the cheeses and then talk about all 4 attributes, or do you want us to break it down one?
I think that would be great to do it that way, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah,
Terry, you all right with that?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Fantastic. I mean, it certainly looks like a beautiful piece of cheese, guys.
I think it is. Yeah, it's to me
a good start. I think an excellent start.
Definitely. Shall we start by talking about the appearance?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, Bronwyn.
Sure. I mean, I think it's fresh. There's a little bit of mold growth around the outside, but it's sort of the right sort of white penicillium growing in between these nettle leaves. It looks quite downy and fresh. I would give it quite a high, and the cut surfaces are very fresh and kind of limpid. 8.
Yeah, no, it's a very attractive piece of cheese. I mean, it's very uniform in color. There's no bleaching, no mottling, slight openness, which you'd expect. So I think it's a lovely looking piece of cheese, and I'd go along with an 8. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah, just to go along with what our other 2 judges have said, the appearance is beautiful. The coverage of nettle is perfect. I really love the mottling of the penicillium between the nettle leaves and the almost 2-tone colour of the paste itself. So you've got a bit, I'm not sure if you all have, but I've got a bit of a breakdown just below the rind and a slightly less ivory coloured heart. But yeah, openness, beautiful. I'm happy with an 8.
Cool. Thank you, guys. How about aroma?
It's quite gentle, quite buttery to me.
Yeah, you pick up a little bit of musty notes on the rind, which you'd expect. So, and the
aroma,
cheese. Sorry.
It's clean. It's got a lovely butteriness. It's got a tiny bit of a yeasty element to it as well, which I wasn't expecting, but I'm really enjoying. It's very clean and correct. Simple, but there's absolutely no faults with the aroma for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these places where I feel like in terms of absence of fault, it's right up there at the top. In terms of it reaching out and grabbing me with something that's really thrilling, it's not thrilling. It's just really nice. And so I might, given we are in the finals, I might probably rank it a little bit lower in terms of aroma than I did for appearance. Maybe, not
nothing nasty about it. I mean, it's lovely and clean. It's smooth. There's no off flavors or taints. Or I think it's lovely. It's a very subtle flavor, like you say. But no, I would score it highly. But I understand what you mean. It's you're probably looking for a little bit more of a punch, but.
Yeah, I'm on the same line as Bronwyn here in that it is clean, it's faultless, it's lemony, it's lovely, but there's a fine line between refined and faultless and something that's making me drawn in to want to really, really taste it. So I'm sitting around a sort of a 7-ish. I don't know what you guys think.
7 is fine for me. You know, it's so hard to know where we sit when this is the first cheese that we've tasted, and I don't want everything to get bunched up. But yeah, I'm happy with the 7.
Well, guys, we can always come back to it. If if we get to the end and you go, actually, just want to go back and taste that one, we're absolutely fine to do that. So
cool.
We go for 7.5 for aroma or 7?
7 for me. I don't know.
7 for me as well, yeah.
Terry?
Yeah, it's a good 7, yeah.
Lovely. Okay, texture and flavour, guys.
I think the texture is lovely and buttery. It's got a very nice mouthfeel, creamy.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting of this sort of style of cheese, which is to me in the same range as sort of a Caerphilly style, certainly in terms of the mold that it's put in. Some examples of this style of cheese, I would say, are a little bit more demineralized, a little bit more flaky. This one is quite a cushy, pliant. It's not gummy, but I would say it's on the softer side for that. I like that. I think it's inviting. What do you think, Emma?
Yeah, it's inviting too. It doesn't have any sort of a drying element, which you can sometimes find in this style of cheese. The pliability, is that a word, is inviting. The mouthfeel feels really nice. There isn't any drying sensation. It isn't too gummy. It's not tacky. I'm quite enjoying the texture.
Great. Terry?
Yeah, no, I think it's very nice. It's smooth, it's creamy, it's buttery. So yeah, I mean, I'd give it 7.5 for flavour. What do you think? For texture, sorry.
Texture.
Yeah.
I'm happy with
I'm
that.
happy with 7.5 too. Yeah.
Yeah. And what about flavour, guys?
It's got a really lovely buttery note to it. It's got a slight minerality, a more elevated acidity than I was expecting with the texture itself, but it's quite welcomed. It gives it an extra depth. Simple again. This style, we're not expecting enormous flavors. We're not expecting huge complexity. It's very pleasing and quite gentle.
Yeah, I'd agree. It does lack complexity, but it's smooth, it's rounded, creamy, buttery. So a very nice flavour, and a little bit of nuttiness about it.
Yeah, I think it does absolutely what it sets out to do. And, you know, it will be, again, I'd love to come back and revisit this if we need to at the end, but I'd probably say a 7.5.
Agreed. Yeah.
Fantastic, guys. Thank you. What a great start. Brilliant. Okie dokie. The next one we're going to move on to is E for Echo 1016. Oh, thanks, Emma.
That's so organized to open everything up in advance.
I also wanted a cheeky picture of all of the cheeses together. So there was another motive.
Terry, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, well, it almost looks like a sort of Gouda style cheese. It's smooth and waxy appearance, but that could be because it's been in a vacuum pack, which tends to give it a little bit of a sheen on the surface. It's got some calcium lactate crystals, which I quite like. So appearance-wise, I think it's a lovely looking cheese. I think it's got a Plasticoat wax on it. A slight discoloration around the rind, which you'd expect during maturation. So appearance, I think it looks very good. Can't really fault it. Don't know what
Emma?
Yeah, it's definitely had a bit of aging to it. You can see in the colour, in that slight halo that Terry mentioned. But with that aging, it hasn't dried out much. So you have still got what looks like a a good sort of fudgy texture. It is just the only thing that I can see on appearance that is slightly bringing it down is that halo, but it's not. I don't know if it would even be bringing it down, to be honest. It's just there. Bronwyn, what do you think about that?
I don't mind the halo so much. It doesn't look to me like it's super dried out right under the rind. It'll be interesting to taste that area right under the rind, because I think if we're going to be really picky, we should be tasting not only the center, but also right under there. So if I was going to knock points off, I might knock them off when we taste it if there's some kind of off flavors or it starts tasting tired or muddy. In terms of the appearance, I'm not like the hugest fan of plastic coat on cheeses. I know that it's entirely idiomatic for a Gouda style cheese, so I can't take too much off for that. But I would, I'd love something that was a little bit less coated in plastic. I'd still rate this really high in terms of appearance. I think it looks great.
Brilliant. Well, why don't we dive straight in there, guys, and have a cut and a lovely bit of mastication.
It's quite interesting going on to this one straight after the previous one, because the aroma is absolutely poles apart. As soon as you pick it up, it's wafting Bovril, umami, Marmite, savoury, everything. There's so much happening on the nose compared to the other one. So obviously we're not comparing them side by side in aroma, but I am enjoying it.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot more about this in terms of flavour. It's very sweet. It's savoury. It's all sorts of complex flavours coming through. There's a bit of crunch about it as well from the calcium lactate crystals, which I quite like. So I think it's got a lovely mouthfeel and certainly lots of flavour there.
He wants to talk a little bit more about the flavour profile.
Well, it's definitely well up there as a mature type cheese. I don't know if it's a washed curd or not, because these are blind samples. Could possibly be. Yes, I mean the strength it certainly is up there. Mature, a very good mature cheese.
I was just going to add for the flavour. It's definitely intense. The flavour's intense, but I wouldn't say it's got an enormous amount of complexity. So it's intense with a sweetness, with a very, very clear, I am a Gouda style of sweet with some umami, with some savoury notes. But it is here. It doesn't move around. It doesn't give me a journey. So it's very pleasant, but I would like to see possibly a bit more complexity in the flavour for me.
It's quite one-dimensional.
It's got sort of 3 flavours, but they don't change. They're here and they're intense, but it's not hugely complex for an aged cheese is probably the way I'd put it.
I agree. I think it's delicious. There is no question that it's really, really delicious. It's not particularly long, and I agree with Emma about it. It's like it's got 3 flavors. They're really nice flavors. Underneath the rind, there's no bitterness. It's really it's so polished. It's so well turned out. I mean, massive props for delivering all those things in such a neat package. To me, it's really, really, really good. Is it great? I'm not sure.
Terry, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I would say it's very Moorish. It's a lovely piece of cheese. I wouldn't be disappointed if it was on my cheese board. I'd certainly go back for more. And I think it's an attractive piece of cheese. I know what you say about the plastic coat, which is maybe lets it down a little bit, because I much prefer a natural rind myself. But no, it's a very nice flavoured cheese. There's nothing bad about it. There's nothing nasty. I understand what you mean about the complexity. It is sweet and savoury. It's a nice rounded nutty flavour, but maybe a few more different flavour styles in there might enhance it.
Okay. Shall we take a punt at scoring it for appearance then?
Appearance, well, it's probably the plastic coat, which is how this cheese should be. It's how they intend it to be. But I've actually got a little bit of mould on the surface, which I'm not sure if you can see. No. So I would say 7.5.
I agree. I think there's nothing particularly wrong with it. It doesn't jump out at me as a like astoundingly beautiful, but it's very good. I would say 7.5.
Emma, do you concur?
Yeah, 7.5. I'm happy with 7.5. Yeah.
Brilliant. Now, aroma, you said it came out and smacked you around the head, Emma.
It did, yeah. It smells like Marmite toast. Other yeast, whatever you call them, things available. It is very, very much. It's a heady aroma. It's very, very intense. It's pleasing. It is a nice aroma. It is definitely a Moorish kind of a style of cheese. I think I would want to taste it based off the aroma, which is always a good sign. And I haven't got anything faulty or off on it.
Yeah. So what would you like to score it?
For aroma, I'm definitely higher than appearance on this one for aroma, but I'm not enormously high in that it is a simple, very well executed, but one sort of simple aroma. So I'm about maybe an 8.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Texture. We haven't really spoken very much about the texture.
It feels nicely drained, very continuous. It's got a little bit of crystal action going on. I think it's perfectly nice. Again, I would say probably 8.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the texture. I think it's perfectly acceptable for that style of cheese. I think it's been a well-made cheese, and they've achieved what they've set out to do.
Yeah, and they've kept a good, with the aging, there's still a nice amount of moisture retained, so it has got almost a butter, not a buttery, but a butter-like texture. It has a bit of a bite to it, but it is smooth on the palate also, so I'm happy with that score also.
Sorry, so we're scoring that one.
I'm just
Emma. I didn't think so.
Sorry, I'm about a sort of 8.5. 8.5 maybe.
For the texture, 8.5. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Lovely. Okay, guys. Ooh. And then flavor.
I think given what we just talked about a bit earlier, I would say 7.5 to 8 personally.
Yeah, I would give it an 8 because I quite like it. So that's just my opinion. I don't see anything wrong with it, and it's Moorish, and I'd go with an 8.
That's a good reason to give it an 8, Terry. I think it's a very good reason. Yeah.
You happy with that, ladies?
Sure.
Yep.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay. The next cheese that we're going to move on to is B for Bravo 1184. Oh, thanks, Emma. So how would we describe that one?
So this looks very much like a territorial, a Cheshire, I believe, and it is quite a lovely sort of open texture. It's got a lovely, just off-white, slightly ivory tone to it, and a beautiful natural rind. So I really, really like the look of the rind on this one. Very, very even. It's been kept well. It's got a tiny bit of mold formation in a good way. It looks good.
Wow, that is quite young, isn't it? That mold on the surface looks like it's barely been on there for a few weeks. So I would guess this is quite a youngin, exactly.
Yeah, it's got a lovely open texture, which you'd expect for a Cheshire cheese. So hopefully it'll be nice and crumbly.
It's quite pliable, which I wouldn't necessarily think about it being straight away as this kind of style. So it's got a lot of give. It's slightly elastic. If I bend it like this, but it's a young'un.
It's a little bit pasty on that, which you wouldn't expect for a Cheshire cheese.
But the mouthfeel is quite granular. You know, you've got that real kind of, again, slightly bitty, demineralized element, which, you know, I was going to think maybe this is something more on the Lancashire end of the scale, but actually it does feel quite, I don't know, it feels quite modern territorial, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it is quite bitty. So slightly granular. There's a few different textures happening in my mouth at the same time. It's quite a lot of moisture still in this as well. Yeah.
There's something ever so slightly harsh about the flavor, I think. I don't know if that's the acidity just sitting within the flavor in a way that's just a little bit angular.
Yeah, I'm picking up a slight bitterness. I don't know if you're picking that up as well.
I'm getting more of a spiky acidity than a bitter. So it's hitting the back of my throat slightly.
To me, it's got a few hard edges. I would hesitate to go so strong as to call it bitter, but there's, as I said, just a sort of angularity to the flavor that it doesn't leave me feeling as refreshed as I would expect with this style of cheese.
Yeah, agreed.
And in terms of the actual flavor of the cheese, how would you describe that? What does it actually taste like?
It's got slight citrus notes, which you'd expect for a Cheshire cheese, but maybe it would be nice if there was a little bit more in terms of the citrus notes.
And
It's
the salt
clean,
balance?
nothing nasty.
It's not high salt at all. I don't think it's low either. To me, it's definitely in the right zone in terms of salt. Maybe it's slightly on the low side, but not drastically, not in any way that I would call a fault. For me, the overarching flavor is sort of starter, that kind of acidity, which isn't a bad flavor at all. And I think it's a flavor that many people associate with the style of cheese. Again, in this sort of, are we tasting something unique and interesting? Or are we tasting something that's been added to it? I might knock it for that slightly, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agreed. Exactly what Bronwyn just said.
Okay, shall we give it a go scoring it for appearance?
Yes. I think appearance is lovely. I think it looks really, really nice.
It's a super looking cheese, yeah. Again, it would look really nice on the cheese board. It's got lots of character, rustic look about it, which is brilliant. Artisan cheese. So
would you say 8.5?
Yeah, definitely.
8.5 for appearance for me too. Yeah.
Aroma?
The aroma is quite muted. I mean, I get a bit of a buttery element. I don't get a huge amount else. I have to put it really close to my nose to find much happening. So for me, the aroma is slightly muted. We did say it's a young'un, so this is
that what you would expect, though?
Yeah, but as Bronwyn said at the beginning, we are in the final, so we're expecting to see possibly a bit more complexity, a bit more appeal in terms of.
And I think even a young cheese that was going to be really projecting lots of flavor, we'd be smelling quite a lot of that flavor even at a few weeks old. So to be honest, what I'm getting mostly from the aroma is the rind. Is that the mold on the rind? And again, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's not. I'd like to feel more of that, like milky, buttery, dairy, citrusy, whatever jumping out at me, and I don't get that. So
you'd expect a bit more of a balance because, like you say, the rind is quite the flavors and the aromas right up there, but it hasn't got the balance as it, picking up the notes on the cheese.
Okay, so what are we going to give it for aroma, guys?
6.5? Is that too harsh? 6?
No, I agree.
Terry?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah.
Okay, texture and flavor, please, guys.
If this is a crumbly territorial, I think it's doing that texture actually really nicely. There's a bittiness to it and a slight roughness, but it's encapsulated within some of the texture that's overall quite succulent. It doesn't feel rough or harsh, like crumbly or sandy or distracting. So I quite like the texture for me.
Terry?
Yeah, it's very slightly pasty when you rub it across the fingers, but it is a traditional Cheshire cheese. But again, I think it's a really nice textured cheese. It says, you know, it is a Cheshire cheese, and it demonstrates the crumbliness and the open texture. So yeah, I like it.
Do you want to give us a score for the texture, Terry?
Well, I'd say 8 for texture.
Sure,
Yeah.
I'm happy with 8 for texture.
And finally, flavour. Emma, how about you?
Yeah, I'm still left with quite a harsh throat sensation. So I don't have much length from it, which is fine, but I am left with this it's not a very pleasing sensation, and the flavour elements which I did find in the cheese don't elevate that enough to allow that sensation to be an okay factor. So I mean, I think the flavour is okay. It's simple. There is this quite distracting acidity, so I would have to mark it down on that.
To improve it, what would the cheesemaker have to do?
Well, not me, Bronwyn. Terry Bronwyn. This is not
you know, for me, the biggest thing about it that I don't like in the flavor is that slight harshness. Again, I'm not a cheesemaker, but I might say look at how fast it's acidifying. Maybe try a batch where you're doing it a little bit more slowly, getting the drainage a little bit more ahead of the acidification. See whether that rounds things out a little bit. Yeah,
brilliant. Thank you. And who would like to give us the score? The flavor.
Almost a 6 on that one.
6, yeah.
Yeah, I'm yes.
Thank you, guys. The next cheese that we're looking at is, I'm going to get you to go slightly different. I'm going to go for A11037, please. Thank you, Emma. Can we see the rind?
Oh, there we go. Natural rind.
Mm-hmm. Terry, I'm going to come to you first on this.
Okay, well, I think it's a beautiful looking, traditionally made cheddar cheese. By traditional, I mean it'll be handmade on the farm, probably out of raw milk. I don't know because these are blind, but I'm guessing it'll be raw milk, which will affect the flavors that we get and the aromas. The rind is very good. On my particular piece, there's a little bit of mold ingress. I don't know if you can see that, which is cracking, which is something that the cheesemakers have to be very careful about. Actually sealing the cheese, you can see where the cloth, the bandage, the muslin cloth has been a little crisscross pattern on the rind. A little bit of discoloration, which will be slight drying out in the store, plus a bit of enzyme activity on the rind itself. But no, I think it's a beautiful looking piece of cheese. Again, there's no mottling, no acid spots. I can't see any calcium lactate in my piece. Don't know what the ladies think.
Appearance wise, for me, my rind, the piece of cheese I have, the rind is immaculate. There's no damp spots, there's no mites, there's nothing. It looks very well kept. There is, like Terry, a tiny bit of an ingress here, but it's minimal and it doesn't look as though it has changed much internally in the cheese. I've got a tiny bruise here as well, but the paste itself, the majority of the paste looks beautiful, lovely texture, lovely colour to it. Quite appealing.
Can I just ask, because your cheese is a really different shape than mine is.
Oh.
Are you on 1037? Am I on 1037?
1037, yep. A1 1037.
Maybe it's just been cut in a really different way, but do you see how different? Like yours is way longer. It looks like it's been cut from a much bigger wheel.
Yeah, agreed. Mine does look like sort of general
What's your wine
sort of
like?
25 kilo truckle kind of. Yours looks squatter. Can you see my rind? It's got sort of purpley spots on it, and it's definitely had cloth binding.
Yeah, so does mine. I mean, it is possible that maybe they cut two different pieces from, like, or maybe it was just in the way that it was cut. That just looks like it came from a different size cheese to me.
All right.
Terry, can you hold yours up as well?
Can you turn it? Am I the only one with a short? Maybe mine was just the edge taken off of a piece that was longer, and that's why I'm seeing that.
Okay. And Nigel's
looks more like Emma's.
You're
Somewhere in
right.
between.
No, I think
other than the size, it looks very similar.
It looks similar.
Bronwyn.
Okay, we're gonna go with that.
Yeah.
I mean, everything that you've described so far, Emma, I think is very consistent with what I'm seeing and tasting. Really, really kind of luminous paste, and quite smooth and silky without being waxy or kind of kind of that dried out curdy sort of waxiness that sometimes you can get in some cheddars. I think this is really good.
Yeah.
Okay, let's dive straight in then, guys.
Appearance?
No, if you haven't already tasted it, I don't know if everybody's already tasted it. I'm very jealous because literally Nigel is probably 20 yards away from me, and he's got all of those cheeses in front of him, and I'm sitting here drooling, listening to you.
Go and grab a bit. We won't judge. Aroma wise and flavor wise, really, really pleasing. Loads more complexity. It's got a lot of character. It has buttery notes. It has savory. It has a bit of earthiness. It has a lot of. It's got a big journey. I'm really, really enjoying every bite and whiff as well. There's a lot happening in this cheese.
Yeah, definitely some grassy notes, and it's very good on the nose. Lovely, you get complex aromas, flavors. There's all sorts happening. It's quite a long flavor. I'm really enjoying it, Cara. Oh, I've got some.
Yeah, I have. I'm so excited. My first bit of cheese today.
Yeah, but no, it's superb. I mean, it's a lovely looking cheese. It smells nice. It tastes nice. So yeah, I can't fault it really.
Bronwyn, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's great. I agree with you about the complexity of the flavor. It's got a little bit of a wholesome sweetness that doesn't taste confected or like anything's been added in, but there's something a little bit like of a burnt caramel thing. There's some savoriness. There's a nice acidic freshness that sits on my tongue as well. The texture is really good. It's not too astringent, which sometimes you can get with cheddars. They can really sit in a really tannic way on your tongue, and this doesn't have that astringency or dryingness. I think it's beautifully balanced. I really like it. And I don't really mind the slight blemishes under the rind either. I think, if that's the price you pay for getting that flavor and that texture in a cloth bound cheese, then bring on the blemishes.
Yeah, gives it character.
That's a t-shirt. Bring on the blemishes. I want that t-shirt.
Me too. Okay, guys. Who wants to start us with appearance? Blemishes and all.
I'd say a 9. Happy with a 9?
Yeah, I'm happy with a 9.
Me too.
Bronwyn, you as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing. Aroma?
It's still changing. I've now got alliums. I've got something else sort of meaty. It's so complex. I really like the aroma. I'm quite high again here. I'm around a 9, 8.5, 9 for me for aroma.
Yeah, 9.
9, yeah, that's fine. There's rind aroma here, but unlike some of the other ones, I feel like the paste aroma is really jumping out at me, which I really like. So yeah, 9. 9 sounds good.
What about texture, Terry?
Well, it's just what you would expect from a traditional cheddar. It's unlike some of the cheddars, modern cheddars. They use additional cultures, and it makes it a little bit brittle, falling apart. But this isn't actually matured, and it's still creamy. It's not crumbly. It's got the flinty texture. If you break a piece off, it's a lovely flinty texture.
Yeah, that's what I'm loving about.
That's it. Yep. So again, I would give it a 9 because I can't really fault it. I'm just keeping 1 point in reserve.
I know about you and your reserves, and we'll come back if we need to.
You never know what's around the corner.
I do. Are we all happy with a 9 for texture?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And 9 and flavour finally.
I've now got frazzles. It has changed so much. There's so much going on. It's now bacony. I'm really, really enjoying this flavour. Like every single mouthful is different. It's got its characteristics, but there's something new that pops up in each mouthful. So I'm really enjoying this. I'm 9.5 on flavour.
Wow.
Yeah. Carry on. Yep.
Yeah, no, I agree. Let's give it a 9.5. I agree with you. Balancing that smoky bacon, which I completely agree with you, with like freshness and juiciness is a real feat. And I feel like it does that really well. I'm very impressed.
Yep. Are you happy with 9.5, Terry?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you guys. 9.5 it is. The next cheese we're going to move on to is F for Foxtrot 1212.
112 or 1211.
Or 1212.
Yeah. Thank you, Emma.
I'm giving mine quite a hefty trim because I'm not sure about yours, but I've got quite a lot of translucence around both the tip and around the rind. So I've chunked right into the middle to get a nice piece.
I think that's a good idea.
Emma, can you just explain to everybody what that means if we've got kind of people watching? Exactly what you're saying. Oh, wow. I can't believe it.
When we're tasting cheeses, obviously these have had to travel to us, and there are certain things which can happen in transportation, which we don't want to judge down on. So there's a little bit of a translucent appearance. It could be that the cheese has lost some fat and moisture. It could be that it has sweated. I just want to give the cheese a sort of the best benefit of the doubt by going right into the middle instead of cutting and eating the outer edges, which may have been affected by wrapping or transportation.
Brilliant, thank you. Bronwyn, would you like to kick us off on this one?
Sure. I mean, I agree with Emma that cutting into it and giving it, a good trim, particularly for a cheese of this style where you really have, it's quite unadorned, but you really want to taste what's in the paste is a really good move. To me, it's got quite a pungent aroma. Looking at this cheese, I wondered if it was going to be more on the kind of delicate, buttery, round spectrum, but actually when you smell it, you've got a little bit of lipolytic, kind of slightly pokey, almost like almost a blue aroma, if that makes any sense. I think it's quite characterful. And I'm intrigued. I'm looking forward to tasting it.
Yeah, looking at my piece, it has got a little bit of mottling. I'm not sure if yours is the same. I don't know if you can see that on the curd. But like Emma said, maybe that's in transit. It's dried out a little bit.
I've got quite a visible mottling in the centre of the cheese. Even with a hefty trim, there is still, for me, a fair amount in the middle. But I like the look of it. It's got a sort of an artisanal feel. The rind is natural. The colour of the actual paste, it is slightly mottled, but I'm not massively distracted. It doesn't look unappealing. It's slightly carrot.
Some people say it's marbling. It's the difference between mottling and marbling. Marbling is an attribute. Mottling. So we'll call it marbling.
We'll call it marbling. Right, there we go.
What about the mouthfeel, everyone?
It's a nice combination of sort of succulence and crumbliness that it's quite giving and actually quite soft, but it does break apart into bits as well. And I like that kind of paradoxical element to it. I think it's, it's interesting.
Yeah, I was expecting it to be a little bit dry, but it isn't. It does actually smooth out quite nicely in the mouth and become quite buttery and creamy. So yeah, very nice.
Sorry?
I don't have anything to add to that. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Cara.
No, I was going to say, and Emma, can you add anything to that?
No.
Okay.
So scores on the doors. Are we ready or not? Or
Well, I think you're ready, Terry. Do you want to give us an appearance score?
Appearance, I like it. I mean, it does look very rustic, very appealing. It's got a little bit of bruising there, but I quite like that, to be honest. It looks very traditional. I think it's quite attractive. So I wouldn't say, and it's got marbling, as we agreed. So I would give it 8.5, really. I don't know what the girls think.
I'm slightly lower. I've got it just because of really hacking into it, and I've got quite a halo. That translucence is still there. That marbly, mottly borderline is there. I think I'm maybe. Where did you say you were? 8.5.
8.5, yeah.
I'll go with. I'm happy with 8.
I'm happy with 8 as well.
Okay.
I hear where you're coming from. I think, yeah.
Okay. Aroma, please.
I like the cheese aroma. It's quite savory and quite kind of meaty. The rind aroma, I'm not keen on. There's something a little bit fridgy about the smell of the rind, which again is probably not like mold on fat kind of came out of the fridge kind of smell. And I think this is just, obviously we're not going to eat the rind, but it's part of the overall gestalt. And so, yeah, I like the aroma. I think it's quite an aromatic cheese, and it's nice, but it might not be like off the scale for me.
I agree with Bronwen in that there is something slightly irregular on the rind. It's reminiscent to me of a Manchego style. So something in a, not quite able to pinpoint it, but it's slightly fridgy, slightly, is it oily or something slightly irregular, which I wouldn't expect on this. It's not necessarily as appealing as the aroma of the paste itself. So I'd bring it down slightly as well, just for that element, because it's quite integral to the cheese.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the cheese itself smells very, very nice, very appealing, but it could be a bit yeasty or something on the surface that I'm picking up, as opposed to the musty, moldy smell.
Thank you, guys. Could you just clarify for me what the aroma of the cheese was? I think you said it was meaty.
Meaty, buttery. Bronwen mentioned, what did you say, like a bluing element?
Yeah, like there's a sharpness to the smell as well, which I think, again, characterful, not faulty.
Great. Emma, can I come to you to score us then? Yeah.
I think it's difficult. I think I'm about 7.5.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Texture.
I quite like the texture, to be honest. I mean, it like I said, I thought it was going to be a little bit on the dry side, but it isn't. I mean, the mouthfeel, it did smooth out. It was quite creamy and buttery. So I would probably go for an 8, really. I don't know what the girls think. I haven't got a problem with the texture.
I like the texture too. 8, 8.5.
Emma?
Agreed. Should we boost it to 8.5?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, and finally, flavour, please.
Are we on flavour now?
We are.
Yeah. It depends. I think the cheese itself is very nice. It's complex, and it hasn't really got the wow factor for me. And it does. If you get near the rind, I think that flavour of the rind tends to penetrate the cheese a little bit. So personally, I would say a 7.
Yeah, I find that there are some really lovely buttery dairy elements to it, but closer to the rind as well, I get something slightly more maybe acrid. There's something which is a little bit harsher. I liked Bronwen's angularity words earlier. I think there's a bit of that in this as well. I would want to eat this in session, but there's a few things which are holding me back from eating it in session. So I'm flavour is not going to be my highest score for this one.
Okay. So I think, Terry, did you suggest a 7?
Yeah. That's what I think. Like I say, it depends which piece of the cheese you actually eat. You know, the rind should be edible. I'm not so sure I would actually eat this rind.
I think 7's fair because we are judging the cheese as a whole, not the core and the rind of the cheese. So I think 7's quite a fair score for the entirety of it.
Brilliant. Thank you, guys. Wow, we only have 2 more to go. I'm going to get you guys to go with C for Charlie 1, 1044, please.
So we're on to blues. This one's got a very dense vein system. It's very, very blue. It's got a natural rind to it. Mine's got a bit of a damp patch on the rind. I don't know if anyone else has. But in terms of the actual paste, I like the sort of ivory colouring, and I'm quite enjoying the look of it. It looks like a piece of marble.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent looking Stilton cheese. It's got a light. The coat on mine is very dry, which is good. There's no cracking. Sometimes you get cracking on a piece of Stilton. There's very little staining. They call it staining, which is a discoloration going in from the crust. And it's my pieces. The bluing is very, very even. I can see where it's been pierced, but the bluing goes right to the edge, which is good. So I think it's a fantastic looking Stilton myself.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struck by the blue. It's very spider webby, and it's like lots of there's not a lot of non-blue bits in it, which I think is interesting. Usually when I eat a blue cheese, I'm looking to taste sort of some blue against the background of a cheese, and this feels like there's not a lot of maybe background left over. I may be completely surprised when I taste it, but like my initial impression is, wow, that's got a lot of blue in it.
Are you saying that's an attribute, or you're not keen on it? Or?
I'm not sure. You know, I'm a little, I'm a little apprehensive, but I'm prepared to have a change of heart.
I mean, personally, I think it's a skill to actually get the blue. Obviously, the cheese blues from the inside out, So actually get the blue right to the outer crust I think that's a bit of a talent.
One thing I do like about the way the blue is distributed is that it's not just around the piercings, that clearly there's enough openness within the cheese that you can, that the blue has moved within the cheese without relying on just the piercing. So that's, I agree with you there.
And what about the flavour, guys?
I'm getting a fair whack of ammonia on the aroma and on the palate, but I'm enjoying some really interesting cereal, savoury notes, some real umami to it. The blue is intense, it's very salty, so I'm getting quite a lot of salt. And as Bronwyn mentioned, with blues, it's very nice to have sort of paste and blue instead of just blue. So I'm getting a lot of blue, high acidity, but I do like those cereal savoury notes to it as well.
I like your description of cereal. I think that's an interesting one. It's not a word I think about normally when I'm tasting cheese, but I can completely see that sort of toasted grain kind of element to it. I find it just ever so slightly dull and a little bit bitter around the edges in a way that, I don't think, and again, let's make sure that this doesn't end up just being like my personal opinion about like whether I like a specific style of cheese or not. It's not a cheese that I would necessarily go back for more of, but to me, like the flavor that's left in my mouth is just a little bit heavy, salty, and a tiny bit kind of diffuse.
Yeah, I'd agree. It is slightly salty. It's not peppery. Sometimes if the cheese is aged a bit too much, it gets a bit peppery and hot, they call it. This cheese isn't that. I can still get the savoury, sweet, complex. It's not an old cheese, obviously, otherwise you get a lot more staining and the crust would be a lot heavier than it is. And in terms of the bluing, I think it's a personal thing, isn't it? The amount of blue, because I see people scratching around at the supermarkets trying to find the piece that they personally like with different levels of bluing. Are we ready to score it then?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm going to get you to start the scoring, Terry, please.
Well, appearance, as I've said, I really like it. I mean, because it has got the spider's web, it's got a nice light crust. I don't mean the color, I mean the light. It's not over heavy. It's got very little staining, which is a discoloration. Some people don't like it. It tends to go very dark brown color if it's too old. But I think it's a very nice looking cheese personally, and I would go for a 9. I'll probably get some disagreement here, but that's my opinion.
That's all right. We're up for discussions.
I think it's very striking. I do really enjoy that it looks different to other blue cheeses in that it is incredibly blue, spiderwebby. I really do enjoy that differentiation between that and other blues. I do have a bit of bruising on the rind. Apart from that, though, I think it looks fine. I'm not quite up at a 9 though with Terry, so I'm maybe down at an 8 for appearance.
I'm not gonna burn all my fuel on this one point. So maybe perhaps we do an 8.5 and split the difference.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Otherwise, we'll be here all night.
Right, well, almost on the last one, guys. So, aroma.
Emma mentioned ammonia, but if you go into a Stilton store, I mean, that's the smell you get, the ammonia. It's just, as you know, the breakdown of the protein, and you do finish up with ammonia. So I think that's typical. Plus mine's got up to room temperature, so aroma, I'd go for an 8.
From when you next.
It's not my favorite part of this cheese, to be honest. There's something a little bit of the kind of damp dog about it, right under the rind, it just doesn't smell super fresh to me. And while I understand that cheese can encompass all of the different, aromas and stuff that we might not think is great in one sense can be very interesting in the context of the cheese. To me, it's not a particularly attractive aroma.
Emma, so your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, ammonia I know should be there, and it is part of the characteristics of blues. However, I'm getting it in a proportion that I wouldn't really desire. It's an interesting aroma. It's got some character of sort of cereal notes to it, but I'm not hugely enamored by it. So I'm probably, who wants to score first? Cara, who's doing it?
Oh, I think you should score first, Emma.
7.
I could live with the 7.
I'd rather 7.5 because I like it.
Okay.
What was I can live with? Is that lower or higher?
I would probably go lower, but I'm happy. Again, it's a group decision, so I'm okay with the 7.5.
Okay.
What would you have scored it, Terry?
Well, I started off with an 8 because I quite like it. I think it's a lovely piece of Stilton, but that's just my opinion. And Stilton is, like most cheeses, it's a personal thing.
7.5.
Pardon?
Fine.
7.5. Yeah.
Great, thank you, guys. Can we move on to texture?
I'll let somebody else start.
For me, this cheese is a little bit gummy for a Stilton. It almost has an aspect of kind of continental blue about its texture that I associate Stilton with being an almost semi-lactic cheese and then breaks down to have a very kind of like marble-like texture. And to me, this just feels a little bit gummy.
Emma?
I agree with the continental element. I wonder whether we are sort of pigeonholing it as a Stilton, or whether it could be a sort of a not a Stilton, even though it's got a lot of characteristics of it. For me, I'm not completely averse to the texture. I think that probably from a French background as well, I quite enjoy that. But if we were judging it as a Stilton style, I would assume it would have a bit more of that crumble, as Bronwyn said, the lactic sort of bit more of a texture to it. But I quite like the texture.
Terry?
Are we on flavour?
Texture.
No, we're on texture.
A texture. Well, it's smooth, it's creamy, buttery, which is really what a Stilton should be. And it has got crumbly notes about it. I can see, so it is creamy and crumbly at the same time.
Do you want to give it a score, Terry?
I would go for a 7.
Okay, 7's fine.
That's fine.
Lovely.
Yeah.
And finally, flavour, guys.
Yeah, I do agree with what Bronwyn said. I mean, it has got a slightly continental style blue flavour about it. Now you mention it, so I would give it it's not nasty, certainly not nasty, and I wouldn't be overly upset if I had that. If I bought this piece of cheese, I wouldn't go back and complain. So again, I would say a 7.
I'm happy with a 7.
Me too. That's fine.
Thank you, guys. Well, sadly, on to our very last cheese of the day. It is F for Foxtrot 11168. And is looking very sexy. Thank you, Emma. Brilliant. So, Emma, would you mind? Oh, perfect. Thank you. So who'd like to kick us off?
Ammonia on this one.
Yeah, so this is very sort of unique looking cheese. So it's an individual sort of 250, 300 gram sized blue cheese. The rind itself is sort of very grey. It's got some bluing to it. It's a really unique sort of shape and size. It looks definitely artisanal. And the paste itself, for me, it's got quite a nice ivory white to it. The bluing is quite inconsistent in its distribution. But yeah, it's a very intriguing looking cheese. I'm quite drawn in because it's not like an obvious style of cheese that we can have an immediate comparison with.
Yeah, I agree. If I saw this cheese on sale, I'd certainly want to buy it to try it, sort of thing. I'd have a go with it. It's certainly got curb appeal, or however you would say it. So yes, it is it's an odd, you either love it or you hate it look about it, but I would certainly buy it and try it anyway.
I think Emma's displaying it perfectly there. Thank you, Emma. It's as if you were a cheesemonger.
I'll sell it to someone in a minute as well.
I'm sure you would. Shall we dive straight in and give it a taste, guys?
So for quite a small format cheese, I mean the texture is really interesting. It's very smooth. It's got a lot of granularity from the bluing itself, but the texture of the paste is quite interesting. It's almost sitting in a soft, like bloomy rind kind of texture. It's very smooth and slightly unctuous. The bluing I have got slight granularity. Flavor wise, angularity again is the word that I really have enjoyed from Bonwen. But I've got some biscuit, sort of digestive biscuit notes to it, a bit of characteristic blue, but it's quite harsh.
Yeah, it's interesting. I like the richness of the paste. It's quite kind of, as you say, unctuous, a little bit custardy, quite rich. It's a Marmite cheese, and that, you know, Terry mentioned the ammonia, and I feel like in a cheese of this format where the rind is giving off so much ammonia, it does kind of get it's into the paste as well, and I find that really dominates it for me. So it's quite full on. I could see people who are after a real taste experience, you know, no holds barred, might be really into this cheese, but for me, it's like so super saturated with all of these slightly breakdowny flavors and blue flavors and everything going on that it's just a little bit like a cacophony as opposed to a melody.
Wow.
Yeah, I agree. It's like you say, it's a Marmite cheese. You love it or you hate it. Personally, I quite like it. It's a little bit, you can see where the piercing has taken place. It's pushed some of the crust into the cheese, which you do get sometimes, which you can pick up in the mouthfeel. It's quite a powerful cheese. It is very, very creamy in the mouth, but you do pick up those bits where it's been pierced. Yeah, it's a love it or hate it cheese, you know. I like it, to be honest. It is a bit overpowering on the ammonia when you first open it, and you pick it up on the aroma.
I wonder whether this is a cheese which really has a lot of batch variation. So it definitely has a. I mean, I've no idea because I don't know what this cheese is, but it feels as though it's got its characteristics, but it isn't quite set into what it is. It's quite hard to describe, but I feel like it could maybe a week ago have been completely different, or the next batch in the same aging might be quite different too. But I think it's a very, very good format. I like the unctuous custardy paste. I am distracted by that granularity, and overall the flavour for me is quite heady and angular, and I'm not reaching back to go to it straight away, except for the beautiful appearance. That would definitely make me reach straight back.
Okay. I am going to ask you to score it for appearance then, please, Emma.
I'm in so many different minds because it's beautiful in the size and the shape, but it has got a bit of damp patch around the side, and I have said that the blue is irregular, so I'm not sure what to score it. I think maybe a 7.5.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Aroma, please.
It's quite cute, isn't it? But it's ugly.
Cute and ugly. Oh. Roman, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm happy with the 7.5.
An ugly duckling.
Mm.
Aroma, please, guys.
I find it quite heavily ammoniated. I'm not sure I could go too high on the aroma. There is a mushroominess there hiding someplace, but I feel like the aroma is stifled by the ammonia.
Mm.
Yeah, it's in the blue, the mushroomy. So what do you want to give it?
Sort of 6.
6.
6. Yeah. Yeah.
Texture.
On the bright side,
it's texture apart from where the rind has been pushed inside, but the overall texture is lovely and moreish. My personal opinion, it's beautiful, creamy, a creamy cheese. I don't know what you girls think.
I think that the texture of the paste where it's broken down is quite smooth and creamy and rich, and I like that. I agree with Emma that there's the graininess of the blue is a little off-putting for me when blue cheeses, the last cheese we tasted was very, very blue, but there was no graininess within it. And this, you can really feel the blue on your tongue. I'd knock it for that slightly.
So what would you like to give it, Bronwyn?
I would give it, personally, I give it a 7, but maybe others would feel that that's low.
I'm happy with the 7.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's just really where like I said, where the crust has been pushed into the cheese gives it that grainy sensation. So it's a little bit mixed, isn't it? Partly creamy, but also lumps of cheese inside or crust.
And finally, the flavour.
Difficult. It is very personal.
I think it's quite simple in its flavour profile. I think that the bluing and the ammonia and the sort of spiky pepperiness is very overwhelming. I think that the texture and the sort of the supple paste is great texturally, but I don't get much of that richness in the flavour coming from the texture itself. So I'm not going to be that high on flavour either, unfortunately. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, no, I agree. I would certainly try it and buy it and try it. I would, but I don't really find it moreish. I wouldn't go back and keep eating it. But again, that's very personal. So
I'd say somebody who loves a punch of flavour, really deeply punchy cheese would love that one.
Yeah, definitely.
Great. So the final score for the day, guys, for flavour. Bronwyn's smiling at me, so I'm going to Bronwyn.
All right, I'll say 6.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guys, thank you so very, very much for a brilliant assessment and joining us today. We really value your thoughts and opinions, and thank you so much for your time. I'm not going to announce which ones won it because we'll find out shortly. Handing back over to you, Nigel.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bronwyn, Emma, Terry. Really lovely to see you and give you your time and your great palettes. And thank you, Cara, for all your sterling work today. Now I'm delighted that I've got some very special fifth generation cheesemakers, of course. 124 years of cheese making in the family, Somerset-based Keens, and of course they were our incumbent, the winners, the supreme champions last year with the Keens Cheddar traditional raw milk, extra mature. So less of me. I'd love to say hello to George Keen. Good afternoon to you, George.
Hello. Oh, there you are. Yeah.
Nice to see you. Absolutely. Fantastic. George, so yeah, who would have thought it? You know, this is our year 4, but last year it was virtual, as you've just seen. Our judges are all over the place. I mean, the way that we used to go, we'd go to Nantwich, we'd go to the British, we'd go to the Bath and West, we'd go to World Cheese, but to do it on screen and to have been such a success, it really is taking cheese tasting and judging to the world.
The thing impressed me actually is the allusions to all the flavors and all the textures, and someone ought to write it all down. We need a dictionary of words that we can use to describe our cheeses. And I think what I've heard this afternoon is inspirational, and all the different things you can get just from the same milk, and you get all these different styles of cheese and all the flavors and the allusions to flavor. Who would believe it?
Yeah, and to be able to eavesdrop on the judges like that, you know, to really get their inner thoughts, and with the cameras as good as they are, they'll only get better to show the cheeses off and what we're looking at. I just think, you know, hats off to Sarah DeWitt and Nigel Pooley, who was one of the original people that decided to do it, and it's proved to be so. And well done, congratulations to you, because obviously last year, after a couple of years of Felton Farm, they did really well with theirs, two very different type of cheeses, and yours last year. I'm always intrigued. I've just alluded to the fact that your 124th year that you're in, your 5th generation, and we talk about Montgomerys, we talk about Quicks, Barbers, all these fabulous families in the West Country. But I think of the Champenoise. They always talk about champagne first, and then they talk about the individual houses. And there's a real strength in the collective. Is that something that you as a body are very keen to safeguard overall? But that people love cheddar, but it's as well made as it can be, and that you're the traditions that you're carrying on, but not just you, but the other people I just mentioned.
We are welcoming all these new cheesemakers, and you mentioned Marcus and Penny. We were talking to Ben, I think, earlier. The new cheesemakers, and they're inspirational to bring on new flavors and new characteristics. We've been doing cheddar cheese for 120 years or more. And I've got a heritage, and my son was here earlier. He's actually got to get the grass in for next winter's silage, feed the cows next year. But I'm blessed actually to have a family around me, brother and my sister used to make cheese, and my mother made cheese, great aunt. And so it's a heritage that we've been pleased with, and really surprised that last year it was recognized that cheddar cheese for its quality and outstanding flavors.
Yeah, but well done, as I say, and I just think there's great strength in it as a community, but you want to make sure that you're producing the best cheese in the world. How much of it is exported? Without giving too many trade secrets out, but what percentage roughly of your production?
We've got about a quarter probably going to Whole Foods in the States. Probably another quarter is sold through Waitrose, and then all the rest is other some other supermarkets and all the wonderful delicatessens and all cheesemongers who we welcome and want to train up and give them the story of our cheese making.
Yeah, well, you do a great job. It's really tasty product. Only anyone suggests if you're not tasty, go and get hold of some Keens. You won't be disappointed. And check them. You can see the amount over your right shoulder, the amount of trophies behind you. There's a lot of glassware, a lot of silverware, which indicates, again, and it must be nice every now and then to be appreciated by your peers and some of the best palates in the business.
Well, particularly my son, who puts all the work in and the skill and the just the feeling, the understanding of milk actually, and the fact that you're fermenting the milk, and you start with the same ingredients, and you can end up with any of these cheeses. So it's quite specific to get to a cheddar, as rather than a Caerphilly or they're all made in the same way, just by different amounts of moisture, different acidity, different shape of cheese, different timing, and that's all you've got to play with, really, and the skill of the cheesemaker. And we're blessed that we've got a heritage to follow on. But what's frustrating today is that we haven't been able to taste the cheese. Next thing, we ought to have a tasting of all these lovely cheeses that the judges talking about.
We just need to get to the old Star Trek Travelator or one of those. That's the next thing. It's never next thing we'll be able to scratch and sniff computers, but it's just a matter of time. But well done. You look very well after a lifetime of producing and eating cheese. And James, of course, on the tractor. I hope he's listening in, but we send him our very best. But George, thank you so very much for all your continued success, and we really appreciate it. And thanks for your time this evening. Take care. Thank you. There you go. So George Keane, great to say. 1899 was when they started producing cheese. That's the official record, probably even older. Now, food in the community. This is Somerset Community Food is a grassroots charity which supports a network of community food projects, aims to reconnect people with the social, health and environmental benefits of growing, buying, preparing and eating local food. So it's a fantastic project, and let's find out more.
From Food and Community. We're really delighted to be part of the Virtual Cheese Awards again for a second year, and just to say how much we appreciate the wonderful provenance and the effort that goes into producing the cheeses that you make. So congratulations to everyone that entered. You're doing a wonderful job, and a special congratulations to the winners. We're really excited to see who is going to win. Your wonderful cheeses have already made an appearance at our community Pay What You Feel cafe on Coronation Day, which was a really joyous event, and they were much appreciated.
David, I'm co-founder and co-director of Food and Community, and give you a little bit of background, just very briefly, about how Food and Community came about. It was whilst visiting a local farm 10 years ago that we witnessed crops lying unharvested on the ground. And when we challenged the farmer, she said that it was uneconomical for her to collect this produce. We knew that we had to get this healthy produce back into the community, and Food and Community was born. Post-COVID, we have seen a 300% rise in the number of households that we're supporting. 180 households weekly with a food box delivered free to their door. And there's nothing virtual about the cheese that we're receiving. It's a wonderful, wonderful addition to these food boxes, and very much appreciated.
Going forward, we will use the cheese from the class judging and any leftover from the final in quite a carefully coordinated way. We're fresh food specialists at Food and Community. We have been for 10 years. Hard cheeses are most appreciated by families experiencing hardships. They're good in kids' lunch boxes. People know what they are. They know how to incorporate them in their everyday meals, and hopefully they'll make their everyday meals a bit more special. We're also using the cheese to connect people who might otherwise feel isolated or unsupported in the community. For instance, we've already made a fabulous coronation quiche with our older men's cooking group. Soft and speciality cheeses will largely be used by professional chef volunteers at our community cafes, which are either pay what you feel or very affordable. And they attract a mixed crowd, largely people that are disadvantaged, but people that also want to support people that are disadvantaged and have a great meal. We'll also be sharing cheese-based recipes over the coming months that you're welcome to try out and borrow to use them to promote your products if you like them. Sarah, the Virtual Cheese Awards crew and judges, and not least White Lake Cheeses, who packed and sorted all of the entries, and Sharpham Cheese for getting this started for us. Everybody, it's a real honour to work with you. I think it's brilliant what you're doing for the profile of British cheeses, and giving this hard work and expertise and variety, the extraordinary variety of cheeses, the attention that they truly deserve. The easiest way to stay in touch with what's happening with the Virtual Cheese Awards and the fate of the cheeses that Food and Community use is to actually sign up for the Virtual Cheese Awards mailing list and follow them on their active social media channels. You're also more than welcome to follow us. We have quite a lot of fun. We're Food and Community, and hope to see you there.
Good luck with the day. I hope it's a fantastic competition. Good luck to the finalists, and I guess I'll leave you with a cheesy smile if that's okay.
Food in the Community, there you go. And a lot of waste food around the UK. Food Cycle. Tomorrow night there's a big dinner in London, a charity event, which I'm involved with. Again, there's a lot of, we used to reckon there was 1 bag in 3 was wasted in the UK. Well, that was putting a stop to that and turning it into meals, as you've just seen from that video from Food in the Community. You know, we can't waste, we can't afford to waste food. There's a lot of people out there who need to eat it. So what a great enterprise, and more power to their cooking elbow. Well done today. Now we're going on to the Virtual Cheese Awards Excellence Awards winners announcements. I'm delighted to be joined by an old friend, for one still so young, Richard Clothier, my MD, Grand Fromage of White Farms. He's a 3rd generation cheesemaker, guardian of a secret recipe course created by Granny Ivy's family back in 1861. And that's the success that they've got to is owed to that. White Farms at the forefront of sustainability. I mean, not just in the world of cheese, but in any business, as they seek 100% green credentials. And unsurprisingly, White Farms have kindly sponsored our Sustainability Award. Good evening to you, Ricardo.
Good evening, Nigel. How are you?
Nice to see you, kid. All right, good.
Good to see you again.
Nice potted plant. Lovely.
Thank you. Nice and healthy.
CO2. I'll shut up. Let you crack on. Sorry.
Good. So whilst the Virtual Cheese Awards were created to celebrate Great British cheese, where would we be without the incredible stories and the people behind them? The Virtual Cheese Awards team quickly realised they needed to recognise this and created their Recognising Excellence categories to unearth the hidden stars of the past, present and future to celebrate them. With this in mind, let's move on to the first of these awards, the Cheese Hero 2023, sponsored by Long Clawson Dairy. The Cheese Hero Award is dedicated to anyone in the industry who has either made a difference or continues to do so. This award could go to someone who might have revolutionised the way that we do something, championed a cause, or continues to support, innovate, or inspire.
Our winner epitomizes the Cheese Hero Award. She's simply dedicated her life to making cheese and helping people around the world to do it. She started work in Stilton and went on as a volunteer in Kenya to teach cheese making there. She taught at Reesheath College, where she ran courses in cheese making in the Milkmart pilot plant working with Val Bynes. She taught many specialist cheesemakers the basics, which enabled them to develop their own specialty cheeses. She also trained EHOs so that they could better understand cheese-making processes. Despite not doing very well, she remains an auntie, continuing consultations by phone and email. So, this year, nominated by Catherine Temple, the award this year goes to Chris Ashby. And in a close-run event, the team would also like to acknowledge a very strong runner-up as well. With the knowledge that she had limited life due to failing health, our runner-up wanted to be the first female cheesemaker in Buckinghamshire. She created several award-winning cheeses whilst fighting cancer and was known for her courage and determination within the artisan cheesemaking world. Nominated by her husband, James Brownbill, a runner-up is Linda Hill of the Marlow Cheese Company, who, in the words of James, was a true hero and a warrior in life and within the cheesemaking world. She is so missed. An inspiration.
I think that puts it in perspective. Brilliant. No, absolutely.
Brilliant. So the next award is New Cheesemaker 2023. The New Cheesemaker Award is given to someone in the industry who should be recognised as an emerging talent and had been making cheese either for an existing company or set up on their own in the last 3 years. The VCA team were inundated with entries for this award this year, which they believe is great news for the health and future of our industry. This year's winner received multiple nominations. A Sardinian native and engineer, he moved to Belfast in 2015. He was so impressed by the quality of the milk and wanted to add to the evolving artisan food culture, so he started making his own Italian-style cheeses at home. He saw a gap in the market, dismantled the family living room to repurpose it as a cheese lab, where he developed mozzarella, burrata, stracciatella, and scamorza recipes. Together with Indie Food, he took on a small unit in the late 2021. With 6 months production under his belt, the feedback's been tremendous. Consumers in Northern Ireland now have the opportunity to experience fresh mozzarella and burrata. Our new cheesemaker for 2023 is David Tanney of Velo Cheese. And our runner-up and highly commended is Peter Hayworth from Sharpham Dairy.
Really fantastic. Well done. Hurrah!
I think you've got David joining us, have we, Nigel?
Brilliant. If we have, fantastic. I have a feeling maybe not in the waiting room. If so, they'll be here.
No,
so
not
let's
here.
presume, Ricardo.
We'll move on to the next entry then. The Young Cheesemaker Award is the next entry. That's given to some. This award's given to someone in the industry who should be recognised as an emerging talent. This year's Young Cheesemaker of the Year goes to Keir Walker of Nettlebed Creamery. Keir joined Nettlebed Creamery as a cheesemaking assistant a year ago with no prior experience in the cheesemaking world. Since then, he's shown true dedication and attention to detail and is now responsible for leading the make on one of the Nettlebed's 3 cheeses. He's become a vital member of the cheese team, who understands completely the importance of care and attention needed to make great cheese. He's trustworthy and reliable to a fault, not only to make itself, but with the affinage that follows. He has the makings of a fantastic cheesemaker of the future, having shown so much promise in such a short space of time. Excellent.
Excellent. Well done. Hurrah.
Hurrah. The final trophy in Recognising Excellence series is the Sustainability Trophy, sponsored by White Farms.
Thank you very much, White Farm. I recommend those White Farms.
Thank you. The Sustainability Trophy is dedicated to anyone in the industry who's either made a difference or continues to do so in the field of sustainability. Someone who might have revolutionised the way they farm, championed the cause, or continue to support or innovate and inspire whilst helping to safeguard our planet. The winner of the Sustainability Trophy 2023 is Mark and Jen Lee from Torpenhow Farmhouse Dairy. Torpenhow Farmhouse Dairy was set up in 2019 by Jen and Mark Lee to add value to their organic milk. Having converted the high-intensity Holstein fully housed herd into an organic spring block-calved pasture for life certified farm over a 5-year journey. The cheese is made on the farm employing a local team and selling to a very local market. The cheese, and now gelato, is sustained by regenerative farming practices that the Lees have adopted. A third-generation farmer, Jenny, has driven the farm back to adopting many mixed farming practices her grandfather used in the 1950s to improve the soil and biodiversity on the farm. Hosting Down to Earth North this year, the farm aimed to showcase their regenerative practices to several hundred farmers from around the UK and talk in depth about how the cheese-making diversification has driven sustainable and ethical farming practices. These include running a 2-year PhD trial looking at benefits of cow-on-calf rearing system within the dairy herd. Pasture-fed pigs are fed on whey produced from the cheese making, which in turn regenerate the soil to allow the herd a richer let to graze and ultimately produce good cheese.
Well, absolutely. That's manna to your ears, isn't it? That's exactly what you stand for. Just fantastic.
Absolutely inspirational. Excellent.
Well, you should have your own chat show, Rich. Look it all back to yours, you know.
I think people get bored of me talking anyway, Nigel. I think.
No, I wouldn't. And I know what your drinks cabinet looks like. So, there's plenty an incentive to pop round to Rich's. But well done.
Yeah, anytime, Nigel. Pop round anytime.
Your support, sustainability and so much more. It's great to get the cheese community together and be able to share it across the world and to promote British cheese. And you're very good at that at White Farms, and we really appreciate it. It's nice to see your smiling face.
Thank you.
I'll let you crack on.
Have a nice evening.
And to you, we'll give it our best shot. Thank you. Well, there you go. Well done, Rich.
Bye.
Okay. Things to do. Moving on, and that's all the new cheese maker, the sustainability, the cheese hero. And now we come to our 7 category winners. But firstly, I'd like to thank Butler's Farmhouse Cheeses for these beautifully vivid, thank you, aprons. Well done. And Lottie Shaw providing all the biscuits, including the especially created the neutral biscuits for palate cleansing. Anyway, let's crack on. Let's start our categories off with Best Enhanced Cheese. Specialty and Fine Food Fair, 11th to 12th September. Thank you very much. Sarah DeWitt, just straight back from doing the Eurovision, that very statuesque presenter. We've got our very own Sarah DeWitt, and that's you, kid. Well done.
Thank you. So the winner is Liner Dairies with Cornish Yarg.
Well done. Whee!
So let me give you a few judges' comments. It was a great, well-presented cheese with a mild aroma and well-balanced flavours. Absolutely delicious.
Well done. Fantastic. Bloody good cheese as well. And obviously all hand-painted on. Really special. And that's about the cheese, not about you, Sarah, but there you go. Crack on. Right, next up. Oh, my goodness. Best speciality cheese. By Specialty and Fine Food Fair. Over to you, SDW.
And the winner is Connage Highland Dairies. And the cheese which was in the awards and won this category is Connage Age Gouda. We had some really exciting judging notes from this one. And the judges said that it had a nutty aroma with very, very sweet notes, a complex meaty flavour with lots of depth, hints of caramel, nuttiness, and very well matured.
Fantastic. Okay. Best territorial. Of course, by Manor House Consulting. I recommend them. They're bloody good in the industry.
So the winner is HS Bourne. And this is Bourne's unpasteurised Cheshire cheese. So the judging notes from this were a yogurty and clean aroma, crumbly texture, complex flavour with longevity. Very, very great cheese.
Okay. And the final one for you from this, for category winners, it is Best Artisan Hard. Sponsored by the Cheeseman. Thank you so much for the sponsorship.
And the winner is Mrs. Kirkham's Lancashire cheese. With Mrs. Kirkham's Tasty Lancashire. The judging notes were as follows: lightly ripened hard cheese, which doesn't hold back with flavour. It has an explosion of tangy, acidic, almost lemony flavour. A really great example of an artisan cheese with personality that really delivers.
Well done. Well done to you. Good luck in the next Eurovision presentation. Okay, well, it's me now. This is a great category. Much fought over. Best cheddar. Bring it on. Okay, here we go. Best cheddar. Fantastic. Well done to them. It's Montgomery. The JE Montgomery. Well done to them. Hurrah. Montgomery family have been farming North and South Cadbury pastures for 3 generations to make their delicious Montgomery cheddar. It's a cloth-bound cheddar made, of course, with traditional starter and animal rennet. There's years of history. We've just been talking to some Keynes, of course, about it. Won it last year. There was supreme, and well done to Montgomery. I know James will be delighted. He'll be hitting golf balls off the roof of the family home to celebrate. But well done. Great, closely fought category. Well done. Best cheddar goes to Montgomery's. Thank you. Okay, next one. Best blue. There you go. And I know that Homage to Fromage are sponsoring, and also Harvey and Brockles were. I think maybe Harvey and Brockles did the previous one, but well done to them. And I know that with also Yorkshire Parkin biscuits from Lottie Shaw, they were used as they were perfect partners alongside the blue cheese. So well done to them, celebrating 100 years of baking in West Yorkshire. The winner of the Best Blue, sponsored by Homage to Fromage, it is Long Clawson Blue Stilton. Oh, yes. Brilliant. They've been making it since 1911. I thought it was even longer. Classic Blue Stilton, made from cow's milk, of course, but sourced within 30 miles of the dairy, Well balanced, said our judges. Slightly salty back note, creamy, smooth mouthfeel, and a distinctive tang. Well done. Brilliant. Fantastic. Okay. Best artisan soft. Best artisan soft, sponsored by Neil's Yard. Thank you very much. It goes to Pexmont Dairy Devil's Rock Blue. Lots of noise from the hippopotamus over that shoulder. There you go. It's been on my shoulder all day. There you go. Organic soft blue cheese using their own pasteurized milk from a herd of MRI cows in Todmorden. That's up on the West Yorkshire-Lancashire border. I know it really well. Dutch indigenous cow breed, sturdy enough to deal with the hills around Todmorden because it does persist it down there quite a lot. Each individual cheese, 9 centimeters in diameter. They weigh about 250 grams. Certified organic farmers and growers, made with vegetarian rennet. Well done, Pexmont Dairy Devil's Rock Blue. Hurrah! Marvelous. Well done for Blue. Well done to Best Artisan Soft. And now we're going to move on to our country winners. And of course, for that, I've got Cara Bowen and Vicky Rogerson of the VCA to announce who's won what. Cara, welcome back. A Vision in Crimson.
In VCA colours.
Yes.
Well, Nigel, I think that we are going to be announcing the best cheese from Northern Ireland first. I'm not sure if we have a stick.
I think it's Wales. Quite right, Northern Ireland. Forget me. There you go. There you go.
So Invest NI have been incredible partners with us since the awards inceptions. And what was very exciting for the team this year was the amount of NI companies that actually sent cheese entries in. We were so excited. And to have David win, our cheese hero, was brilliant. But just to say, the winner for the best Irish cheese is Dale Farm, and amazingly they have 2 winners because they scored exactly the same for the Dramona Mature and the Dramona Extra Mature. Congratulations, guys.
Double whammy. Well done. Fantastic. Okay.
And the next one, I think
Best Northern Irish.
Best Welsh.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Oh, sorry.
So, diolch to all our wonderful friends from Wales, and especially to the brilliant team from Food and Drink Wales. Where would we be without you? Thank you for your help and support over the year, and indeed for another year. We really appreciate it. The best Welsh cheese goes to the Snowdonia Cheese Company for their Rockstar. Well done.
Okay. So, Vicky, I think is it next week? Scottish? Yes, here we go.
So, best Scottish cheese goes to Connage Highland Dairies for their Connage Aged Gouda. That's amazing. I want to try it immediately. And the next we go to is Best English. And Best English cheese goes to, drumroll, J.A.E. Montgomery from Montgomery Traditional Mature Cheddar.
Fantastic. More golf balls off the roof for that one as well, of the family farm.
Brilliant. Congratulations to everyone.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so well done to them. We now new for 2023. We've got the Salsa Plus Cheese Award. So yeah, I think we've got a little sting for that. Okay, I'm delighted that we've got Jackie Slatter of Salsa here to announce the inaugural winner and tell us a little bit about it. And you have the information. You are the person in control. Jackie, over to you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Nigel. And thank you for inviting me to your event. It's been a very interesting day. It's really showed us the diversity and the innovation within the industry, how much specialism goes on within all the work that everybody does. And thank you to the judges and the people that entered. So Salsa is an entry-level food safety scheme, and we've worked closely with the SCA for the last few years to develop a specific scheme for the specialist cheesemaker. So we considered elements of food safety as they relate to raw milk production, unpasteurized cheeses, cheese making and maturation stages. And we've got specific requirements built within our scheme to look at those elements. We support businesses through audit services, but also through mentoring and through training as well. So we have quite a diversity for that small producer who wants an entry level, a certificate, something that shows all the great works that they do. So are we ready for our winner?
Absolutely. We've had our sting. It's over to you, Jackie, because I've no idea, but you know.
Okay, so our winner is of the Salsa category, J.E. Montgomery.
Oh my goodness. There you go. Montgomery's. What a great afternoon, evening for them. So well done. Fantastic. Thank you so much as well to you and everything that you do. And obviously Salsa is something we hear more and more, and quite rightly as well. So it really is much appreciated. And congratulations to Montgomery for winning that accolade. Well done to you. Thank you very much. Have a fine evening.
Thank you.
Okay, now it's our grand finale. We announce our Supreme Champion 2023. And we've got waiting in the wings. Delighted to see him there. Is Simon Offord, of course, of Mona Dairy, sponsors of this, based in Anglesey, new generation cheese production business. Dairy dovetails quality artisan cheese making with industry-leading sustainability standards, where the latest technology has been used to build a 21st century cheese production business that's friendly to the planet. I don't need you to know that, Simon, because you know that already.
Thank you.
But well done. But I know that we've got a third and second place. Do you know that?
I do know. I don't know who that is, but I do know that there is.
Yes, and I think Sarah DeWitt is the person with the information. In which case, she's going to slightly put us out of our misery and tell us who that is. If she doesn't pop up on the screen, I know in that case that's not going to be the case. So maybe I've got my sidekick here. He's going to check next door and just find out if there is going to be a third and second. But it's been a great day, Simon. Who would have thought that we could have all touched base with all our judges doing it this way? But it's proved that people love to see the intimacy of the judging process.
And I've sat, Nigel, I sat and watched some of it, and I'm amazed with how good people are at explaining the flavours of the cheeses. Blown away by it. At one point, when someone said cereal, I was thinking Crunchy Nut or Cocoa Pops, but yeah, we worked out that it wasn't that. But amazing. The judges, I think, have done an incredible job.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. By the way, Anglesey is one of the most beautiful places in the world, I think. I was lucky enough to go there a lot as a child, but also what a great part of the world.
You might realise I'm not Welsh. I go there a lot, and it really is the most amazing, the amazing place with the mountains, and then you drop down and across the Menai Bridge or the Britannia Bridge into Anglesey. It's a beautiful place for sure. Yeah. And great milk.
Great milk, great farms, great seafood.
Yeah.
Great sea, a really marvellous part of the world. I'm just going to tell you as well that the Supreme Champion tonight, not only do they pick up the accolade and the trophy, But this is alongside. The winner also gets free editorial features, digital coverage in Great British Food magazine, the opportunity to have the winning cheese showcased at the Specialty and Fine Food Fair in September at Olympia. There's a level 1 Academy of Cheese course and a year's subscription to that. The opportunity to be listed by Waitrose, and then a stall at the Chiswick Cheese Market, which is a really busy cheese market. So fantastic, that's alongside everything else. So as I say, it's not to be sneezed at, and bear in mind, Feltham's Farms won it for the first 2 years with 2 very different cheeses. One of them, the more recent one, was really young, fresh, daisy inspired, and then as they call it, they've got a lot of daisies on the farm, but it was a very young cheese. And the other one was a washed rind cheese, quite pungent. So Renegade Monk. So really 2 completely contrasting. Fresca was the one most recently, and then last year, of course, it was Keen's. We just had George on, and son James is in the field, but Keen's were they're in Cumbrian champions. So it's been a busy day. More dairies have entered than ever before, and more entries, and all the different categories. So it's great. And also the fact that our judges, the real difficulty, as you might imagine, Simon, has been getting the cheeses to them in good condition. And Sandra from White Lake, she's done a fantastic job, really marvelous job getting them out there. And hats off to them. We're speaking to Roger, but Longman earlier on, again, who is a fantastic cheesemaker and the joy of it, but he's making cheeses right across the board. We're not just talking cow's milk, we're talking goat and sheep and everything that goes with it. Okay, I said that Sarah DeWitt had the 3rd and 2nd places, Simon. Well done, good to see you smiling, and it's good to see Sarah smiling, and I'm smiling because it's over to you, SDW, to announce the 3rd and 2nd place before Simon announces our Supreme Champion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Okay, so after all this work over the whole year and all this cheese tasting, I'd like to announce the 3rd place of the final. And the 3rd place is won by the cheese Mrs. Kirkham's Taste Beat Lancashire. So big round of applause.
Oh, Uncle Graham. Good evening.
Thank you.
Well done, Graham.
Well done, kid.
Thank you.
Very good. We've got a young helper with you.
And in 2nd place,
is there?
And in 2nd place, the award is won by Connage Highland Dairies, and the cheese is Connage Age Gouda, particularly fantastic cheese. So well done.
Okay.
And over to Simon.
Simon, you're the man with the info.
I have great pleasure in announcing this one. Truly a great cheese, and it's Montgomery's mature traditional cheddar.
There you go.
Well done.
I don't think I need to really announce it much more than that, really, do I, Nigel?
No, that's a brilliant job, but great to see that Bourne's were up there and Liner Dairies as well, obviously in the mix. Great to see them. Jamie, good evening. What a day. I did say earlier on, if you had been hitting golf balls off the roof of the family house, we've all done a bit of that. And in the nightclub. But well done to you to be, consistently. We're speaking to George Keane earlier on and about, the cheddar fraternity, the fact that, keeping the quality up there in against competitive times, but still making great cheese, which you consistently do, and just great to be blind tasted, but to be appreciated by some fabulous judges.
Yeah. I mean, it's, as you say, it's great to have a team of us sort of competing, but also all trying to urge each other on to make really good cheese, and that helps us to keep the bar high, doesn't it? Yeah.
And who would have thought that we were doing this on the screen? It'll before long. I'll be able to actually, our fingers will go through it. The virtual, but to do this virtually is incredible. Who would have thought, 5 or 6 years ago, we'd have said we're doing this, all around the UK. Like many things I've said to you, gone, what a load of tosh, Nige. But really, it is incredible, and it just shows how it has worked.
Yeah. Well, nearly anyway. I had to go to my third computer to get it to work in the last 10 minutes.
Thank you very much for keeping trying, Jamie.
Yeah. Well done. Really great.
Jumped off a tractor. We're making silage, so I should be on a silage pit right now. But I managed to jump off for half an hour. No, I'll get back to that in a minute.
Yeah. Well, we really appreciate it. Well done. Massive
Excellent.
Congratulations. I'll be tasting it on the radio, BBC Radio London on Friday. And then there'll be lots of press releases going around the world. And it was great also on notice we got Liner Dairies and the Cheshire Crew, Bourne family as well up there in the mix. So some very good cheesemakers. But well done again. Consistently, you've won so many accolades over the years. Continue to do so. But that's because you're consistently good. And well done. So it's really nice to see your smiling face. Yeah, and we'll get you back on that tractor.
I just say that I was planning on. I've got. It just happened to be the cheese that I'm working on at the minute, and I'm going to be taking a load of that cheese to Melton Mowbray this weekend. So people watching, if they want to try it, come along to Melton Mowbray, and I expect Kirkham's are going to be there as well, so they can try some of these winning cheeses.
Yeah, I know White Lake are going to be there. Roger was saying that he's going to be there. It is a great community. It's like an extended family. We've met up all around the world, lucky us, but united by cheese. So we're well done. Yeah. And thank you very much, Simon and Mona Dairy, for doing all the sponsorship behind that. We really appreciate that. And for you having to listen to me talking tosh for way longer than you needed to do. But
you did a good fill before Sarah turned up. I thought, Nigel. I've always been impressed with your ability to fill. any award ceremony I've ever been where you're comparing, you do very well.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. And when I next meet Phil, I'll suggest it. Maybe it might be Phil Stansfield of Cornish Blue or whoever it is, whoever that Phil is. But Jamie's buggered off now. He's got back on his tractor. But much appreciated. Sarah, Cara, Vicky, well done. I know that we've got Nikki Wilkinson, who's in Middlesbrough. Daniel Wilcock, he's in West Yorkshire of the Secret Event Service. Well done to them. Sam Thompson has been helping me all day just to talk shirts. There you go. Here he comes. He's my main man. Thank you for all the help today. Really do appreciate that, kid. Absolutely. But well done, you mad trio, for making it all happen. And it's been quite a long day, but a really fabulous day. And you should pat yourselves on the back and maybe have a small sherbet, a libation later on. I'm trying to think. Can you remember who that very statuesque presenter is from Eurovision? But that's who I thought we got on our own Sarah DeWitt. But Hannah Waddington, there you go. Hannah Blooming Waddington, there you go. Sarah DeWitt, separated at birth.
You start singing now. Thank you very much, Nigel. And we just need to say thank you very much for being the glue that is holding us all together in this process. I just need to give a big thank you to everyone who's been involved, the Secret Event Service, all of the judges, the kind of judging experience. Obviously, you get lots of cheese, but it's a very, very hard process to keep going through and through. The judges have actually spent hours and hours doing the class judging, organising, getting samples, being in, passing information along. It's a whole process that has taken quite a long time and effort. So thank you very much for bearing with me, all the judges, all the moderators, and anybody else who is, and obviously the biggest thank you is for the dairies who've entered. So as it's been mentioned several times, we've had over 250 entries from over 85 dairies, and that actually blew me away from everyone's dedication to present their cheese. So thank you so much to all of those dairies who have believed in us and wanted to enter their kind of cheese and to showcase themselves in the Virtual Cheese Awards 2023.
Yeah, well done, fantastic, and thank you for allowing me to be resinous, as in glue. There you go. That's it. Hey, have a great evening. Relax hard, Simon.
Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you all. Hurrah!